Welcome everyone to beautiful Antwerp. 2 weeks of the best Counter-Strike that the world has to offer.
And I'm putting everything on it. Point them out, show me my opponent. Tell me how you want it. Victory sweet while I'm serving you the bitter taste.
It's Apex just locking in this B hold. Grim on 50 health. His third victim. 1 magazine, 3 kills.
Woxic once more, the turret of death. He's got to find one and the second, and it's a 2v4. No one, Flatro removes his head. 30 seconds to play with, but the bomb is still out in the open. And now it's down to the CTs to push on in. And here comes Synopsy. First headshot delivered, there's the second, and the first game goes the way of bad news Eagle.
Here comes the Utah. Oh no!
What in the hell?
Monacy's gonna save him.
I thought it was in a fever dream, dude. I was watching that. I was like, no way he did it.
Yeah, luckily Monacy's sick and just guns down 4 players.
Coming for the victory. Let them know I'm here to make history. It starts right now. Starts right now. Right now.
Northy and Jerry expertly navigating their way through this push and putting up a blockade.
Starts right now.
Here comes Alistair though, caught completely with knife selfie!
Sweat, yeah, show me tears when the smoke clears.
With another couple! Forze, one of the most unlikely rounds, have actually clutched it out.
I don't think it's for me. I'm well known everywhere, so you can't ignore me. Fill a champagne flutes to the top. Here's a toast to the #1 spot. Boy, I told you I'm. Give it up for me. Give it up for me.
Farley looking to be that next player to push into lobby. Look at this pack from IHC, dude. 1 spray and they could all die. He gets 2 and the last.
Oh my god.
Say what? Say what? Okay.
Dexter, he continues to torture.
Yeah, we winning over here.
Easy second kill.
Set him up. Knock him down.
Dexter has just come alive.
What you got for me, man? This is my moment, and I'm putting everything on it. Point them out, show me my opponent. Tell me how you want it.
Exit pops up from the Molotov. Good little bit of patience. Oh, but Kicker's got a little life in him.
Look at that spray.
Ready, best yet to come. Yeah, how you gonna win when I already won? Fall back, cause I'm. This is what I do, man.
Snappy, he's gonna get his neck snapped by rocks. Molotov deployed as well. Tenyard has to try and clutch this, but loses his head.
They want the best, I'm down for whatever. Not saying I'm the best, I'm saying I'm even better. Get up on my level, I'm built up as leather.
Around and knocks his head off.
The designated time, the designated place. I'll never
And holds the line.
How you gonna win when I already won?
Hunter, good for it. Deals with the threat, only Siren, and he runs on into that AUG scope. Feeling good about that one.
You ain't got nothing for me, man. I set him up, knock him down.
Oh, it's close. That is almost a transfer. Calix, you weren't meant to win this round. 3 to his name now. And Justly has left to beat. Oh, he's trying to hide, but he's gone. He's deleted. And Calix will close that out in the 1v3.
Starts right now, right now. And when I make history, they'll be telling stories to remember me. It starts right now.
Chalfie precise for his 6th. GXX's Deeg is just hitting the body.
When the smoke clears, I'll be right here. Time to celebrate. Say cheers. If it ain't the glory, I don't think it's for me. I'm well known everywhere, so you can't ignore me.
Oh, it's a double. He's not done yet.
Toast to the #1 spot, boy. I told you I'm. Give it up for me. Give it up for me. You know I'm winning when you see one. Come on. I set him up, knock him down. Going in, who will stop me?
One CT on either side, and just through the gap, Snappy catches Flit's walk. He does find Kicker. That will
for Snappy.
cancel their plans. They were about to commit. Now the bomb's on his map and the bomb is down the floor.
Naf just has to fight for his life. They're running at him. That bomb committed, by the way. Double util down on the sandbags. Naf is still going to live and re-swing back in for more. He wants to fight for the round, and he fights for the ace.
Moment, and I'm putting everything on it. Point him out, show me my opponent.
Fur wins an opening fight with FNX there to help him. It's a wonderful double opener. Alicia's trying to plug the hole, but he gets riddled full of them. Fur takes his head off.
So get your cameras ready, best yet to come. Yeah, how you gonna win when I already won? Fall back, cause I'm...
Basuta again with impact. Vitality can count on him. 9 so far in this series, but he's made a round out of this one.
I set him up, knock him down. I'm going in, who gon' stop me now? You know where I'm at, man. You know where to find me.
David's trying to fill the hole. There's 8 seconds. You need the kill. You need the plant. One or the other. And Turtle gets the first. Oh, he's going to win it with so little time left. The 1v2 goes his way.
Who gon' stop me now?
Good morning, Counter-Strike fans. The afternoon upon us and day 2 of PGL Antwerp Major. Live from Belgium, bringing you all of that Counter-Strike royalty gathering to compete and to once again crown a champion of Counter-Strike. Last year, or not even last year, last Major, we did of course see Simple get his first, and this one wide open. I've got Chad Birchall with me. My name is Machine, and we really have got so much ahead of us. Like day 1, it felt like it delivered. You know, weren't too many upsets. I saw you do the tweet. Wasn't really anything in terms of kind of eyebrow-raising results.
No, a lot of blowouts, really. I think one of the biggest upsets of yesterday was Imperial actually taking down Liquid, right? And we're kind of feeling out where a lot of these teams are at. We know the teams who we think are most likely going to be making it forward to that Legend stage to join some of the bigger names like the Heroics, the Navis, the Cloud9s of the world. FaZe, obviously, in that mix right there. And we're also settling in to see where some of these underdogs are faring, if they're up to snub, if they're going to be able to contend. And some of them yesterday really didn't. There was some blowouts, some 16-1s, some 16-2s. Not a good look for some of these smaller teams from smaller regions.
No, certainly not. But we can bring up exactly that. You can see that we do have a lot of the expected 2-0s. The likes of Vitality, ENCE. High expectations are fixed to them as well as G2. FaZe, however, you know, if we wanted to talk and highlight one in that win column, Chad, of a standout, FaZe going 2-0, that puts the real red carpet out for a FaZe into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for them, first of all, to have a crack at any of these teams and can be loose about it in the matchup later today, but also it gives them a buffer, right? If they lose this one, sure, then their 2-1 matchup, it might get a little bit easier for them. They played Renegades, they played Bad News Eagles. Today they're going to be taking on a big dog of Vitality, but if they lose that game, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, and they're by no means eliminated, nor are they by no means qualified, regardless of what the color coding may say. You've got this 1 win, 1 loss. And over there, you have got teams that do seem to have, at times, delivered. I mean, Eternal Fire, absolutely thrashing Complexity. We've got Made in Brazil, and of course, Imperial as well, with a surprise win against Liquid.
Yeah, one of the keys here is it's put it into these buckets of teams. And we can actually bring up the schedule here today so we can identify those little buckets of teams for everybody. So kicking off on both streams, the A and the B, you can find all that good stuff. But you have best of ones to start off the day. Team Spirit versus Eternal Fire, and going on at the same time here on the B stream will be Bad News Eagles taking on Imperial. Followed up will be Astralis taking on MIBR and Complexity versus Outsiders. We had 16 best of ones yesterday. Today we have 4 more, so 20 in total for each of these stages. We move through to that champion stage where we turn into that bracket for all the glory in the arena. And then later on, we have the best of threes. And the best of threes today on the A stream are about progression. The winner of Vitality 4s will go towards the Legend stage, same with the winner of Ents versus G2. And then on the lower half, well, this is where it gets a little bit more upsetting. Renegades or IHC, one of them will be the first team to be eliminated, and then Liquid versus 9Z to round out the day.
Yeah, we could be saying goodbye to the likes of Liquid and Renegades if things do strike right for IHC and 9Z. But day 2, and already saying goodbye to 2 teams by the end of the day. I do want to highlight that Ents G2 matchup. Make sure you clear your schedule. Chad, did you think that that has promised to be a bit of a banger?
Yeah, I think so. Though I think one of the keys in that matchup is Ents have the number as far as the map pool goes, but G2 have looked pretty solid throughout. I know it was a little bit scary versus Spirit yesterday. Patsy doing some of that aggressive AWP, making it a tighter affair right there. But G2 in their opening game, honestly, was looking great on the AWP. Nico and Hunter, we're getting exactly what we want from them. So good to see them warming up, right? There needs to be a ramp up into this event because we know this team, right? We saw them on like honeymoon debut looking very hot to trot, and we want them to get back to that form. But yesterday, you and I were talking about aces a little bit with Patsy playing in that matchup.
Yeah, plenty of them.
They had 6 aces yesterday in total, and Patsy actually had 2. He had 1 versus Imperial, 1 versus G2, Dexter, Turtle, Naf, and Snappy. They round out the players that had aces, so we'll be on Ace Watch today to see who's getting some lovely rounds in play here. But yeah, it's interesting to see the Patsy, his major debut, getting 2 aces.
Yeah, I love that. Norvi on his debut as well, looking sharp as
Monster.
attack. Yeah, watch out for them coming into day 2. And coming into day 2, bad news, Eagles are taking on Imperial. Now, this is interesting for multiple reasons. Orgless and at the major, it is that kind of Hollywood Cinderella tale that we all love to tell, but the Eagles keep on flying rather high. It was hit and miss, 1-1 for them, the likes of Imperial as well. What were your key takeaways from day 1 from this ragtag squad?
Well, they still got that heart and soul, right, that they were playing with together to this point here. They're very passionate bunch. They get very loud. We can hear them through the walls and the doors. But I think here to see the maps that they played, it was standard maps. We're getting the Dust 2, we're getting the Inferno coming on through. We actually covered the Fours game that they lost, and they're kind of getting blanked, right? They had a hard go of things once we made it into that second half, but Norvi was destroying them. So take that as you will. Was it a Norvi overperformance, or was it a bad news Eagles maybe having a rough day at the office?
I mean, and it is important to be able to kind of legitimize and theorycraft your loss, right? Is it fair? Is it okay and acceptable to dismiss a best-of-1 loss to someone having a career performance?
I think for them, when you frame it against the team they were against of Fours, it changes that, right? Because that was a good opportunity to put them up on that platform of the 2-0. If it was, say, against Vitality and Zywu did that, then you go, yeah, Zywu had one of those games. But when it's Norvi, another one of these major debutants, right? This is the situation where, yeah, you're feeling a little bit rough by things. But look, I think that their map pool is quite basic here, and as you look at them and you match them up against Imperial on the other side, this is another one of these 50-50 games. Both of these teams aren't complete teams, right? We still need to see more. Now, we've seen plenty out of this man on your screen right here. Fallen leading Imperial, building back this Brazilian core with Fur and FNX, Bolt in the mix too, and then Vinny rounding out this squad. Experience is one thing that this team has, and as we all know, no FNX, no Major. So I'm interested to see how far Imperial can push the issue here, if they can continue to get some upset victories, because yesterday that win against Liquid, that was massive. Liquid really underperforming here, and Imperial taking advantage of that with a win on Inferno.
Yeah, and seeing Vinny alongside the legendary roster and core, it is certainly an exciting prospect for the Brazilian fans. Bolts as well, reunited after being chewed and spat up by them on his rise to power. Seeing him with the bolt cutters appropriately as well. I like what they're doing here. Punny and indeed a little bit funny. Imperial, competitive, and you can see in their interviews there is this air of confidence that they can get to the next stage of competition. They'll have to back it up today.
Oh, it's definitely possible. Right now, one of these teams has a great opportunity to set themselves up into the 2-1 column, and depending on how other matches go today, it could actually be a favorable game for them tomorrow. If all the favorites win their matches, then maybe not so much, but if there's a slip-up, if there's an upset victory, which there's already been, a chance for a couple, it can happen. It can happen in these best-of-1s. Now, one of the keys here is we have to get into the map pool. Now, if you're BNE, you probably don't want to allow this to go to Inferno. It's where the boys led by Fallen seem the absolute most comfortable, and looks like Inferno will be removed as their third and final ban, the choice between Dust 2 and Vertigo, and Imperial actually opting to take this one to Vertigo. So this is going to be an interesting affair. You'll get to see BNE starting on that CT side, I do believe. They'll have the choice. And I just want to point out this little key stat line right now. neither team has won a pistol round so far. Over the first 2 maps that they played, neither squad has been able to pick up a pistol. So 0-4, and that will definitely change today.
Okay, well that is impossible to continue to keep that trend up. But okay, both teams unable to win a pistol. That is definitely a key takeaway. And Vertigo the map. I don't know how much FNX and Fur have been grinding on
Exactly,
that one.
right? So to them, it seems like it's a little bit newer within that wheelhouse. And this is a map that can actually get quite messy at times, right? When you consider when the smoke walls are up and how maybe scrimmy it can be with pace up that A ramp, that's maybe where the Eagles could unravel a little bit of Imperial. But like I said, this is a 50-50 game for me. I don't really have a favorite in it. It has to be a coin toss. I love the word Jacob used yesterday, wildcard. GG Bet have a favorite here, and it's actually the Eagles, which I think is surprising, right, in a way, because their run to this point, both have versed, I would say, similar stage teams. Bad News Eagles beating Eternal Fire 16-14 on Dust 2, and then the 16-7 loss to Falls on Inferno. And then Imperial, well, they got owned by Spirit 16-6 on Dust 2 to kick off the day. But then they beat Liquid on Inferno, right? So that's what's kind of selling me on Imperial a little bit more. Liquid, in my mind, were coming into this event as a safe bet.
And you know me, Chad, I am a sucker for a storyline. And not only did we get Astralis Vitality and Vitality shaking off and beating off, well, maybe hopefully not, Astralis, but also we got to see Fallen, the guy who did get chewed up and spat out by Team Liquid, rising to the ranks and rising through the power to actually take them down a peg at the major, no less. So yeah, that's a storyline in itself. You can put yourself in his shoes. You know that felt good, and I wonder how much that will be a boon and bolster the confidence coming into today. 1-1 for both of these squads. We're ready to get this pistol underway. Someone's about to win their first pistol of the major.
Yeah, well, let's see who can buck that trend. Fur's in, highest rated player so far for Imperial in this event. And he wants to take a fight here, aggressively posturing as the rest of his teammates are elsewhere. So playing a retake setup, BNE, they're just sitting on back, but they've given up the B bomb site. In they go, the bomb will go down for free. They've stuck the wrong site here, unfortunately, and I don't know if the penny's dropped for Rigon just yet. No, oh, there you go, it has the bomb planted, now they know.
Okay, 4 over to the respond to the retake. Vinny, Fallen, still standing, forcing back the Jet. Nice placement of the bullet from Rigon. And isn't falling apart at the seams for Imperial, though the bomb is down. This late flank from Vinny is everything. If Bolts could just delay, maybe there's something to be said. They've only found one, though, and their suspicions will be drawn on the defuse with the
look at the mob.
And a bit of a mob kill for security.
Okay, well, there's a bit of an odd one to kick things off right there. Able to get into the site for free, plant the bomb, all that posturing over towards A, the fact that Fur's just run on in, not getting any kills, and then Rigon still being able to pivot across in time. It looked like they were done for with this one here, so FNX just not ready for that little maneuver from Rigon there. Both players, I think, getting a bit of a rude shock, and then the USPs doing what they do best. A couple of lovely little taps in the TK for good measure. I mentioned Fur was the highest rated player for Imperial so far. Synopsy on the other side, who's currently sitting at -1, with that TK has been the highest rated for BNE within their first 2 bester ones. Scaff smoke coming on down there and kind of limits the avenue that they're able to push on up here. So with the scout in hand of Fallen, they will just wait this one out. Up and over to the top of Scaff with the M4 in hand, ready to take some fights, and that's one of the keys for BNE. Wanted to take those biffs in those battles. Another smoke, this time redeployed a little bit deeper here, and GXS needs to be careful about this. There's some shots coming on through, a little bit of light damage done. Just jostling for position right now, and well, BNE, they don't want any more of a look in here. The Zaiwu one-way smoke to be dropped.
Yeah, and they surely have at least outlined and understood as to what that smoke usually indicates. Vinny's being very hesitant. Yeah, just going to jiggle it out. Calls the bluff, Synopsy cleared out. Oh, and that's a connection from Fallen. Hard to find. A well sought after frag from the scout. Flatro wants to contest it. They got 2 rifles to fight for ramp. Imperial with this force, a nice find onto the scout. Fallen punished for his overextension. Oh, look at that nerdy
Yeah,
one-way.
so many. They've used 4 smokes right now to defend this ramp. There is 1 remaining, but as that finally fades, they're going to relinquish control and making their way up the ramp with all 4 right now. It is going to be an A finish, 25 seconds on the clock here.
Good flash. They might want to take fights off that. Good adjustment, but FNX good on the Galil. Imperial, they're very imposing, very threatening presence.
Bomb stalled out here.
GXX struggling. Bomb to be going down. 5 seconds.
Desperate.
Just have to knock him off
That's it.
and that should be it. 2-2. Just need the frag, and Vinny just has to watch as the time does transpire, getting away. Imperial, it felt like they had so much to play with there.
Very jarring stuff. Scenario with that push is very desperate in that moment, but if he is able to get away with exactly that maneuver, it's going to secure them the round. It's going to pick them up a nice biff against that force buying, blanking Imperial, denying the plant, making sure that this next round of play is going to be an interesting one. Now, that was a great shot from Fallen to kick things on off, but it was curious to see how much smoke BNE wanted to use to continue to contain this ramp control. They dedicated a lot of resources, and look at this. It's actually Imperial going into a force buy again, so back in with the buys. Scout again looking for damage. 2 of which this time round. 1 from Vinny, 1 from Fallen, and they want to take the fight, just walking on out, both getting chipped away out. Vinny's in the grave early.
Yeah, it does seem like the Bad News Eagles want to brawl, and we're getting high evidence of that. Look at Flatro. Look at the time in which he's here staring into the rotate. It's just going to be a Tech 9, a Mac 10, and make it just that Mac 10. Fur likely to be cleared, and not going down without a fight. 1 and done. But that's the 3-0 conversion, and you feel like you blink and you might have missed it. You can see the frags distribution very light on. Imperial with a grand total of 4 frags in that 3-0 conversion. It's good to see GXX, who wasn't having a high-flying performance yesterday, up against Force.
Yeah, that AWP on the T side of Inferno, it didn't feel like he could have any impact whatsoever with the way that Force were approaching that matchup right there. But this is a good start for BNE. The issue is that Imperial opted to force buy back-to-back rounds, so they won't get full guns out until round number 5. They've opted right here to limp on in again. Another scout, some upgraded pistols one more time, and back over towards A ramp. So very one-dimensional so far in their approach, seeing if they can make this A defensive lead. And as they step on out, they're greeted with bodies again. Flatro takes down Vinny, the first to fall in consecutive rounds.
You can see that they really have geeked it out. They've got smokes. This is an odd one as well, but it should have enabled Synopsy to get a frag. Bolt keeps us interested. Now, no Kev for the majority, and that is going to cost them. You can see Rigon's having no issues here, and yeah, Fallen with his low HP is not long for this. Well, Stefan X, dynamic on the Tech 9. And a winnable scenario unfolds. There's weapons to be retrieved.
Flatro's low.
GXX has at least confirmed that there's no funny business going back to B. So all attention is drawn to the right place. His hope to cut noise and get a push, an inquisitive CT, and yeah, nice find. GXX, he's not waiting it out. Make sure he uses that element of surprise and builds into a 7th.
Now, this is the issue, right? And you can't critique Imperial too harshly with these early rounds because it's been 3 consecutive rounds with broken buys, force buys. Like, this is the first time we're seeing them get out all the goodies and all the guns. The AKs for everybody, falling into the AWP. Sure, he's a little bit light on with Util, but now they can actually put up a fight because so far it's just been Imperial waiting out the ramp smokes from the Eagles and them taking fights at will. So this is the chance. This is the change at round number 5. This game is about to get underway. The 2-man B lane out the gates early. That's very aggressive.
Yeah, but he's feeling himself, Chad. Like, let him go until he's cooled off. It might be Vinny by force. Not happening. Another for the Indomitable. 8-0. Immortal and ouch.
Wall
Yeah,
bang.
one more of those.
They heard
oh
that.
My God, Flatro's surely dead. Tank to 4 HP in the smoke. Wild spray from Fur gets nothing done, and Flatro at least will be another number on the board. They can maintain that man advantage. Deep smoke on the B side is going to keep FNX caged. Right into the crosshairs of Sceneri. And it's actually Synopsy coming back for a look mid. Bolt has just passed that line drawn. On the re-peak, Synopsy looks away. Wow, okay, just trading places.
A little bit like ships in the night right there. So, low HP. FNX becoming a real issue in this man disadvantaged scenario. Setting up the crane one way. Rigon a little bit aggressive behind this. It's just going to play behind the smoke. Towards sandbags, creeping on up now. Running out of nades for this A finish. 2 mollies, smoke. That's the best they have to bolster for this attack.
Swing out, the bolts again, ready to receive. Imperial still yet to buck this trend. Fully geared up. FNX gifted the AWP to try and stay relevant. Flatro, no issues. Synopsy, he's just repelling the invaders. Imperial looking silly. And FNX, what's he supposed to do? Another impossible scenario dealt his way. First a 1v3, now a 1v3 with 9 HP, and that's the end of him. An AWP given over. A magnanimous donation.
Well, it could be a generation of
Maybe.
magnanimous individuals.
Well, we can only hope so.
Well, that would be kind, I imagine.
One would only hope so.
But yeah, looking at this start, it has just felt very limp, right? It's been very flat so far. Haven't seen too much action to get excited about. It was the pistol round where they were able to get in the site and plant over towards B, but the rest of it has just been exactly like this. The buy that is scarce of weapons. There's an AK for bolts this time round. A scout again in the hands of Fallen. Some Tech 9s for good measure. Ooh, copped a nade to the face right there. So Synopsy, he's gotten himself back to naught after that TK from the pistol. Let's see if he can finally add a kill on the board. And there it's going to be. Bullet to the back of the head. Vinny's gone easy, and now he just needs to get away.
Well, a very effective angle, isn't it? Back turned, Vinny none the wiser for him. With the scout no left.
Yeah, it's not effective.
Couldn't really do much with that, despite being close to the smoke.
Flatro's dead, surely.
Success, yeah, and GXX next. Close quarters on the AWP, good for it. That's 11-0 for him. The Eagles are flying, soaring through this defense. On a bit of a heater. Fallen, more scouts than anything else. And the double nade to Sandbags mid-round. Rigon just needs one, gets it. The bonus is there as well. He adjusts. Sefa next. See you later, Alligator. We go 6-0. BNO, yeah, that makes sense. They forced a timeout early out of Imperial because they've come with nothing here on this T side.
The discussion needs to be, guys, we've had one gun round. Like, that's all they need to do right now is understand that so far in this game, they have quite literally only had one gun round. It's not like they have been in threatening positions throughout these limp buys, these light buys. The fact that they're crippled in that department time and time again, it isn't making life easy. It's making life extremely difficult for them to get anything done here when you don't have the weaponry, you don't have the utility. And BNE are just happy to take these fights. They're staying consistently jarring as well over towards that short position, making sure that even when the execute comes in, there's a body or two to reside in that position to make the fights up short, up ramp, always a little bit more rough around the edges.
When you look at that roster of 5 as well, who is the space taker and maker? I mean,
for Imperial?
Yeah,
Fur.
It's got to be Fur.
It has to be Fur, right? He's the star of this team. I think as far as it goes for the contributions around him, you'd be looking a little bit more to the likes of Vinny, which seems crazy to say, but Vinny, I feel like his time in Fury was cut short by no issues of his own. So I think Vinny's definitely, especially on Vinferno, where we've seen him do some of his absolute best work, he can be a bit of a driving force for this team, and the util usage again, well, this time isn't actually going to get away with too much damage at all.
Just really looks, from the CT perspective, like they're getting to play their game right now. Like seeing GXX just go far off an AWP shot as they 3-stack A, and it's staying very dynamic. They've got a real finger on the pulse as to where Imperial's coming from. Shorts the fight, and damn, good night. Rigon tucked in tight. At the hands of Vinny. Starting their crawl now. What is he up to? Flasher on the fade. Okay, he's going to get cheeky with it. Fallen's posted up, and he's ready.
Handled.
Imperial just need to close this round off, but GXX is not to be stopped. 13-1 now, and he's lining up to delay that molly plan. Can't plan default now. It's a bit deep, a bit shy, and Scenari caught out. All onto GXX. Low HP makes no difference with the AWP, and he's going to immediately extinguish. He's going to push through. He's playing some naughty Counter-Strike right now. Fallen should be set for it. Does post the second, and Imperial get there first off the back of that tack timeout.
Yeah, well, the fact that Imperial were able to get so much room this time round is an immediate changer. Before they were stalled on out by smokes, they were unable to press the issue. This time round, BNE not opting to hold that ramp the same way because they've just kind of waltzed on up and taken these fights. So really good stuff. The opening from Vinny just as we speak his name, but Furrow and Fallen also chipping in with a couple of crucial kills. Great stuff. And actually, in the 6-round or 7-round spread that we've had, we already see Synopsy down to just a deagle here. Rigon was light on. He required a drop as well. It didn't feel like they were under too much of a threat, but the cash, it tells a different story.
Oh, GXX should go down here. He's getting run down and sprayed as well. 25 HP as he bunny hops himself to safety. But that aggression cut short, and well, we are going to see a lot of that space in a similar vein taken again. It's only going to be Synopsy Sandbags to try and maintain some essence of top ramp. Everyone's got a geeky flash for sure, haven't they?
Cheeky little jump underhand as always. Those make me get a little bit sweaty under the collar.
Yeah, Maui was telling me that the jump underhand requires a special bind.
Ah, okay.
Why, yeah.
All right, well, I must be lacking that one from the config, it seems.
Or the jump left and right. You can't do one of those. Yeah, there's so many different ways in which they have a relevancy. So we've got 2-man B setup.
Yeah, going in for the B execute right here, right now.
Just off the fly nade. And it works out well. Scenari actually does go down to it, but it's still GXX finding more and more contribution. 25 HP, entire site smoked, and he goes forward on it. He wants to sweep through. He could and is set for success here. A quick one onto Fallen. Rigon still there as well, pulling the trigger, and he is racking up the frags. Vinny late mid.
What's he meant to do? 1-on-4 situation. The bomb's down on the side. They already know where he's coming from right here. AWP train. Nice shot from Vinny. Needs to double up. Cannot get it. And Vinny goes on down to the hands of Rigon there. So 7-1 scoreline continuing to get picked on up here. And look, we do have a commanding lead at this point in the game. It just depends if they're going to keep this up. Now, I remember there's been some conversation in the green room and points of times. People have been talking about the Eagles getting off to these flyers of starts and then cooling off a little bit. But right now, not looking like they're going to be stopped just here. Back in to round number 9. There is a buyout for Imperial. It's going to be Galils for the likes of FNX and Vinny, but they can get at least something a little bit more potent. Early nades on through. Rigon not going to be held at bay here. It just looks like the Eagles are constantly looking for fights, constantly looking for biffs. Playing around these smokes, playing for these fights as more mid-utility is being lined on up. Flash in the hands of Fallen, ready to deploy. Flash and the go, and now a passive mid hold as they slink Dom past. GSX steps on out. He goes down, but the double up's there. Rigon saves the day.
Soneri smoke just to sow some seeds of down. Rigon default. It's Flatro onto Fallen. Leaves already. Imperial scratching their heads. It gets worse. Fur half health. Bomb and a load. It's just a matter of time. A nice headshot to start, but way more required. Rigon double peeking. Synopsy unable to provide. That's the end of that. Caught staring at the walls. We go 8-1. And you can see that those good vibrations are right back in the BNE camp. Short-lived punishments up against fours, but seems like they're back to their certainly momentum-driven ways. They've come in hot, and Imperial are unable to cage them.
It's not like, just having a quick look at the opening kills as well, it's not like they're lacking opening kills. So in these first 9 rounds of play, 4 opening frags have gone in favor of Imperial. But you take a little bit of a look, you take a little bit of a look at how some of these later rounds are playing on out when the executes come in. BNE just are weaseling their way through smokes. They're making sure there's no room, no space. Pace change, fast A.
Yeah, very fast, but Synopsy will be punished. Quick one from Flatro. Needed another. Fallen's Deagle, enough to keep it competitive, but GXX may go unchecked. Oh, this is a dream with all of their pace. The multi-kill about to be set up for him. No one checking. Side of the head into the eardrum. He's handing out full ear piercings. 3 from GXX. A 4th on the agenda. Vinny in retreat. And he will go down as well. 20-4. I will reiterate, GXX. Dominating there. Apologies if I sound a little out of sorts, getting everything sorted and tickety-boo here.
Yeah, they left this room in a mess yesterday, didn't they, old Harry and Hugo?
Just
they turned the place into a bloody tip.
Everywhere. Well, this already looks pretty bleak, my God.
Yeah, look, it is falling apart, and multiple ways around here at the moment. So 2 opening kills again. Look, that pace change faster towards A. They were able to thrive in the chaos, but you just can't deal with GXX, right? You talked about 21 kills for him now, just continuing to put up the pain. And this is the thing. In the best of ones we've covered, it always feels like one individual is stepping up like a beast. Force yesterday had Norby doing it to BNE. Maybe GXX has been inspired by exactly that. Fallen now with the AWP, trying to be a thorn in the side. The 2 AKs of FNX and Bolts are just kind of left wanting a little bit more. They don't have space. They don't have numbers. They're light on nades already. Time is the only thing that they have in their favor right here for Imperial.
It's almost hard to watch. You just keep finding them up ramp. You get the fight. CTs click quicker.
It's not like what we saw at events yesterday, right? Where they immediately set the tone on the force with their pocket play, and then were able to play off that for the rest of the half here. Now they can walk on in.
Oh, cool. That could have got really, really messy. Still can. GXX again. How many times will we say his name? This CT orb giving us a real demonstration. Fallen caught out on the cross back to the site. The orb maintained, and we go very much further and further in favor of those CTs.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think at least 5 rounds now might be necessary for Imperial to try and make a game of this. And that's going to need 4 consecutive rounds to close the door on this first half of play. it's not feeling great out there, and they will be taking another tactical timeout just to have this conversation to see how they can change the tune. Look, you pointed it out last time they took the tactical timeout and they won the round, so maybe that's the key for every single round of success here.
100% of the time so far.
Yeah, look, you can't argue with the numbers.
No, indisputable. No stranger to arguments is Fur. Hot-headed. Usually the aggressive players are.
Yeah, but he's more of a like an underspoken, hot-headed individual, right?
Exactly.
You know, but you look, Fur in his glory days was just an absolute monster with that aggression, right? He was one of these individuals who could get away with it time and time again, and was kind of a trendsetter in that variety. Obviously, we've had plenty of names in that category, but Fur kind of turned it into his domain. Those aggressive plays, just being the thorn in the side, such a prickly individual.
When no one else was in the same capacity. That's another opening. Look how quickly it comes. We're still yet to see Imperial be able to just open up with an even equivalent exchange. They are looking to mix it up a little, though. And so are the CTs. This two-man mid setup. If GXX does miss the shot, bait bolts into the swing, and that's an if. Hits it.
Yeah, he's not missing a lot, is he? 23 and 5 so far.
What a stark contrast from the yesterday. Vertigo.
What does this say, though, right? Does this say a lot about BNE? Does it say a lot about Liquid? Does it say a lot about Imperial? Right? What do you start to take from this game?
Good question.
I know it's not over just yet. Maybe they bring it back. Maybe they have a shutout CT side too, right? We obviously have to wait and get that half play, but it's just not looking good even in the kill distribution here, right? It's looking very flat on Vinny with 3, FNX with 3. 7 is the most for bolts.
But you know something is wrong when we have watched an AWP in 12 rounds. Essentially, he's averaging 2 kills a round, Chad. 24 frags in 12 rounds. And that doesn't happen unless there's some fundamental utility missing, right? Like when your T side is going through the flow state, you watch AWPers desperate to find a pick. You know, they spend the whole half staring at fading smokes, flashes, and cowering at the back of heaven.
Well, I just did some quick maths here. It's 25 kills in total for Imperial, and GXX has 24, right? So that one there kind of sets up the context, I think, of just how poorly this is going, or how well it's going for GXX and his boys. And again, I want to point out some of the keys here. The fact that Synopsy is comfortable to take that fight is pointing out exactly what you're saying, that the utility isn't there. In the previous round, Vinny's jumping up ahead of that Nafany smoke to get scatter control. And you'll even see teams dump a flash off that same wall to flash that angle to help them get on up. But some of their issues started very early in the game. They had 3 or 4 rounds consecutively where it was force fights, right? After the pistol loss, it would get very, very awkward with that second round. And that was where Scenario pushed on through and got those 2 kills tonight. Scenario only has 4 kills. But when you put that in the context of the game and the impact that has now had on the flow and the way that Imperial have gone to their buys, that was a massive round.
Oh, yeah. Nice bit of space taken, though. And FNX does get a frag before Riglon activates, but activates he does. 3 kills, round 1. Bolts the late mid-lurk. And that's the end of him. Yeah, BNE, I mean, they started on a heater and don't seem to have gotten off of it. 12 already. Imperial scratching their heads, still yet to see anyone take matters into their own hands for the Brazilian squad.
One of the conversations I was having with Devilwalk this morning in the green room was he was pointing out how much of a good opportunity this is for either of these teams to set themselves up in a 2-1 game, right? That now we get into the best of 3s, it's going to get a bit more difficult for everybody once they do get there, but it's a platform where if some other upset victories, or they might get favorably matched up against a team of the similar skill level, they could be slipping on through to the Legend stage. And for a team like BNE, right, this Cinderella story we're telling, this is it. This is what it's about, right? And I guess a team that knows exactly what that's like is Imperial once upon a time, right? When you think about this core, this team, you got to go back to the ZQKS days. And
kaboom.
Well, exactly, right? But that's where this whole Brazilian story kicked on off, and everybody loved it, right? Hearing about them sleeping on the mattress in the floor of a kitchen in America as they're boot camping, right? This is the sacrifice, the everyman story that people can relate to and understand. Well, there's an opening. There's a change. Is this a round?
It really has to be. You know, you've discussed the potential for... Ooh.
Yeah, I love this one.
This is nerdy, yeah. Nice to see Bolts has done his homework, but he does have to once again trifle with trouble. GXX has mid on lock, and Flatro's got himself a nice one onto Fallen.
How many different one-ways have we seen out of BNE over towards this round? I feel it's at least 6 different variations of one-ways, and try swinging on out into an AWP, perfectly placed, 25 for GXX
and
now.
He's already bounding off to the next point of call. It is going to be a B finish for Imperial, 40 seconds. Is there more from GXX as he has a career-high performance here at the Major? There is no better feeling against legendary Major attendees as well. FNX with his 100% major win rate. Enters the site, and his teammates, good night, can't hit FNX on the second, but GXX has done his handy work. It's FNX's turn, good taps. Nade might find Flatro, does evade nicely. Mantles up, process of elimination dictates something similar. Can they convert this opening kill? They did find Synopsy trying to change the facts. Fur's good for it, Flatro low HP for the clutch. Fur allowed to get out of there. Has the kit, but I mean a single bullet, a wallbang, he's just gonna hold it. Surely. That. Oh, okay, it's solved. Fur gets it done.
And we're having some fun as they will get their second rounds here. Looking down the line to get 3. Look, at this point, it almost feels like we're building the best of a bad situation. That's all we're kind of looking towards right now. But realistically speaking, this is feeling like it should be an open and shut case for BNE. They look a little bit more confident right now, at least in their approach throughout. These rounds have been very spotty for Imperial, obviously, by the fashion it's only 2. And here we go again. GXX, he gets the shot again, right? The flash. It's not there in time. Vinny gives up his life. The bomb now dropped on the other side of the smoke. And well, they just have to run on through desperately here. Flatro standing, delivering. Doesn't need the silence M4 for kills towards A-Ramp. He just wants to see ya.
My, oh my, I haven't seen a drubbing like this some time. Just losing these fights and taking them as well. I mean, these CTs, look at them. Charge, the cavalry does, and there FNX with just the one. 13-2 on the half. Imperial really are silenced so far.
Almost the 30 for GXX in the first half. We had this with Norva yesterday. He ended up getting there. So both of them maybe need to put in a little bit extra work. Right? All right, boys, we want the 30 in the first half next time round.
Yeah, but I mean, it is worth highlighting, you know, Bad News Eagles are no stranger and not shy to celebrate. But
It's
you can
true.
see it's still a furrowed brow. It's still like, I think they also had a bit of a wake-up call yesterday of like, oh, it does feel horrible losing. I hate losing. Do you hate losing, guys? You know, I think that you have to have one of them, and now you can see even with a 13-2 first half, they're not leaping out, they're not ripping headsets off. This is a question of let's get 16 and then we can go down and talk about it.
I think if they win this pistol right here, right now, we might get a little bit of a pop-off, a preemptive pop-off, because if you're about to destroy Imperial like this, right, in a game, and once again, the context of setting you up in a 2-1 position, that is fantastic for either of these teams. And look at this little push through mid-4. Cheeky CTs of Imperial making their way downtown as just one man of Fur to oversee this A site. FNX, the point man, calling it clear. Fur taking some contact to hold them at bay. It is going to be out the flank right here, but the Glocks are coming.
If this flank works out, this could be a very, very avant-garde maneuver. They're going to be so fast on this flank. Fallen and FNX. While they're setting up their smokes, they have to time this right. And they have to click this head. Hard to track. They do strike. Flatro under scrutiny as they do commit to the side. Force forward. It's Fur with one. Nice click. Soneri keeps it level. A 4 versus 3. Flatro hears a lot of action on that ramp. He knows it's the full commit. And they can go B. They're going to try to. Fallen's already taken Flatro down, so it is just these two crossing CT. Vinny hards the line and a great shot. Clotheslines Rigon. A plant's great for the cash. Can he get it down in time? Oh, bit clunky. Might get run down here. Just enough time for the final 8. And he is eaten as well. Okay, well, Imperial actually with a very convincing pistol. Both teams will get their first pistol of this major.
I like that a lot right there. The fact that they did that as a group in mid, and then they could send a couple forward for the flank, they could send a couple back to help on towards the A site. And BNE, with that strategy that they were going for, you saw the deeper elevator smoke come out. They wanted to scale for full site control, which if more bodies survived, right, and you saw more players being able to scoot their way in through the Z hall back towards spawn, then maybe, just maybe, they could have made that daunting cross. But you could see how difficult it was. And the fact that Fur got one, that was some good shooting right there. One and then down, so he did a lot right there.
And he was the solo wave guy, right? So your job is to survive. He did that, never mind contributing late as well.
It's not going to be the force here from BNE. It's actually just a light purchase. So next round, 2,400, they will still be able to buy, but they're staying as threatening as they can without overspending, which is how most of us want to treat our Friday nights.
I do love this one, especially up against the pistols. There's lots of places your crosshair's going to be. It's not there. Oh, but Flash. Fallen still fragging. Does go down to the P250, and now Bolts is away. Problem solved. And bomb loose.
Cavalry on the way here as well, and Fur will pick on out. One and almost the second here. They know he's in the smoke, Vinny will get that one, and Imperial now starting to work on exactly what BNE did. Now, The thing is, BNE can take a couple more risks, I would say, with such a buffer of rounds. You can be a little bit more avant-garde in your approach. You get a little bit more aggressive, maybe take a couple of plays that you wouldn't do, right? And that's because they have this massive buffer.
But also, I mean, we've seen some of the performances from them already, like the entry fragging into B, Dust 2. You can just walk in and shoot heads.
Pop some heads,
that
yeah.
is kind of the BNE way. This is their T side. They did save their schmeckles in the second so as to come in with these AKs here. So 14, let's see what the game plan is. Can they find it now? Utility already cut away one. Flatro's down. It's through the flash and the push of Vinny. Combined with that of Fallen. Another opening pick for Imperial. This is exactly what the comeback script would like to read.
Yeah, and one of the issues here is the similar as Imperial had issues with in the first half. They couldn't get the space. They would dump a lot of utility. Well, BNE have done exactly that. They have a smoke, 2 flashes, and a Molotov, and now they have to step on out into a fur one-way. So we've seen this one before.
Yeah, fading now. Falling for the jump peak. We'll be able to get that information. Both of them do get out of dodge.
They want to hang around.
He's dropping another one-way. Or even just a ramp smoke towards Nafany's corner. That will not stop the crawl. GXX. Wow, that was a quick headshot. Fur, however, keeps it level. Keeps that 2-man advantage, albeit 2 of them very low.
Oh.
Nice nade onto the backpack. Scenario down just to 34. You can see that the CTs are happy just to let them in now. You've given them more than enough space. Bolts could have lost his life there. Things are very sketchy. All he has to do is sit and wait. You know the T's have got the door locked behind them.
This is a power position for Rigon, but he needs to push on in. He needs to usher this bomb to get planted right now.
All 4 of them coming in from the front. Just like that. There's the last to fall. Okay, Imperial up to 5. And only with the 1 casualty, so that's already good signs of life from them. All of that saving doesn't get you very far. Might be time for some deeks. BNE unable to get off to the immediate close, but still, to remind you, if you just tuned in, BNE, very few issues on their defense. GXX a big reason as to why, just felt like he could go anywhere and find impact. And now it might be Fallen's turn to give us a little example of how potent that CT orb can be. He's pulling it out, smoking ramp for his squad. You see some Deagles and Tech 9s in play. There could be some pace behind this. Careful, Fur. Good flash, completely blinded off. It's Flatro to fall immediately. Vinny just commanding respect and a double. Time for a fresh mag, still sticking around as he re-smokes. He's calling for backup and has gotten away, albeit scathed.
Well, everyone's dead, Alex. It's just Rigon right now, and I'm sure he's not too long for this world. Fur's going to walk on out, pick him on up, and the pace of these rounds. Okay, well, the comeback, it started. It has definitely started. Every single one of these that Imperial pick up, they're starting to believe a little bit more so. And the fact that they got blanked in that first half, they know that they can do the same, especially if this is the approach the BNE want to go with. Quick ramp plays, right? This is a bit more out of the pug realms. It's just the one-dimensional approach, right? We're not seeing a lot of pressure elsewhere on the map from either team. And that obviously can still develop throughout this half here for BNE. It's still very early stages, but Imperial just went towards A quite consistently. And now in the early stages, we're seeing almost the exact same thing out of the Eagles here. Timeout called, though, and we know how that went for Imperial in the first half. Let's see if the brain trust over there from the Eagles can come up with a bit of a solution to this problem. They have opted to get the AWP out in the hands of GXX, and that might be telling of a story that they'll be a little bit slower in a round like this, but still light on with util for a few members here. You've only got Synopsy with a smoke in hand, no flashes for Rigon. So that does tell that if they don't get away with their opening gambit or their opening move, if it is quick, they're going to have to do it with their bodies, and that's where the advantage starts to trickle on over towards Imperial.
So it's FNX that's been tasked with B, and that does seem to be off the back of the timeout, the call. Synopsy does have to try and sell this.
Yeah, they do have a lot of bodies over towards B lobby early here, right? So Bolts is backing up FNX towards the side. The util now to clear out close cubby. Didn't land perfectly that Molotov, but clear nonetheless. Flash forward, Fallen in mid, so they do have a good setup to deal with this right now.
Got rid of. What a knife out, Brave up the stairs and mantling over. Nice flight path. Bolts is prepared, and Flatro's his next victim. FNX and Bolts combine for a round-winning spray down. And that GXX orb contributing absolutely nothing. It's Scenari that at least cracks open one on that B defense. GXX responsible for any funny business from Vinny. You can see considering it. Knife out towards that bridge. Back through T-Spawn. They are going to try and disappear.
Yeah, if this was quite truly a game of who can get the most CT rounds, then we're going to be in for a long one. Because so far, the T halves, we're not seeing anything remotely competent, I would say, right?
Say it how it is.
Well,
it's true.
Because the thing is, like, if it's just going to be fast Counter-Strike, and it's coin tossy for both teams, especially with like ramp rushes like that. They were very rushed on that play, glued in extremely on the position of Bolts there. They weren't even considering the Tetris white box position that FNX was playing. He gets 2 kills with players not even looking his direction, and it feels. They've made the call from spawn, they go. If they don't get the entry, then the round doesn't work.
Something Devilwalk said, we were talking about the Vertigo B site just the other day, and something he said is that a lot of teams, you know, we're talking professionals or highly skilled competitive Counter-Strike players, still fall into that trap of thinking B is like a one-step maneuver, you know, throw smokes and swim. And yet we've saw a good example was ENCE, of course, very recently. Their new approach to B shows that it is a multi-step process. You know, you can take the first step towards those stairs, post up, boost up, and slowly crawl and establish that control through boosts and flashes. It's not necessarily been embodied here, but it is something that I found very interesting, that there is still there's still development to be had.
Yeah, there's layers definitely to this here, and I think the B bomb site is one that a lot of people would just go towards A and do these constant executes that we see time and time again, but the map has more diversity to it than that for sure.
I suspect Vinny is going to try this play again, and there is going to be a little tarp angle for GXX if he's particularly observant. Instead, fires off the shot. Hard one to hit. This is the boost. This is a good start, and it shouldn't get them very far. So now he gets out of there.
Right now, mid is the gap, right? You can see heavy lean towards B, heavy lean towards A. So there's a massive gap in mid, but by the time that they even work that out or go and try and search out that area of the map, it'll get closed on up, perfectly illustrated here. There's nothing going on. And Vinny, you got to be very careful. I know you have bodyguards around the corner here, mate, but you don't want to give up your life. A deep smoke, a flash forward. Is there a push behind this?
Yeah, it feels like there could be. Vinny postured, and Far is going to continue to barrage Util into their safety. Happy with the off. God, he's playing with fire. GXX has missed a couple. 5 left in the mag. Deep smoke requires a flash to get the go. And you got 50 seconds, so soon enough, this 3-man setup falling with a nice flash to sweep through. Rinse and repeat on this sandbag spray, but here's the crawl now. Here they come. First been pulled off. It was just a Deagle firing off shots. And look, back's a turn. Fallen left as well. The whole site open for business. It's just the sandbags. Fur, fortunately, good for it. It's Rigon and GXX that make a round out of this. Nice from Fallen. Rigon's Deag from way downtown keeps us glued to the screen. Bomb ticking. GXX another. Double on this AWP late. Puts him onto the 30. And Imperial's defenses rumble here. Just like that, it was an odd one. You can see we cut to B, 1T, firing off a couple of shots, and it pulls a 2-man rotate to elevator.
Yeah, I think there was an extinguish over there towards the quad position, right? And that right there, normally when the Molotov's coming into that position, they've heavily rotated. It was just Vinny left alone, and you can see as he pivots back towards the site to take the fight against them trying to push on in, he actually dies from GXX, and that right there is it all falling apart because Vinny was the safety net in that scenario, but Imperial a little bit skittish, right? The fact that they were ready to rotate so quickly off of not a whole lot this time, and it was the time milked off the clock. So Eagles changed their approach. They actually took it a little bit slower. And speaking of slow, Fallen's nothing about that. He was aggressive until he wasn't.
Yeah, change of plans right at the last second. And Rigon, he has got some pep in the step. Fallen steps up and deletes. Flatro,
oh, nice nade.
Sun on his toes, knocks the boots off of him. FNX responsible for B, and just GXX, you know, perfect angle. He's on that headshot, though, and it's hard to hit. Does so, though. Into first forehead, just clips it through the girder and back turns. Daenerys down and out. So immediately they jostle back for control. Imperial remind us that this comeback is not just a pipe dream. Fur at the top of the scoreboard as well, for good reason.
That should tell you something, though, if you're BNA. You just played quick, and you got denied on heads-up jewels. Imperial are no slouches. They can put the crosser in the right place and shoot you, right? They're doing that now. Fur up to 17, 14 for FNX, now 12 for Bolts. They're starting to mount in that category. And as that continues to build, right, they're going to get more and more confidence to make these plays. When BNE took some time off the clock, there was doubt, there was indecision, there was a little bit scary in the mid-round there for Imperial, right? So maybe it's back to the slower approach.
Yeah, I do think of just keeping them guessing, keeping their comms, you know, forcing some CT info plays.
Yeah, they tried to fake just there as well, but it was quick, right? And because it was so quick, well, you're kind of ready for that out the gates. And there's that same molly thrown on off, landing Top of the scaff there, flushes them out, allows them to push on up, and they're putting aggression into this. Flatro up and over, a battle against Fur, no one landing shots, still nothing dead.
Fur is so nimble, does go down. Flatro actually manages to get himself out of that, does drop off, evades the shot. Fallen clears mid. Ooh, he spots out Synopsy, so presence middle and acknowledge, but still that 5-man squad kicking about for the Eagles. 3 CTs are available to defend this. The whole squad starting to now commit through those smokes. You've got
It's on Vinny.
Vinny, again, this time delivers. It's 2, and Rigon now. Bomb and pressure. Molly will cancel that. He gets away at least unscathed. With that smoke still up, it might entice him to go for it again, but it's Bolt here to deny. GXX has the body got Synopsy, good for the headshot. Now the bomb's ticking. And a great shot out of Fallen for this retake. They've got kids, and they've got Venom ready to spit smoke onto the bomb. That will already get them a little defensive. GXX not ready for this. A fast short flank. It's FNX doing it all. The old boys. New tricks. FNX and Fallen take it.
That right there, you can see how desperate it was, how they've just had to push their way on through. The flank right there from FNX. It sealed the deal before the push on through with a knife in hand. And then grab another one, Imperial, just one more away from double digits. But BNE, that was not even a full investment, right? They had 2 AKs, they had 3 upgraded pistols. They didn't go all in, and they make it threatening here. This was the awkward duel to kick things off. Fur and Flatro going toe-to-toe. Running out of smokes on the site. Now, this is where, yeah, it gets very chaotic. You're right, that smoke lands on the bomb. It's going to draw them out. It forces them to get stuck into the fight right there. They cannot just sit on back and respect it. Get back underway here. How far can Imperial really push the issue? Fallen's AWP, vision will be denied, looking for a deeper angle, grabbing through the sandbags to fill the gap.
Love that from Fallen. And FNX, seeing them unite again, it's certainly cathartic. The rock boost peak! Rigon takes down Bolts. Oh, wow. They have got some tricks of their own, the Eagles.
That was cheeky. I like that. I like that a lot.
It's almost as hot as the run boost onto the double stack box on B. And there goes FNX. Rigon 2 from that boost. That's round defining. Vinny may go uncleared. Oh, huge opportunity. He lets it slip. Butterfingers. And yeah, the Fallen and Fur duo now is completely disconnected. And 15 looms.
I want to say it might have to be a save, but I don't think they're going to let him get away with it here. Rigon now taking another. That's his 3rd in the round. And look, we've been singing the praises of GXX, but Rigon's been having a great game too. He's up to 24 kills and looking for their 25th, as it is actually a Synopsy. He's going to knife him. He's 100% going to knife him. Of course, he is salt in the wound, knife in the back, body on the floor, and 15 rounds now for the Eagles. Just one more required. Looking good.
Yeah, stone-faced as well. You've got to stay stoic. They are in hot pursuit of it. They were reminded of how losing feels.
Yeah, but loss isn't good in Counter-Strike either, right?
No,
nobody wants it in the loss column. Packet loss.
The worst. So just one round away. Some smiles creeping onto the faces, but it is still game time. You've got to convert that lead you accrued in the first half. Responsible for early ramp info. Got nothing to report. The smoke's a little more effective than that of Imperial's opener, but look at he's getting a little more flirtatious with this aggressive smoke. If he times it right, he does right, gets away completely. Scenari's managed to catch him just on the tail end of his mag. So a 4-on-4. But this is very much just a one-track T side going up the ramp as Vinny comes down.
Oh, he's going to be behind 3 of them.
He's timed it so well.
Look at this.
Here's the pin.
Hello.
No one's looking. Double, make it triple. Beautiful from Vinny. Round defining. It's only Synopsy, and look at the dink. That leaves Synopsy with very few options available to him. The bomb and all of his squad rumbled by a Vinny flank, just catching a perfect timing. And I guess you could be critical, saying that when you got those 3 committed, you have question marks about Scaff. You just want someone taking a cursory glance. But those are the things that really do get ironed out just through the reps.
Yeah, here I think he's just looking to do a bit of damage right now in this part of the game, because you can see the cash left over right here. If he can take another gun, he's going to actually keep it light on for Imperial into the next round. Not to beat. Steps on out into Fallen's crosshair, and they will get to the double digits now. So this has actually been quite a valiant attempt as far as the comeback is concerned. Right, they've been grinding round after round, that first half of play, there was an odd chance or two, but realistically, we didn't see a lot out of the T half. And the same can be said for BNE, right? They haven't had to win a whole lot of rounds here to get themselves up to 15 on this T sign. But just one more away, plenty of cash to splash into another bite. No AWP to deal with and a timeout taken to have a discussion. The notes are out, and that's always a good sign. Having a bit of a chit-chat about what strategies could be deployed. Has looked better when they've taken the pace out and waited out the util. When they, it's a bit more skew-if around the smokes. Everybody has a cheeky one way, it seems, of a different variety, and we've seen that get exploited time and time again by both of these squads over towards this A ramp on the CT side. We've noted that mid has also been left open from time to time here from Imperial throughout this CT crawl on back, so maybe that's something that the Eagles could try and look to exploit the gap of. Rigon had success there previously, so maybe send him back for a little bit more of a look on in.
It is crazy, the kill distribution. You've got two players, Synopsy and Scenario, 17 combined, everyone else over that.
Wow, yeah.
But a slow default, a likely outcome off the back of the timeout.
And two towards middle again, right?
We'll make different approach.
Yeah, it's a completely different look here.
I do like the firing line structure. Here they come, Flatro and Synopsy. Testo and Synopsy, yeah, not prepared for an angle like that. Two, he reports, and Flatro immediately is going to just hit a bit of a pause, not really interested in much more.
Oh, he's ahead of that lurk smoke as well right there at me. They know this is clear. And now that Flatro rescinds, they can actually be on high alert towards B, but FNX is going to need some help. So coming on back over, Bolts will be able to join the party. They're creeping on in.
No util, it's just going to have to be the bullets here. FNX has got a nice smoke to keep himself safe. Team Flash good. And yeah, it's going to be Rigon so vulnerable. The molly would be great here. He opts for the HE instead. And oh, stack nades, that works. Bolts got one, not the second. Scenario keeps us interested. You got 45 seconds, space taken onto B. GXX, a tight line held, will be able to punish Vinny if he does toe this line. But as they cut noise and actually spread back out, they want to head to A. Flatro's going to get very inquisitive, just loudly stampeding to get the CT's feet over there. And
he's pulled two.
Done it. This is where they have the advantage over Imperial.
They can just creep on in and get the bomb down now for free. Scenario just has to cross. He just has to get past this line of sight. Once the bomb goes down, now that sound cue's going to be given up, but out of position are Imperial. The 3-on-3. Flatro's coming back in as the last linchpin of all of this.
Could be the final round here. 3 kills away, 3 clicks. Scenario, oh, he steps a bit far. Fallen's got a way back in. They're grouped up. It's Flatro and GXX. A good smoke used, and now pressure is on. Fallen ahead of the pack. GXX does connect. Fallen down. It's up to Vinny. Looking to come up clutch, and he does. Hits it just on the fake, and Flatro with that half health finishes what Bolt started. We go again.
Nice clutch there from Vinny, keeping a minute. You can see the headsets were off there. I think really under the pump right now are Imperial, but they keep it alive. They keep it going, and yeah, relief, I think, for Vinny to keep them in around like that. It was the Scenario in the coal mine there, getting a little bit overzealous. Finding himself all the info, but none of the kills. GXX and Flatro trying to the best they can, but that gap in the smoke, right? If you're Flatro, you're not expecting it to be grey screen just like that. A good find from Vinny, picks up the AWP, and Fallen can be very happy to have that back in his hands.
What a recovery. I mean, when I saw Flatro pull 2 on the 3v3 rotate, that's should be a marker for the last round of play, but a great retake. Down to a 1v1, comes up clutch with 1v2. Flatro extinguished. He is going to fight for control. Oh, Rigon. Bit windy today.
He was in it, yeah.
Someone needs to close the window.
Oh, all right, that's a window closed or a window open.
Sometimes you have to close the door to open a window.
Big scalp to find, that's fair. Man on campus towards A. Fallen and Vinny here still to combine. Mid's the gap right now. Bomb, you can still see loose down towards the lower deck. Needs to be scooped on up and carried on forward. Util, light on, smoke, couple of flashes. That's all they have to execute with. If Fallen oversteps the line, his Scenario, he just hit a banger. Can he find another? This will be to get him to the double digis.
He's got that in his wheelhouse. Oh, not today. Fallen. Pulls us back. 4v3. Advantage Imperial. As this comeback has been hanging on by just a thread. Flash with the short side. This is all on Flatro. Oh, bodyguarded nicely. Vinny. Comfortable in this position. Is where he's got a lot of his fragging done. Bolt will be there as well to contribute from way downtown, and it is just GXX. He was supposed to be the overwatch from Sandbags. Now, probably just looking to clutch and hold on to that AWP. As Vinny. Bolts is foolish enough to give him anything else.
Here comes Fallen. Should be in the side of the head any second now. He might even get on past here, but walking to his grave. Look at this. FNX has closed the door. There's no way back. He's just going to have to reside down into that fork room. And if he goes down after time, we're starting to get into some real issues. Imperial are making this comeback work. It just feels like a matter of time, or at least it has until BNE would close this one out. He's even going to be given the good graces to keep the AWP up. So that's actually a gift from the gods right there. Imperial feeling very generous in that one right there. And are they going to close? Because it is starting to get a little bit sketchy. We've got our A-Stream update. Spirit taking on Eternal Fire, 12-9. Another close one. This one feels a bit more tit for tat than ours. This is about Imperial with a massive comeback, and they've been showing form.
Battle of the Dragons over there on Stream A.
Well, they have this AWP, right? You want to allow it to work here, but with the pistols in the back 10, it tells me they're going to be going a little bit quicker. It's a pace change.
Yeah, let's see what the util does to stop and cage them. Fur's actually done it with bullets. So blind, though. He has been run down. It's a big find, but look at the nade damage. They do take a big chunk out of Suneri and Flatro.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
It's
He's
a
in.
huge
He's
one.
in.
There's
He's all the way in.
of them. Okay. Now
He's
his
so
cut
deep.
noise.
Oh my
FNX.
god, no way.
Ooh, okay, that's a huge headshot. Synopsy's got the B site and the M4 pushed up. If Bolt goes down, he's done it again. Synopsy, the lurk to close. And the last two scamper over to get that bomb down. Fallen loudly into CT. It's Vinny through Ellie. And GXX has got CT on lock, and so do the BNE. Bad news, Eagles get some good news today. 2-1, and now best of threes for the last two attempts.
Yeah, well, there's the pop-up. There's the smiles on the faces right there. Got a little bit sweaty, didn't it? Imperial really brought this one back, but that was a commanding first half. They looked dominant. You didn't really see too much hope right there out of the T side of Imperial, but once they got over towards that CT half, they were able to chain some rounds together, had a nice clutch from Vinny there to keep them in it, but it just wasn't enough. Too many gaps, right? You saw right there, that last round illustrates just all the space to be taken there, so playing a little bit more of, I don't want to say a fakey game, but a bit more of a shifty boy game, right? Being able to lurk on through it and find the openings when available here. This is going to throw Imperial down into the 1-2 column. It's going to put the boys from BNE up into the 2-1 column, and it's a fantastic opportunity, depending on how a couple of these other matches pan on out, depending on how favorable Buckholes is to what matchup they do get into the next round here, because now BNE are just one series away from making their way to the Legend stage, which would be absolutely insane.
Two opportunities. This was definitely the must-win. I mean, we called it a coin toss. I mean, I didn't know which one to favor in this, but I have to question and pull into question, obviously, hindsight is 2020, but you look so good on Inferno. You beat Liquid on Inferno. To then be whipping out, you know, what it's safe to assume, admittedly vetoed by your opponents, down to a Vertigo, it must have been something you felt like you could also be equally as threatening on. And it just felt like Imperial didn't have all of the components that a T-side should.
Yeah, I think here one of the thought processes against a team like BNE, they were probably like, all right, well, let's make sure we're not on something that's overly puggy, because the choice was between Dust 2 and Vertigo, if I remember the veto rightly, right? So they think, okay, maybe a little bit more structure to a map like Vertigo, but I've heard some of the pros saying they think that Vertigo can be quite a puggy map in itself, right? All these smoke plays, the pushes through. It didn't even really feel that puggy, to be honest with you. It was just quite a standard game with both teams giving away opening kills as they would go for that ramp control without the smoke boom or the flashes being right. But plenty of one-ways, plenty of good ideas on the CT side, and plenty of punishment with that knife on in the back right there. So this is great signs from BNE here. I think they've come into this event as an unknown quantity, and all in all, I think that this is them winning against, I don't want to say teams that they should, but it's showing the level of Counter-Strike that they're definitely at.
Yeah, teams that they could, for sure, and do. GXX as well, lovely to see him having such a pop-off performance. He was a big reason as to why that looked so difficult for Imperial. Every time there's a GXX opener and you're working, you know, with a limp.
You mentioned it yesterday. Against Force, he had a rough go at things. He wasn't looking too hot to trot at all. T-side AWP. This time around, he was doing it with rifles, doing it with the AWP, doing it with absolutely everything. So a great performance of this man on your screen right here. 105 ADR, 172 utility damage right there. And yeah, you don't expect a higher headshot percentage when you have 17 AWP kills.
And what more could you ask from your AWP? Yeah, 17 AWP kills. The rest you can know he's pulling up with those pistols, he's pulling out with those rifles, he's contributing in both capacities and keeping up that 100 ADR. Certainly not a bad day in the office for GXX and for the Bad News Eagles. I mean, the fact that it's done now, you know, you can bank that one 2-1 and you'll be worried about a best of 3 for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we can worry about a best of 1 coming up next. We're going to throw to a break. We'll be back shortly with the next game here on the B Stream.
that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
we're heading over to Overpass, and Outsiders take on Complexity. I do think it might be a bit of a complex one to predict. Bookies leaning Outsiders' way. Complexity have looked a little lackluster.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Just to recap their run to this point for both of these teams right here, Complexity started off by getting absolutely destroyed on Inferno versus Vitality.
How destroyed is destroyed?
16-1. That was the game where Zawi didn't die, in case you missed that yesterday, making some major history. Took 90 damage in the entire game of Inferno right there. And then they followed up against IHC on Nuke, which was a game that was actually looking quite prickly for a while. It was a 16-13 victory on Nuke, just across the line. They won't have to worry about Nuke today against Outsiders. They don't play that one there. But Outsiders, on the other hand, they had a close affair against MIPR. Of course, they closed at 16-14, as we all expect. But let's talk about the Complexity boys on your screen first and foremost. Now, this is the up-and-comers. I don't know if we can even give them that title anymore coming out of North America. We've seen a bunch of these names. Grim obviously was over there on Liquid. Bang, he's trying to make a name for himself out here, the Canadian lad. And then you've got in the mix Junior, who had a short stint on Furia. Yeah, you heard me right, the Brazilian Furia. And obviously we've got Floppy, who's returned from Valorante. It's great to get him back into the mix here, and actually the high flyer for the team, and JT, the in-game leader, who tends to have a pop-off game every now and again, and always a geeky flash. I'm excited to see how far this squad, with TC, the coach behind them, can push the issue, because it hasn't been looking great so far.
I've never seen a coach more smiley.
He loves a smile, doesn't he?
TC. Like, I honestly think in terms of the amount of frames I've seen of him on screen and in real life, it's been about 70-30 split of smiles to straight face.
And he loves a bit of banter as well. I know when we were over there in the Dusseldorf during EPL that he was always having a bit of a gag, bit of a goof with the boys. So I think he likes to keep the mood quite high, but has been through with the lads, especially JT, throughout this transition. But the team now really needs to find their form here. I don't think the Outsiders are unbeatable for a team like Complexity, but one of the issues is they had a head-to-head a little bit earlier in the year, and it didn't go great for Complexity. They lost Overpass 16-8 in a Challenger event not that long ago. Now, Outsiders have obviously been bolstered by this man here on the screen, Flit. He's been with them for some time now, but he's added another element of firepower. But the squad is obviously going through a bit of a tumultuous time at the moment. Yukinder has also hinted that this might be his last event with the team. Now, that works two ways, right? If everybody's on the same page here and they understand that this might be the final hurrah, it's a major, anything's possible in an event like this, the firepower, the approach to the team, the fact that they're one of the hardest teams in Counter-Strike to put away, they're still a threat.
There is no team like Outsiders. You know,
true,
I say that with conviction, and I say that in both positive and negative frames.
Yes.
Because there is no one that has this ability to pull wins out of the worst, the most dire circumstances in Counter-Strike. And we see so often a predictable lead translating into a predictable close. Outsiders, however, whether they have the lead or they are behind, seem to be able to flip the script.
Yeah, it's quite curious that this team is just so difficult to put away. They never seem to give on up, or they never think they're out of any scenario. But because of that, they'll take a lot more save rounds to keep themselves potent going into round after round. But it is going to be exciting to see what approach they have coming forward here. Now, they had a loss yesterday against Ents. We covered that one off against Vertigo, and they kind of got snowballed by this Ents approach once they made it over towards the T side. And it baited into that. They've now extended their Vertigo loss streak from 4 to 5 with that loss to Ents. But we are getting the video on the screen. Mirage and Dust 2 gone. Nuke going to be the first removed here. Standard, Outsiders don't play that. Ancient and Vertigo. So none of the fun maps. The Holy Trinity removed single-handedly by Outsiders there. And we will be finding ourselves on Overpass. Now, as I mentioned, it was a 16-8 loss for Complexity, the boys on the screen right here, when they faced just earlier in the year on this very map. So the fact that also Complexity were the team who decided to remove the final map, that means the side choice goes to Outsiders and they get to start on the CT half.
So, to paint you my Complexity dream, you can see the odds are heavily favoring that of Outsiders. But if Complexity were to, you know, match some of the outlandish statements they've been making, such as being 50-50 between that of Liquid, admittedly both of them are in the dumps right now here in Antwerp, so all they have to do is pick up a win and maybe they can.
Well, actually, Liquid haven't got no win,
true.
So Complexity are doing a little bit better.
Currently, they're better than Liquid, but we are going to be getting ourselves into this one. So strap in. This is do or die. Outsiders and Complexity. Heading into a T-start. The defense of Outsiders and Complexity looking to bring that fire with a bit of a B commit. You can see Util has been acquired. JT and Junior rife with Util. Just going to be hiding out for now. It's going to be Junior with a Heaven Smoke. Current setup is actually 3 towards the A side of the map. Smoke will be up, and yeah, it's going to be full retake play. Kick it just allows them in, plays from that graffiti position, and the bomb is down. Shaves a lot of time off of that clock, and the rotate starting to take shape. That's a horrible goose straight across the jaw of Kickit. He's locked in by Grim.
Look at the long flank from Yukinder right now. It's taking a long time to get here. Bomb's almost halfway ticked.
Yeah, who's going to be that first to strike? You got Flitz Flash. Might want to go off that. James takes another cursory glance. Nothing. Oh, Yakinda's been spotted. They know the flank is coming in, and already the Glocks connect. Kick it. Buster. James. I'm just doing a roster rundown of outsiders here in the pistol because Complexity looking to get the spotless. Not a point of damage, chat. Not a point of damage. A spotless pistol for the North American hopefuls.
And 3 for Grim, right? If Grim can step on up and play to that level that he once did in North American Counter-Strike in the realms of that tier 2 in NA, that's going to be fantastic. Him and Floppy could actually be quite the force to deal with. Right? And I think that these two individuals, if Fang can hit his stride, Junior just has to hit the odd op shot or 2, and then you get JT calling up a storm. Right? There is a chance for Complexity. I know that they don't have a whole lot of shine around them. They're not getting much props at all. Definitely a lot of criticism around this team, but I think they can still turn around. I still feel it's quite early. They're quite young players.
Bingo. I mean, you know, when I was starting to hype up the boys from Complexity, I think exactly the same sentiments shared by yourself. Oh my goodness, Floppy. Again, interrupts the dialogue because he has gone very early up short, shown presence, and there is a stack. Now, he didn't get to sniff out too much, just to jiggle out a Buster. So the information's not flowing for Cole as of yet. But he gets to kind of park the bus. We are going to be seeing some early util out of JT, so Flash, Smoke, they don't have to commit on this, but they are going to start taking a little bit of space.
He's not seeing anything at all here, right? He's getting away with a lot of room, a lot of space. And James is passive with this scout. So if JT gets past James here, they're into the site for free. James takes a warning shot or 2, tucks his head, tucks tail, and this is it. If JT just continues to push the issue here, flash on over. James will have to respect this. JT's in, site call clear. Lovely. Only problems long. This is fantastic work. Bring the team over, boys.
You'd think so. And actually, Yakinda does eventually give it up. Floppy's been there for about 30 seconds. And it looks like it might be a second bite of the cherry for these CTs. James has joined them and seems to have just accepted that it is going to be a second attempt in the 3rd round. The only question mark was long. They've swept through it. Nothing to report. So yeah, the vibration's going to be flowing. Fang one to watch. Grim as well. As of yet to see them toppled.
Now, guys, if you want to quickly use these 40 seconds to run to the bathroom, maybe someone's knocking at the door with a food delivery, do it right now because we guarantee you nothing's going to happen. Outsiders want to hold on to all of these goodies here. Don't want to give anything over. Want the double dip. And you could see that it was an all-in. If it was B, fine, everybody's here. If it was A, James was hoping to find a fight that was favorable for him. If he wasn't able to convert, this is exactly what happened. So the round conceded and quite a clean and easy start for Complexity here. Yet to die on all 5. That's tidy. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, well, this is exactly how outsiders like to start, you know?
Yeah, well, that was the same with the pistol round, right? I'm like, okay, well, I know what type of game we're in for. Everybody knows when you tune on in, and I like how Maui likes to frame it in the sense that, well, if it goes all 30 rounds, how can it not be an exciting game? Well, Maui, join us now. Come enjoy the early game, Maui.
As a case study begins of an early game with outsiders versus Cole. But yeah, I mean, T-side overpass can be difficult if you start getting shut out and you start doing silly half buys, but this is the dream. You get the finances flowing.
Well, one of the keys here as well, Alex, and I was having a look and reflecting on this game earlier in the year with outsiders Cole, is the fact that Cole won both pistols but only managed 8 rounds. So if you're outsiders, you're not worried about conceding the pistol, you're not worried about conceding the second. You know that once it gets to the gun rounds, you have that edge.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Bookies agree. Analysts agree. Outsiders are the favorite. Fang has already taken Flit out. Big find. And it was towards that fountain position, so that enables this bit of space to be taken. Toilet's going to be occupied now by that Complexity roster. And 3 CTs concerned about that B site.
Well, they're hoping to gamble again here, right? So with this opening kill, one of the things that you would... Oh, okay, never mind.
Still
it's
gambling.
Yeah, I thought they were stacking on the B side, because one of the things, once you get that opening kill, you hope that it draws the player back. But take a look. JT's doing the same play previously. He's just luring them in. That lurks smoke, you can see drop front sight, JT running on in, drawn out this rotation, and now they're completely over towards the A site as they just walk on and waltz into B. This just seems to be time and time again. Complexity making the right plays.
Yeah, they're actually just pulling them around the map. Really are playing up to the level of their opponent here. That's Floppy, that's Grim. Down and out. One more Deagle, and suddenly a problem. Junior needs to get out. He's got very, very little in the form of assistance. JT, 28 points of health and a Mac 10 boost. And Kit looking like it's a bit of a scarcity. So time on their side. If they can just not succumb to this boosted scout, Kicker could perhaps post another on that D. Double headshot out of him, though. JT still providing. Nice from Junior. It's all onto that low HP on JT, the in-game leader. If he could just knock him off the bomb, If he could just knock him off the bomb, stabilizes, does hit the headshot, and we see 3. A hard-fought retake. Kickert gets a lot of credit, but just not enough. Not enough time, and not enough frags.
Man, that's crazy. They were out of position for so long there, but Kickert gets in with a lot of damage, and Jame as well rotating over, hitting multiple scout shots as they just team on out through that sandbag position. So really good work for Outsiders to make a costly round. They'll walk away with a Galil. That'll be dropped across. Flit will say thank you very much as Jame gets into the AWP. But Kickert here just on a swivel, 2 big headshots on the likes of Grim and Fang, unable to trade, and that right there could immediately have issues if Complexity don't convert a round like this. Starting to look a little bit lighter in the finance department here. They can buy on in. The AWP is out on both sides, and aggressive here from Yikinda down towards Connector. Cutting sound, Squeaky blown off, smoke on the other side, and they're through.
Floppy's got his flight path set, and wow, you can see they are considering a stack nade. There's no one home. Jame elsewhere has won out that duel. This time Fang falls. He's going to be quite a persistent presence, is Jame, rotating around that map. This time strikes on long and moves back to site. Starting to comb the perimeter now with his partner. Jame set up for this frag. It's going to be very dangerous for Complexity if they do choose to commit here. Nice Molotov immediately confirms presence with the extinguish. And a gap in that. James not interested. But Yikinda, with the bait of the steps, they might not be so concerned. It's a headshot angle. Yikinda's crosshair's not quite on the money. JT opts for an off angle, and oh, the pin. The pin.
Know now.
He knows now. Yikinda still gets the frag.
No.
JT asleep at the wheel. Oof, could have been a 4v4. Instead, a 2-man advantage for Outsiders here in the first gunny. Floppy, trying to stay strong, stay vigilant, just the one. Leaves Junior, and an unwinnable round for him. 4 still up against him, and Outsiders, as per, looking very strong into the first gun round.
Yeah, it's Junior time, not Jame time, but same situation. The AWP going to be retained, or at least that's the hope. 19 seconds on the clock. Nobody's even close right now, and Junior just wants to get a chance to wield the AWP again in the following. Loss bonus is going to come on through. Floppy's going to be close enough to get himself a buy, and JT, of course. But Grim and Fang will be a little bit light on, so curious to see if they want to take a timeout immediately just to discuss their options. You can see the ramifications of losing so many bodies in that second anti-eco round here that cost them an awful lot, actually everything. And that is going to be Outsiders getting onto the board here in the early stages. 3-1, the score now reads. And this is where you're going to come into a couple of problems. Like Fang going down early, nobody could capitalize off that space. It's a long-range duel against an AWP. There was no one to trade. There was no real territory that they could take. And they are going to buy back in. So a Galil for JT, a Mac 10 for Grim. Everybody else has everything they possibly desire. Back in a few bits of nades here, there, and everywhere.
Okay, we're going to be seeing some CT aggressions here. They've caged them, kept them contained, and no one choosing to disrespect the flame.
That's the problem when they're a little bit lighter on with a buy like this. They can't go for that smoke extinguish. They will need it late for their finishes on towards the site.
Good grief, is there only one?
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest of rounds here to manifest. They need to find a pick. And how are you going to do that when the likes of Yikinda are just patrolling? Now, this kid's aim is going to be seen to be believed.
You can see it's going to be kept quite simple, just contacting through the fading smoke. And Molly, perfectly timed. They have to clear the barrels. A kicker down. This is big. Good bit of momentum. Double frag in. 3 as Floppy puts a third and the icing on the cake. It's Jame and Yikinda so disconnected. It all happens in such a flash that they're just unwilling to go for the retake. We will see a response from Complexity immediately.
Really nice timing on that, wasn't it? You could see that they were actually running in with the utility. There's so many different ways that you can opt to execute here. You can do a set piece and you can wait for all the pieces of utility to land before you run on in. You can run on in with it.
You were probably competing when I remember the quote-unquote, you're going to laugh at me, meta shift, where people started playing ahead of the util.
Sure.
Do you remember, like, what was it, 2015, where suddenly everyone's like throwing smokes and already being there as opposed to waiting for the full exec?
Yeah, I remember having a chat with Sean Gares about this, and the way that he described it, taking advantage of teams who on the CT side were playing a smoke molly defense. So once they would see your utility, they would respond with utility of their own.
People with
exactly right, a molly or a smoke in their hand, so you could catch them off of those timings right there. And it was almost that case, right? It was almost that case that you saw. Actually, moving as one with the utility and using that to get themselves the room and the space that they needed to convert their fourth. So this is good from Complexity now. It's great early signs, right? It just depends on how long this can trend through. And we've already stated, outsiders are never out of a game. So I think until Complexity are on 16, outsiders are in the game.
Fine. I agree. But what I will say is incredibly good signs of life. Not only do we see them winning pistols and converting, but Complexity just had one smoke and committed early and converted against a fully bought up outsiders. More of that required.
Yeah, if you can pull off moves like, oh, wow.
Yeah, that's fast. Fang gets one right to the thigh, forced to limp for the rest of this round, lives on. Short control. It's not been hard for Floppy to take it. It seems to be given away for free. How often do we... Oh, never mind. James again strikes on long. It seems like either Grim or Fang have it in their flight path to take long and not expecting that AWPing presence so persistently there.
JT's up with a bit of room of his own. He's got
look
Floppy
at that.
alongside. They're just walking in. This position from Kick It, though, hard to clear.
He's got a lot of opportunity, and he'll take them both. Junior and Fang left alone, and that was an easy execution of that short swing. Good angles for it.
Might want to have a conversation about this long play as well and say, boys, if we're going to play long at all with a jiggle, with a jump, let's either have multiple bodies to try and trade, use an extra flash or two, maybe take front bathroom control first, because that's 2 times that James just got away with an absolute freebie there, and James is no slouch. Like, you don't, this is not an AWP you're going to walk past.
Yeah, but they're also very smart players, right? So if Floppy keeps getting short for free,
true,
does that not imply that they're playing a watch the boost passively from jail or from back sight?
Well, that's why earlier you saw them go for that nade stack over towards the close wood position, right? And it's difficult to account for exactly what setups are going to be used when, but it helps with conditioning, right? If you're going to throw a couple of those nade stacks to try and blow off players playing on the boost or different peaks that are possible, then you're trying to soften them up and push them into different positions for future rounds. But then it becomes a bit of a mind game. Oh, last round they did the triple nade here, right? And you go, well, I don't think they're going to do it back-to-back rounds, right? There's a bit of calling of the bluff in those situations. Also, it's timing. But we've had quite a few saves already this game, so I hope you all came strapped in for a long un. We're going to use all minute and 55 seconds round after round as it trickles on through, and the second confirmed now for outsiders.
Yeah, they're given to us, so we'll use them.
What do you think that elephant's called?
Nelly.
Ah, of course.
Obviously.
Of course, yeah. Pink trunk. It reminds me of Dumbo. I don't know if everybody at home has seen that movie, but there's quite a curious scene where I think Dumbo's like high.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of sad that we've gotten to the point where Dumbo isn't just, in the fabric of society. I thought everyone was strapped in with Dumbo.
Yeah, I think they're probably into a bit more like Ben 10 these days.
Yeah, or Animal Patrol.
Yeah, that's another one. We need Natu
Paw
on the
Patrol,
line here to
Fudge,
talk about.
that's what it's called.
Yeah. Well, OJ and Natu, they can tweet on in, let us know what the kids are watching.
Cocomelon!
I don't know the reference.
I don't know either. I just know that that is apparently what all the kids are on about. And Peppa Pig.
No more Baby Shark.
Oh yeah, rest in peace.
Well, these retained guns, bolstered again, space taken, similar fashion, 30 seconds bled off the clock, and yet to find action, at least for the complexity's sake. James has not found an opener. He is over towards B right now, and JT's been pushing the issue with some very aggressive jaunts, just walking on up, taking fights, making things awkward as more utility now being limped on out as they keep it very, very quiet here on the outside.
A lot of pressure on Yakinda's shoulders here, Chad. They've just thrown that lurky smoke. He throws one in response, which will indicate presence back. They're not really buckling too far.
Looks like they want to go for this B explode like they did earlier, right? Because they're staying in forward positions right now, hoping for a reaggress. Yakinda calling a lot clear. Fang might even be hearing a couple of these footsteps right now as the bomb is actually coming over towards A. Roughly 40 seconds on the clock right now, and a site has to be picked. Complexity can't
stay in limbo
surely.
forever. I mean, JT is coming in, making a lot of noise, trying to stay sus, and you can see it's kept feet planted. Hopes for long around the smoke. Oh, perfect! The flash, the headshot, Fang into the site, back is turned. Yakinda doubles up. Commands respect, running him down with the Glock no less, and Junior should
he needs help.
Go down, Flit. And now with 10 seconds, JT's got to get his running shoes on. It's so hard. You've got to clear this corner and plant. He's checking the wrong side.
Oh.
5 seconds, just enough time to get it down.
Oh, the flank's there. It's all over.
There. It's all over. Wow, didn't see that rotate coming through. It will be 3 for the outsiders, but yeah, hanging on by a thread there. Jane goes down, nice headshot, but it's the Yakinda double that makes things awkward.
Wow, okay. Well, yeah, look, I can see what they're trying to do right now on the complexity side. And I know it looks a little bit odd to see them taking fights on both sides at the same time, but one of the things that outsiders like to do is they want to get ahead of you, right? They want to get ahead of you here and make sure that they've got the lion's share of their bodies at these bomb sites. But if you're staying threatening and making noise at both sites simultaneously, it means that rotation is going to be more drawn out, as we just saw, right? Yeah. If they were able to trade out Yakinda there, they would have gotten the bomb down and it could have been their round. But the fact that Yakinda got away with 2, this time he gets away with none.
Yeah, and if James hadn't have hit that walloping shots, it could have got interesting. Wow, tracks Fang in the flash.
Look at the rotation as well. 2 more bodies over here with James. Ready to lock this down over towards the A side of the map.
What's the most optimal fun they can get out of this?
Well, hope that a reaggress like this comes their way.
And Floppy does have the opportunity to trade quite nicely. Doesn't, but does get his frags nicely up to 5. And look at that even kill spread. It's about 3 separating top from bottom for the outsiders here into our 8th. Oh wow, the free aim wasn't bad. Junior knew what was up, but unable to quite connect the dots.
Yeah, it also doesn't feel like they're going to be able to send Junior out in a head-to-head to take on old mate James, right? Like, I think that's been one of the biggest critiques here of complexity is the lack of impact that Junior is able to find. And it's never an easy feat to take on James. He's one of the absolute best AWPers in the world, right? Even though his style, not everybody loves it. There's no doubt about his ability.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be a superstar without somewhat of your own game and a defense of it. You know, I fully have maximum respect for James and what he has achieved in this game. 4-4, they've tied it all up. Don't forget the strong start out of Cole, but this is T-side overpass, and you can see the Stream A update there over on that broadcast. You can check out MIBR Astralis. I would be intrigued to see how much MIBR can push them, given Astralis' shortcomings yesterday.
Yeah, look, Astralis, it looked like they fell a little bit flat against Vitality, but it was good to see Vitality playing that level of Counter-Strike with Masuda looking fantastic in the aim department there. Zywoo as well warming into that game. Obviously a lot on the line the first 2 times that the Danes of Supreme Majesty have gone up against their old team since they have joined the French mix. Here we are, the AKs are out, and yeah, James just keeps pipping the post here. He's found Grim, he's found Fang, and now he's found JT. So pick a different scout, find a different round, he'll get you the opener.
Yeah, poor Floppy, he's probably said to JT, mate, they're getting short. You get short for free every round. Go check it out, I'll flash for you. Ends up with an AWP bullet to the belly, and now Junior's taking the bomb out into uncharted waters here. Bang. Oh, bit sketchy from Yakinda. It's good from Junior to trade, but that man advantage maintained. It could get worse. Hard flick to hit. James lucky to get away. 25 back to the site. He will recede.
One of the keys here is once they've identified where that AWP was, they're a little bit slow to take the space off the back of that, right? Like they knew that the AWP was over towards B, and normally they've been stopped by the AWP at long, and they were not ready to take that space back. So James being very versatile right now is putting complexity in an awkward position. Their reactions, they're not able to be as quick as they'd like because of this early conditioning by his picks and positions. And he only has 6 kills, but the way that he's contributed to these rounds right now that they're winning is huge. 3v4.
This is a setup that is, you know, feast or famine. Like, this can go horribly wrong. If the perfect flash comes in, strike from 2 different angles, Kicker and Buster have got it lined up.
Oh, they have to go, they have to go.
And it's surely one. Nice damage. Junior needed the double, cannot deliver. Instead, it's Kicker still kicking. Big frag. Floppy. A 1 versus 3 becomes 1v2. James low. Oh, wow, I like this. I like this a lot. Floppy isolates James, catches him off, flip from the heavens.
Nate's not
going to do anything. Oh, Floppy, huge clutch for complexity. Reads them and they weep. Ooh, yoy, and gets an AWP for Junior, no less.
Bit of a grin on the face there of Floppy as well. What that play was, you could see there trying to get creative with that old flip, and that from poor James got caught completely off guard. Like Floppy swinging that late in the round, you're just expecting him to try and get the bomb down. That's a 1-on-3 situation from Floppy there. Huge round for him.
But does he hear the pin, or is he just assuming that Flit's going to close the gap? Because that is quite a ballsy maneuver from Floppy. He had like 7 seconds as he goes for the fake and wide peek. Okay. Wow, he's been given the opportunity.
There he is again.
Again, Floppy's down. It's James this time. Oh, racking him up. Double from the underpass. Didn't get to see any of that. Whoa. Fang will find one back. Junior and Fang, 2v4. No fun to be had. Cancelled, playtime cancelled by Flip.
It's very, the last round was probably the round that has gone the other way after the opening exchange, right?
I'm gonna like make a new rule because of the way this has been playing out with James and his damn audacious openings. I think we start with the seedings.
We start with James?
We start with James.
We start with James.
Just so we can see if that's going to happen every round, and maybe we'll get to catch one of them on the broadcast.
He's been very good at just finding the openings now, and that right there from Complexity was investing into Mac 10s, and they wanted to change the pace, but they just get mowed on down. This is back and forth now. The money in the bin for Complexity here. And there's in towards Connector. Pops on up in time to chip on into Vikinda there, and then Flip Buster with him off a bucket just to find the final few. But this should be an eco now. Yeah, it is curious to see. I guess maybe taking stock as well as what the investment is going to be on the other side. Right? Where are they at financially? What are we looking at here? Where's their loss bonus at? Just having a look at all those details. Also, this is still a great opportunity for Outsiders to get 10 on the half here. So it hasn't necessarily been the easiest, but they can still take leaps and bounds ahead of Complexity at this point, and likely that was the conversation, because if they were worried about rifles, Flit would have been dropped across an M4. Kicker has 4.6k, right? They could have definitely afforded him to get a silenced M4 during all of this. So they might send Flit forward here. Might not be James going aggressive right now. If they have identified that it is the eco, they might just send the MP9 instead. And it looks like James either setting up the smoke towards B. Yeah, so I don't think we'll be seeing him get stuck into the mix immediately.
Yeah, no stress. Instead, you're going to be seeing that Flit SMG probably get a little bit of a pass. A green light.
Yeah, he's going to get a couple here in Connector, I think.
Unarmored terrorists.
This is the juicy, juicy kills.
Nothing quite like it. Oh, and a nade for good measure by JT. On your head, son. And maybe even an extra 600 bucks if he can connect. Buster's denied. He wants all the frags. He'll take all 4, 3 of which he was supposed to.
Sorry, mate. I'll take those.
Yeah, well, you poor soul. You know, you had the SMG and you get a bullet to the back of your head from a teammate. But that is 6. You already outlined that you're, I wouldn't call it a prophecy, as a perhaps a potential, but 10-5 certainly still attainable. There is a full buy out and about, albeit with a couple of missing nades.
Well, this is where James, again, his potential positioning could find them an opening. He looks like he's heading back over towards B here in the early stages, and a bit of a change up here.
It's nice, because I suppose as long as James is as successfully fragged as he did,
it's boosted here. This is different.
He can just roam and trust Vikinda to hold that whole side of the map.
They currently have nobody watching A.
Yeah.
Which is quite nice, right?
The fear of the peak. Yeah, Vikinda's done it through the connector. He will not be able to return through party, so there's a huge gap that they are yet to identify or punish from Complexity. Look how far forward he is, and they're already walking back.
Yeah, and you're right. Yet to identify is the biggest issue, because you're still worried about James potentially posted up on long right now. And the thing is, he's nowhere to be found. He has rotated back, but he's playing safety net on A site. He has to be cautious as well. Like, it is unknown from both teams, but Outsiders have achieved what they wanted to with that James presence.
Outsiders have won 50% of these 6 rounds from a James opening, including the 2 from Connector and 2 openings from long. So what, you know, look at their setup. They're going 4B early because they know they've conditioned Complexity to just fear it. Fear him. Fear them. 4 on 4 here. A full commitment. Kicker was great on the Deeg last time. He had multiple numbers thrown his way. He's just in that off angle. A release of his crouch key would expose the dome. And Floppy is his first victim. JT unable to trade. And again with these multi-kills. Kicker's so cool. He's calm and he has collected 3. 12-5 for him, top of the table. And that should be a very dead junior. Yeah, you can see his head is on a swivel. He's got multiple angles and multiple opponents closing in. His adversaries remain patient. 15 seconds, Junior. You do want to die, mate.
Yeah, definitely so.
Death is
if you think you're safe,
is ideal.
Nope.
Yeah, wait, don't run up. Yeah, okay. Happy with that.
Kicker has to be happy with his performance over towards B. It's been multiple rounds now that he's been able to just shut them on down, or at least attempt to do so here. So great stuff from Kicker in the early stages of this one here.
Oh, there's 3 multi-kills. He had the jail spray down, he just got another double, and he got the Deagle double when he was tested initially. So, yeah, every time they've come to his site, he seems to be able to put his name in the feed multiple times.
It's good to have him and Buster just anchoring that site together as well, the two of them working tidily together. Now, it is going to be down to pistols here. Now, if I'm going to be honest, 5 rounds on the T side of Overpass I think is actually quite good. But it's the CT side of Complexity that I think will have some wobbles anyway. And when I say quite good, I mean like par for the course of what we would expect from both teams. It's just, if Complexity are unable to convert the pistol and get the first gun round going, I do have some worries about this, because individually speaking, Outsiders have been looking tidy.
Yeah,
They've been looking tidy.
Yeah, and I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but Complexity's rounds, the 5 they accrued were through that opening.
Clutches.
And a clutch.
Yeah, the JT clutch. So
And the floppy clutch.
Yeah, okay. Well, as we recount these rounds, it actually does start to seem a little bit bleak, actually.
You know what would change my mind, Chad? A 4v5 with only Deagles.
Okay. Do you want that this round? Or?
Ideally, if they've got it in them.
Well, how do you feel about the Akinda flank?
That flank ruins all of that. Jump in and throw in nades. They will be slightly paranoid about the flank, but charging in, Akinda will likely pick up the pace, and it's flipped. It might pick up the frags. Yep, mowing them down. There's nothing left of them.
Blanked.
Blanked indeed. Not a point of damage dealt to the outsiders. And 2 more rounds of this defense from them.
Yeah, considering how this started, if it does conclude as a 10-5 half, it's going to feel very deflating for Complexity, but great for outsiders. Bit of a timeout taken here. TC a chance to get on that microphone and have a bit of a chit-chat, because as far as the buy department goes, this is going to be probably one of their last full buys, right? Max loss bonus in play, sure, but unless they're getting that bomb down.
Yeah, I want to know which police supply store has gloves like that.
Yeah, look, you're not going to be doing your job you're not going to be very camouflaged. You're going to be standing out from the pack.
I don't even know if the criminals and assailants would take you seriously with lime green gloves.
And how do you get, like, what, you walk into, you think the commissioner is going, that's okay?
Yeah, man, no, it matches my knife. It's like, why are you taking a knife, sir? We've got batons. What are you doing? Put the incendiary away.
Oh, dear.
But yeah, we are ready to get back underway. This is a big one for Complexity. You know, we start talking 9-6, we start having the opportunity for the conversation of 7.
Yeah, we're cooking.
It's a real half, and it starts here. We can see a bit of a pace change. Look how quick, the nades are already sailing through the sky. Fangin, rather, is going short. Utils to facilitate it, and look at the speed that he has taken short. This first frag, this first engagement is everything. There is good pace behind it, but there is also good players ready to receive. Kick it blind, only for a moment. Smokes defensively. He's locked in the corner, dancing the pillar. Look at the gaps. There's still so many bodies on the site. That's the opening. 2 Fs in the feed. Floppy, Fang, frag. And that should at least facilitate a plant. 6 loots. James snipes, but tagged up in the process. 1 just through the corner. Should lead to a round here. He's already on his way out.
Of course he is. This is the one where I want James to... Exactly. This is the type of round where I want him to give it a crack. Kicker has 10k. They're going to get the loss bonus of 1,400 into the next, so it's not going to be a lot, but you know what James is thinking about, mate.
It can't be. I don't believe he goes to bed with refreshing his KD. He doesn't do that. That's not a thing.
Yeah, look.
It's a thing.
It's probably a thing.
Yeah, it is.
Because why else? I can't think... Unless he is... Okay, all right, let's build it. He's gone around the world. He wants to do some damage, get a couple of kills, and he will. So this is good. Okay, James.
And he might even, we're not going to get fed anymore. But he did go around the world to find 1 more and survive. So it's better for the KD.
And he picked up an AK for one of his teammates. So there you go. See, we spoke too soon.
Yeah, you have to see how that 4D chess has played in his brain. It's got plenty of cash and an AK-47 for the CT side that's otherwise unpurchasable. So a nice play out from Jane. We've got to give him patience, got to trust the process.
Yeah, well, it does take a while to turn water into wine, so give him a moment or 2.
Yeah, not for Jesus. He can do it in a moment. That was what you were doing. You were doing a Jesus reference, weren't you? Yeah, I got it now.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, just cogs are turning.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
Now. All right, well, we got the 6. Let's see if that potential 7 we discussed is even up for debate. Those opening kills from Jane were a problem. Akinda taking a fight over towards the fountain. No one home just yet.
They would have scaled A right now, right? It has changed. The Puppet Master initially was outsiders with James Orpix pulling the... Oh, this nades, that could be nice.
He just left. Kick it. Safe and sound from the double nade. Could have been his demise. Instead, lives on. Healthy as can be.
Hard clear for Fang here.
Very hard clear. He has got Junior. This could go one of 2 ways. That's the bomb. This could be the whole round. Fang either has to respond to Junior's...
Junior's not aware. He's not ready for this at all.
And yeah, Fang needed that. The round is at least still up for debate.
Yeah, nobody's close enough here to try and lock down the bomb, but doesn't matter. Buster forward, Grim down, more aggression coming, and Buster wants it all. JT on the trade. It's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, this gets interesting. The bomb will scoop back and head back to B. JT got to call the shots here. Information hasn't been flowing. Safe assumption 1-1 split. James happy to take an extended line.
No way Fang's ready for this, Alex.
He can if he gets across. Oh, James giving it up. A rarity. A little bit of a misplay, and now it's up to Flit. He's got to get his socks pulled up and rotate. The flashes will be very indicative of where he's coming from.
Oh, they got no idea. They're looking the wrong way.
Oh no! Oh, Fang pulls it across the line.
Wow.
That was a bare bones pull out of nowhere. We do see Complexity close the gap to an 8-7 half.
A good half, okay?
Yeah.
But 10-5 would have been a great half for Outsiders, and 8-7 is a great half for Complexity here. If they can get themselves into this pistol round, they are starting to grab some control of this game. And positively speaking, in those last few rounds, the individuals started to step up with some good moments. We had the JT clutch, that was more about time. We had the floppy clutch, that was more about aim. And then you see Fang on some good trades, JT doing the same, individuals starting to whir and get involved into the game. I even like the pep in their step to take a bit more aggression. They're putting Outsiders under the pump here, but now they trickle on over towards this T side and to start throwing a couple of rounds on the board of their own. The buy's coming on in. James has a smoke and a molly, smoke and a flash for Flit.
Can we try and play the game of identifying exactly what Outsiders are theory crafting with this T pistol? We'll see what they shape it up with and see what their ideas look like. But they have got 2 smokes on this T pistol. Junior has a cursory glance and does get spotted out.
I think default heavy early, allow Buster to work because the USPs want to take these type of fights. But Floppy is fully committed here, Alex. He will have to take Jules. There's no way out.
Is Yakinda going to consider it? Yes, and a nice push does finish the job. Floppy does not voice too much of a concern. 50 damage dealt. Junior responsible for a lot here. He's not calling for backup, and that should be enough. That should be enough. If he goes for a repeat, he's being run down. A great flash.
Needs one.
Hard shots, doesn't hit any of them. Yakinda's being whittled away at. Nice shooting out of JT. And another duel. Buster's now met his maker, and we've got a 4v3. It did kind of fall apart there. They're going to have to readdress and reshape back to toilets.
That's all on JT. That flash, that set that up there has given Junior a second lead to life right here, but they're clawing on through the bathrooms. They still have this utility right now for an execute on towards the site, and that flash of JT's already been used, so now they're just going to need to do it with bullets and bodies alone. They've taken a bit more of a passive stance. They've given up a lot of space over towards this site, and actually, Outsiders are giving up a lot of time. They're trying to get this P250 and a USP, so upgrading their pistols, but time, biggest worry right now, definitely the biggest issue. 30 seconds, where are they going?
Complexity are asking the same thing. I mean, they've just left Junior jumping for info, and oh, there you go, get some.
Well, it has to be A now, surely. 20 seconds.
Someone needs to start to rotate. The smoke towards the bin will bloom. Junior needs 1. Smoke bank, full util dump. This has to be it. 10 seconds, lads. Flit's just got the headshot. Oh, and Kicker gets another. They're doing it with what second to spare. Flit punching in the digits. Grim can't finish Flit, and now a 2-on-2 established. They do have the kit around the site. JT died with it. Flit dancing Optimus does meet his maker in Fang. James now looking to go 1v2. Kit retrieved. Tickle on that. James knows they don't have the kit across. Grim does get across now with it. Established and peeking. Oh no, he's isolated. The James! And James comes up clutch for the Outsiders. They turn that man disadvantage around. And they take it. 9 on the board.
Classic Outsiders. Classic Outsiders. 30 seconds left on the clock. There's no indication of what bomb site they're going to hit. They call for a late round execute in an number disadvantage situation and hit the necessary shot. It's like as the time gets lower, they get a buff.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, yeah, okay, well, this is crunch time. This is do or die. And this is where Outsiders get across the line, taking those fights. And that is massive. You can see Dustar knows what that means. A huge round to win for James right there.
Yeah, they are warriors. They are. And they make us worry, for sure, as well. But they just have such a cool head on their shoulders.
I can't believe that they wanted to take that fight as well against James instead of trying to tap and just defuse the bomb and draw him out wider. Right? That was a curious one right there.
The advantage is on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he has to... he's hearing that sound and he doesn't have answers. That's on him to go hunting. But yeah.
Even if with Grim, right, you were right. They didn't know the kit was there. But once the bomb gets tapped, right, if Grim doesn't peek, right, and hides, well, James has to go in to the bomb.
Investigate.
Right? So even if they didn't have to sit the bomb, but they could have tried to call the bluff and at least draw him into the fight. But, you know, I don't know if they overplayed the situation, but James won it out right there. Big round for him to win.
I think it's easy to get flustered as well when you're up against James in those clutches.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this. Bit of proactivity from our CTs. You can see full short control, and Grim's going to get into that powerful angle. angle, but they've completely left the site open. And look how quick the outsiders are in. Kickert is the one to lead them straight through, and so early. With full control of it, Buster's even got the monster covered. What are you supposed to do? It's a full role reversal. Look at this.
Yeah, I think get through connector and save, because this one here is not going to go easy whatsoever.
Kickert's going to be ready for you. Watch how quick this goes down.
Another heaven smoke too.
Oh, do you just go again? I think you might be onto something, Chad. Everyone's getting out of there. Wow, that is the easiest round of Counter-Strike that the outsiders will get to play. They walk in, Kickert is screaming, no one home, lads. Absolutely no one.
They condemn them to the sewer position, Raz. Like, yeah, that's fine. We don't plant there. That's not a bomb site. You can actually have that territory for free. Don't worry about it, guys. And we will grab 10 now. It wasn't in the first half, but outsiders with this pistol and conversion. This is similar scenes to how the first half went. Remember, Complexity picked up the pistol. Then the second round, it was just one kill onto Yakinda. It was a full save for everybody else on outsiders. And then they had a double dip attempt, which was actually very potent. Remember how much damage they were able to do. They took away all the rifles from Complexity in the third round of that first half. Let's see if Complexity can put their dugs in the right place this time round to find a bit more impact. You may as well give it a crack, knowing you will be getting the guns out in the following.
All right. Another second attempt at this half buy.
We'll forget about the last.
We're just here. We'll have another go. Oh, JT, he's holding that keyboard. Even though he was flashed, maybe Buster will not be accounting for it. Good chance, good headshot. It will do. But it is unfortunate that they still leave with that man disadvantage. Complexity already down in the dumps. All outsiders have to do now is regroup, trade efficiently, use that numbers advantage, and commit to the side before the clock reaches 0.
And look at all the util right now. Actually, the key point of what you just said there is the clock reaching 0. So we are going to sit back and wait for some time. This is just classic for outsiders here. They are trying to avoid the risk, right? By pushing in, there could be some gaps, and you see they're trying to account for all those gaps right now by turtling up and hoping that an info play from the CTs comes their way. Bit of an indication now that there still are some members leering out towards the backyard, some util up and over the top.
I'd even argue that's just them being diligent to try and see if there's a single smoke left. You know, like, have you got anything that could screw us up?
And now they can just walk on in.
But still quite disconnected. So Kicker, look, he's willing to take this kind of on his own. Yakinda is in tow.
I do love this position he's found himself in, though, because once the util is already in the sky and they've noted he's already in their face. So as long as Fang doesn't blow his head off here, Kicker should be in.
And Grim does nothing. Only the one from the Deeg of Fang. It's a floppy clutch. He's had one. He's had his fill.
We talk about the clock running out. Look at this, 19 seconds. Bomb still yet to be planted.
They're like pinging it. Where is it? Okay.
Bomb has been planted.
They actually don't know where he is. There is a little bit of doubt here, and oh, there's the warning shot. Certainty is found, and so is the frag. So 11 for outsiders. Starting to get ever closer to that 16, but it's a T start that's looking very, very threatening. Gonna have to see some evidence from Complexity here. I mean, Overpass is the map for CT aggressive maneuvers. That time, of course, with the pistols doesn't quite work out. Buster dealing with them comfortably.
I'm just curious, can you call upon Junior to find those opening kills like you saw from Jame in the first half? Well, you need to.
Yeah, you need to. He needs to, for sure.
That's the job of the CT Opera on a map like this.
You've got so many options. It's one of my favorite maps to just get to run around, get to call your own shots, especially facilitated by some teammates. You can see Junior and JT. This is the setup. JT more so than that of Junior, but Buster's being loud about this playground play, and the smoke. Util dump from JT. Oh, that's horrible. He did so much to ensure safe passage out of party and still loses his head.
That's wild. He's so worried about that Buster jump up there. You can see on the slide, just looking for exactly that information. Then the panic of the Util to get out, blindsided in the side of the head. And now, yeah, there it is. Okay, Junior doing exactly what he has to do, but this is the difference. Complexity didn't feel the feed after the long kill, getting aggressive towards B. Floppy's found Kicker, and this is going to send outsiders towards A, surely.
This is all on Flit. It rides on Flit here. If Yakinda's going to... Oh, nice wallbang connection. Finished by Grim. It is Flit finding space, though. Now the bomb's still in limbo, and Jame connects onto Junior. It keeps him so much guessing, and that's the one to determine it. Jame in a clutch. They're not going to surely give it up again. It's the same two. Grim and Fang, they gave up the pistol clutch, and now Jame again disrupts the pair. isolates the Jewel, and Grim v Jame
Ahead of it.
ahead of the Flames. That's actually lovely for the play, and with such low HP, Grim will profit, not going to fall foul twice to that Jame 1 versus 2. Compulsory 8th now on the board for Cole.
And good stuff from Junior, right? He found the kill he had to. JT there, a bit unfortunate in his death. We were still talking about that, this one right here. But a great fight from Junior. The wall bang was great. This was very, very tidy out of Floppy there at range. But a good beer for back and forth rounds here. It wasn't even kills in a linear fashion. They were all across the map. It wasn't just a site take. And both teams reacting to the information coming their way. So a very proactive round from both.
But I do, and I don't, it's easy for us as commentators to read too much into pauses. But I mean, just seeing outsiders, this is a best of 1. It's a competitive scoreline, and they have used 3 timeouts already. I think, if anything, this is just a reminder of the amount of pressure on the players' shoulders, you know, the expectations they have of themselves, the expectations they have from their teammates and their coach. It is going to be something that they are feeling, just knowing that this is, you know, this is potentially going to put you in the best of 3s for elimination.
Yeah, my philosophy has always been, and when I say always been, not when I was a player, since I've moved onto this side of the screen, that if you have the 4 timeouts, why not take them, right? Like, you may as well use them, right? Of course, you want to save them if things get dire, but if things are starting, you're 5-0 down, you're 6-0 down, take a timeout, have a breather. Yeah. Even if you think that the game plan hasn't had a chance to marinate yet, give yourself a 30-second breather.
I can't imagine this much more frustrating than losing a 16-8 and realizing you had 4 timeouts.
Yeah, exactly. It can be...
it happens too quick,
just
you know?
A conference, right? Just a bit of a chat. But this buy right now from Complexity, sure, they saved the AWP, but light on is Floppy, famous for him. JT down to an MP9. If they can hold on to this round, they can claw themselves back into this half here. Otherwise, Outsiders are going to take a bit more of a commanding lead. Oh, flashed off. Kinder's actually just dipped straight down towards the connector here.
He used that flash just to get through. Perhaps the element of surprise, there's no CT that's going to be particularly punished for it, but this setup, Grim and JT, it definitely looks like it has the potential to really disrupt anything they try towards toilets.
The problem is Buster's passed. Now, if they want to rotate down to try and go fast connector, Buster will punish this.
Oh, that was really not far off, and good from JT to activate. Gets the info on Buster as well, so not only taking out your Kinder. Oh,
they won't expect a second here, especially they saw Junior.
Oh, huge advantage. The Shadow betrays Buster entirely, and now Flit has to commit elsewhere. They are setting sights on B, and at the moment, an isolated defender resides. It's Floppy. Fang has provided some overwatch from heaven. Smoke. Fang spotted. Information exchange, and they will actually choose to back away with 25 seconds left. This is going to be a classic Outsiders here.
Yeah, could be a save or could be a 3-man through monster play here.
With 2 flashes now. It's all onto James flashes. In. 10. Push. And 1 from Floppy. Fang has saved them. That's enough. And that will close this gap. You were talking about it, Chad, but we will go again. This looks like it's going to go the full 30.
Yeah, classic. It's going to be classic here to see this approach, and you'll understand exactly what James is doing. If they're going to get the kills, he'll follow on through, and he can come in late with that AWP. It's about clearing a house on that bomb site there. But that was a nice bit of a gamble to play 3 towards A from Complexity there, right? And JT's second push, it felt a little bit desperate, but in hindsight, it actually lured them in. You could see Buster there not ready for a second man because Junior had already been identified towards the divider position with that AWP. So really good stuff. And now Complexity get back into a full buy just against this saved AWP. And I say just, we need to give it a bit more respect because if James can continue to find openings here, he's been great on the CT side with it, running through the flames, risking this for a quick maneuver.
I do love it when James risks it for a biscuit. He's already got himself through the flames, posts up on long for any aggressive CTs. But of course, with the context and the understanding of your opponent's economy, this is the round you do want to cage yourselves a little bit.
Yeah, try not to lose 3 kills, right? If 2 people go down, that's okay, right? It's going to still put you in that buffer zone. Kicker is also, like, it doesn't look like he's doing a lot, but he can call out sound cues, he can call out smokes. He's just a bit more of an information gatherer here. Junior, you need to be very careful right now, mate.
He's sticking around with audacity on this kid, and he gets tagged up on the retreat. God, James, it's really not far off the mark on every pot shot.
They're going to scale long quickly. They know the AWP was in front bathrooms. It has to hightail it back leg, so they can take a lot of space right now over towards A and set James up for a site pick.
Fang is going to have to do something to slow them down. Now, at the 50-second mark, if he can just wait an extra 10 and get that smoke long, he will be feeling very confident. Flashes to keep the feet planted. James, the only real contributor. What am I saying? Your Kinder's Deeg is in play, and it works wonders.
Buster's in his favorite spot as well, pushed all the way up long here.
Yeah, and it's a hard clear. You have to go really wide to get that information, and you get oh, he's been spotted out, and will just get run on down, but there's no one else home. JT is screaming right now, ringing the alarm bells. Get ready on A. A retrieved weapon, an AK now in play as well. Flit will have the Kevlar to make this a real threat. And Fang, oh, he's going to go down. It's Yakinda again on the Deeg, doing what he does best. Another miss from Junior, and that is the end of that.
This is a terrible round to lose.
Oh, wow, they had one weapon, Chad. 2 pistols. Floppy's only got the one. JT, can you be the hero? Baby. He's got to long problems now. And yeah, you've got the kit. You haven't really got the hope. Both playing the passive lines. You're not going to get these fights, JT. James communicating up a storm as well. It'll be Flit first contact, likely. Fires off a warning shot. Flit will walk on up. Wait for the second. James happy to get this information and just take the head-to-head. Yeah, complexity. That one might be a timeout. Just take 30 seconds just to discuss where things went wrong, because that one is inexcusable in a best of one.
Yeah, you can't lose that. That right there is probably the map, to be quite honest with you. To lose a round like this, considering the circumstances of a saved AWP and 2 deagles. That was literally it. And it all started off with Junior getting leg shot in the bathrooms, hanging around, right? What did we see James do when they knew they were up against the eco on the other side? He was playing much more of a passive position with the AWP. Junior was on his own in an aggressive position, unable to really get away with a lot right there. And this is going to be them in the bin right now, as Outsiders will take their 4th and final timeout here. It is going to be the buyback in from Complexity. This is them going all in. This is the shove of the chips into the center of the table. And what they have to offer is 3 flashes and a smoke for the defense. So they need to get it and find fights. They need to make sure that they can be active for these duels.
And again, unfortunately, the win condition is Junior does something flamboyant and aggressive, finds an opening kill in the same way we saw James win 4 rounds off 4 openings.
Precisely.
We need that from Junior. That is compulsory. If you want to see a 10th, if you want to get back into this half, if you want to recover from that, for lack of a better word, embarrassing last round.
Look how good it is right now for Outsiders here. 17 Jame on the high end, but the low end's Flit with 13. Everybody else is in between, so it's quite the team effort to pull them to this 12-round scoreline right here, right now from Outsiders, and they're continuing to put the punishment down range. Now, we saw this before on a force by round. They get this space, sure, but what are you going to do with it?
Nice angle. Suboptimal result.
Yeah, that was a dry swing around the corner as well. Like, it hurts, but when you're comparing the two and the impact that was found, you can see where the holes are.
Oh, crosshair was bang on. Floppy does duck under the Yakinda hunt. I'd be giving up on that as well. Yeah, okay. Time to reposition, rejig, and a nice flash push. That is going to change the pace. A man advantage seized by virtue of Floppy and JT.
Look at the bomb on James just pivoting all the way back. They're worried about this territory they've conceded through connector here. So, of course, they're going to buy it all the time. Patience is a virtue. That's the Outsiders slogan. And the bomb might even head over back towards B. They have all this forward presence towards bathrooms, right? So they know that it is likely Complexity are tucked in more passively towards the site. And as Flit, the point man, clears out over towards this B side of the map, they still have enough utility to regather, regroup, and go for a bit of a set piece wherever they want. Outsiders and trying to get ahead of it. Complexity rotating back across the world. This would be one way to get yourself back in a light buy victory of your own.
And this one's not going to be dry. Junior, cooked. Medium, well done.
It's going to force the rotation as well back on over. They're going B. They're killing the Junior, like, it means nothing.
At least Fang is kicking up a storm, and with 10 seconds, if he could do one more, that bomb may not go down. This round is just hanging on this defuse. One headshot, it does it, and that should be it. JT just needs to survive. He's taking the fight. What happened? Oh, there must have been a second on it. I swear to God, it was like 7 as they're planting. Another red face for Cole. 5 tomatoes in blue jerseys.
Oh no.
The comms just aren't there, are they?
Oh no. That one, if the loss to the pistols didn't hurt, the pistol and the AWP round didn't hurt enough, that one definitely will.
Or the misplayed 1v2, yeah, on the first. There's a couple that you can point out in that demo review that just hurt. I need to see the time on that. I'll watch that one back afterwards. Let's see if there's any life left in Cole, because it would be it's a mammoth task to kind of reset your mental after what these guys have had to stomach.
Yeah, it's not like they haven't had opportunities here. Not able to connect the dots in this one, and now one at a time, getting picked on up. The 14th round from Outsiders, more than in their grasp. Junior, Floppy, Fang, hoping to get anything done. Flash over the top, lines on up. Junior goes down, Yakinda forward. Now the flash work is perfect. The corner clearing maybe not so much. It's going to give Fang a chance, but Yakinda says no, no, no. It's just Floppy. A man who's been tidy in the clutch, but in a one-on-five with just a Deagle would have to do something. Oh, the worldly right here. That's a nice shot to kick off proceedings, but the bomb now can just go over towards B. You need to find some more, and quickly. Got more warning shots in the direction here of James. And he's worried about here, there, and everywhere. Poor Floppy. The bomb has gone down. The 40 seconds has begun, and if he doesn't start fighting his way out now, then... well, we know which way this one's going. There it is, 14 confirmed. This one really does feel like it's just simmered on out now. A competitive first half. 8-7 scores on the doors. Opportunities here within the second. Complexity just dropping the ball in too many occasions. Will take their third timeout of the 4. Give Outsiders an opportunity now to have Dust Done have a bit of a chit-chat and chip on in.
And TC as well just probably has to whip out the joke book, you know, get a giggle out
try
of
and lift the morale somehow. Yeah. Just feels hollow now, doesn't it? Because it could have been quite a heated up match, right? You consider Complexity. Yeah, if they won that round against the saved AWP, then go into the next. It's a it's a back. They're starting to establish an economy here. It's really just you can see this.
Yeah, a vacuum
windy
is formed
road.
in the second half. I think you have to start looking at I mean, two names. It's Grim and it's Fang. In terms of a realistic turnaround, these lads just have to just have the leash loosened. I didn't say that 5 times fast.
Yeah, that's a tongue twister.
Yeah, have that leash loosened. There we go.
We should know a lot about that.
Yeah, we certainly should with our recent escapades. It's awoken something in both of us.
And the internet, apparently.
And the internet. I'm proud. Now then. Round 24. Where were you when Complexity was killed?
They'll be down in the 1-2 column, and sure, the best of threes will start to ensue from here, and we need to see what the matchups are going to look like for them, but it is going to be quite the mountain to climb here.
Ooh, just a nice little off angle for that junior peak that was last round.
And now he's over towards Long on the flower pot here. Now, we did see him find success from this position. Let's see if a kill comes his way. Right now, it's very static from Outsiders. No need to really get ahead of yourselves. And they're super diligent, right? A lot of teams, if they played this slow, you would just lock them out late. But Outsiders just have this ability to be able to break on through in the last 20 seconds. And if you haven't heard us say it enough, it really needs to be stated, because this playstyle that they have, you're not getting away with all the crazy business early. When it kicks on off, they just smash down the door, and there it is. Kick it in.
Yeah, suddenly you have to react to their pace that they set. Again, Yakinda trades. It's up to Grim now. Fang with only the one to contribute. The flames are coming. He's blind. He's going to be burning. It's a bit wide, and it enables a chance. Grim shy. It's just Yakinda now. He's got himself 2 on the entry. A lovely pop flash denies and enables the cross. And yeah, this is them crossing the T's. Dotting the I's, a nice denial through the box, at least extends play. Junior would have to do that again as the bomb gets retrieved now. You got it again onto Flit. One more of those.
Oh, Buster's calling this out.
No more of those? No.
No more of those here, I think. As Buster, do you want to knife him?
I don't know if that's a...
Oh, not on the menu here today. He turned, he's spotted, but he is dead. James finishes it off 15. Now one more for Outsiders, and 2,900 as the loss bonus. This one should be all over Red Rover.
Okay. Boys from Complexity get one last opportunity. Until the last opportunity tomorrow. But last opportunity in this game, of course, 1-1.
I just wouldn't want to watch this VOD back.
Oh, no.
Because it's mistakes that you know that you made and how you made them.
What are you supposed to, you know, the takeaways are, so you knew you did that wasn't great, and then you go, yeah, and then you kind of finish the demo review.
Yep, okay.
All right, not much to learn or take away. If anything, you could probably just learn about the Outsiders default and maybe try and steal a little bit of the nuggets that you like.
Well, they've gone for the sewer aggression again. James plucked off one. His opening kill category must be brimming right now. He's had a great game of things, old James. Up to 23 kills. Only died 5 times. So making sure he's keeping that stat line exactly how it should look for
yeah, immaculate.
The James time.
Victor win, and JT does. Okay, and now with Floppy and Grim established in the crossfire, you are going to see some more damage dealt by JT. They're getting a bit horny, pushing through. Kick it allowed to punish another. Floppy, however, keeps us interested. Look at this kind of ships in the night scenario. Junior up long.
Could catch Jame on the way back, but Buster's ready, more than ready.
Buster's job is to check this. Oh, it works so well.
Good night,
It works
Sweet Prince.
So well. Junior's not anticipating that. They're so ready for it.
And they can pick either site here. Floppy has to stay quiet on this rotation, otherwise he gives up the position. They're just cascading into the site very quickly. James being dropped the bomb. Buster's going to fortify the site. And I think Floppy might just try and push through on a timing here. Yeah, that'll be it. Buster takes him down. Easy as you like, 16-9. And Outsiders get it done. They put themselves in the 2-1 category right now. So this is great. One more game away from locking this team into the Legends category, and a team that I think we'd love to see going up against the Cloud9s, the Heroics, the Na'Vis of the world right here on what could be their last hurrah. But regardless of good CS today, should be some smiles on the faces. They played a clean game. Last time around, it was 16-8 versus Complexity on Overpass earlier in the year. This time, 16-9. So Complexity did one round better, but in stakes like this, you'd be wanting to get a little bit more.
Yeah, no, I think what's probably the most frustrating part is that first half, and for the majority of the game, it felt like we had a real, trading places. It felt like it was a very fair and even game. They were pushing Outsiders. They were winning clutches of their own. They were admittedly losing them, but yeah, just completely had the air sucked out of the room, and incredibly hard in a best-of-1 environment when you've got such a consistent adversary. Like, how are you going to reset your mental when Outsiders aren't going to let off the gas?
Yeah, for sure. And I think here, when we look back at some of the highlights, you'll see what the positives were for Outsiders on the CT side. It was the multi-kills that they were able to get away with, and they didn't even have a great CT half. Right? Let's be honest, it wasn't a fantastic CT half at all. And the rounds that you recounted them multiple times, it was kick at multi-kills, it was Jame opening picks, and that's where the conversions came on in for this team of Outsiders here. It was the T side where it was brewing, and they just won those key rounds, right? When you look at how the game flowed on out, the fact that they won the round with the saved AWP and Deagles, that was the one that think should have had it done and dusted. Yeah, that one right there. But then the follow-up round that came on through, and then Complexity battled back in a massive way to look good to close it, and then they fumble and drop the ball there in those final dying chaotic seconds with the comms. A rough one to swallow, and when JT, the in-game leader, is your highest rated player, that's not what you want to see. It's great if he can get, I guess James, the in-game leader on the other side, screw it. In-game leaders for both teams here.
Nah, but yeah, I think it's a different comparison. You can see the man of the match on your screen, and when you have a KD like that, you certainly can't really complain. He did manage to deliver everything you expect out of Jay. Mr. Consistent does it again, and Outsiders now 2 opportunities, 2 best of 3s to go ahead and take themselves through to the next stage of competition. You're right, though. I would love Outsiders Cloud9. I would love an Outsiders Heroic. Give me some of that.
Yep. And now we got Eternal Fire, Spirit, Outsiders, and if you go to the A stream right now, you can catch MIBR taking on Astralis. We can hear them right now getting loud, so that tells me MIBR are making a bit of a comeback. If you want to find out who else is going to join the 2-1 bucket, who else is going to go down to the 1-2 bucket, go and do that right here, right now.
Yeah, and if you do stay tuned, we are going to get to watch a best of 3, and we may be sending home the first team of the PGL Antwerp Major IHC Renegades up next.
I've grabbed Turtle from MIBR for the Pick'ems Challenge, but first of all, congratulations on making it to your first major. How does it feel to be here?
Thanks so much. It's incredible to be here. It's my first major. It's the first time I played the qualify, the minor. So for me, it's more the best days of my life to be here.
But we've got to talk about your Pick'ems. Have you actually filled this out on your CSGO account yet?
No, I don't make my pick-in, but I like this so much, and I can do now. It's perfect. It's perfect. I like to start with 3-0 and then finish with the 0-3 team.
Okay then, 3-0.
3-0 for me, NC.
NC. All right.
My 3-0. The other teams, G2, Astralis, Vitality, MIBR, Imperial, Liquid, Eternal Fire, and the 0-3 is the Complexity.
Complexity. Oh, so Liquid over Complexity. Any particular reason why?
No particular reason. I think Complexity, they are a good team, really, but I think in when they play against European teams, they don't play very well. They don't perform so well. So It's not because they are badly, it's because the major, they have the 24 teams here, so everyone is good. I think we are in the same level today. We play against them 2 times. We win the first time, we lose the second. Then we have the same chance. I think we are 50-50.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
It's crunch time, folks. IHC Renegades, a best of 3, and it's for their major life on the line. I actually have an Australian with me.
Yeah.
I brought one from home.
To commiserate what will probably be another Renegades loss.
Chadney, we have to talk about Renegades, but before we do, I want to bring up the schedule. Just
Okay.
get everyone on the same page, make sure you understand where we are and what's going on. 2 streams running simultaneously. We're hanging out here on the B stream. If you want to check out the main stream, MRBR Astralis did just conclude, and you can see the scores on the doors. This was at the start of the day. Have they been updated?
Yes, they have indeed. Yeah, you can see Astralis obviously got over MIBR just there, getting themselves in that 2-1 bucket. Right here, we're just hoping for survival for the likes of Renegades, Team Liquid, 9Z, and IHC, and those are the games that are going to be covered on the B stream for the remainder of the day. But some interesting matchups that are going to be likely taking place tomorrow here. But look, I want to just glue in on this Renegades 0-2 at this situation, right? They've had a real rough go of things. They've won 11 rounds total over the 2 maps they've played. It's been terrible. I'm not going to mince words here. It's been really bad to watch. They have not impressed me even in the slightest. And I feel now going up against IHC, the team that dumpstered them over there at the RMR to qualify as the first Mongolian team for a major ever, going up against them right here, right now again, they need to show something better than last time around, because on their own map choice, they got owned 16-4.
By IHC.
Yeah.
And that was not long ago. That's like the 16th of April. You know, like, we really aren't that far away from that. And yet Renegades, not only that, seem to have kind of lost form and gotten more disconnected and discombobulated.
Since the addition of Liaz, an individual with lots of experience, who went deep within a major with the lineup with Azza and JKS and that whole mob. But this here, look, I understand that Renegades haven't had the opportunities in the last couple of years to travel as much due to the whole global situation that we had going on. But this is the most experienced team that Australia has to offer. And right now, this just ain't it, Chief. This is really, really rough to watch. And look, as somebody who's, you know, backs them because they're from my home country and I want to see the next generation doing well, they need to find their form. They need to find some flavor here, because 11 rounds over 2 maps, and we're not even talking about some of the best teams in the Challenger stage. We're talking about Eternal Fire and Fours. I'm not talking about Vitality or Astralis or any of those big names like that. Yeah, exactly right. They lost 16-2 to Eternal Fire.
Yeah, no,
it's just not good enough.
But, I mean, you know, as I said to Nafly in the bar yesterday, everyone has a bad day.
That's true. That is true.
And you have to remember that though it looks very damning. The score lines, the frag distribution, the teams in which you have been a little beaten up by, it could, being the operative word, have been a bad day in the office. You know, like, you sit down, you've had a better breakfast. Or a bad year in the office. Yeah, but, you know, maybe they've gone out, they've had some vitamin D, they're feeling a bit frisky, and it's a best of 3 up against IHC, looking like gangsters. It's going to be my first opportunity to cast these guys, the first to make history for Mongolia.
Yeah, and it was great watching these guys play. You've obviously got 9, Cabal, Score in the mix here, Techno, 4K, and Blitz, coached by Mara. And I think that this team, one of the things that was striking, and there's only 4 teams throughout the Asian RMR, but what the positive was they had a great fundamental base. They could definitely shoot, right? We never question, can individuals from the Asian region aim? Yes, of course they can, but it's about the way that they ply their trade. And they just had a very strong fundamental base throughout this, right? Default heavy, slow paced, and then just really destroying Renegades. As I mentioned, 16-4 on Renegades map choice in Mirage. The opening map IHC picked was Inferno, and they won that 16-10. So going into this, they're going to be having so much confidence. But I would assume, and hopefully safely so, that Renegades won't pick into Mirage again, that they might try and steer clear of that domain.
Yeah, well, I asked you just before we got live, I was asking, you know, do they play Ancient? You told me second phase it was removed in their head-to-head, as we discussed, 16th of April at the RMR. So my question just is going to be, you know, this is going to be Renegades, I would imagine, trying to find a counter to the veto, to the team that they played up against not too long ago, just last month.
If I was IHC, I would probably safely pick Inferno again, just because the way they approach the map. I think it wouldn't be too bad of a pick here. But then if you're Renegades, go into something, try and flex on the map pool here a little bit. So it will be the Inferno pick. They've gone with Dust 2. That's a map where Renegades can find a bit of success. Ancient still removed in the second phase, Nuke gone, and that's going to leave us with the third and final of Mirage. So if it does go the distance, this is as normy as the map pool could possibly get right here. I want to point out this is our first best of 3 of the Challenger stage, right? This will also be our first team eliminated. So we have the honor, I suppose, to send the first team home, as it were.
Yeah, well, there's probably going to be a couple of you tuning in because of that 0-3 prediction. You know, I don't want to throw you under the bus, Chad, but what was your pick'em 0-3?
I put 9Z.
Okay, well, tomorrow, but not tomorrow, next game.
Next game against Liquid,
on this stream, we will see Liquid 9Z, if that one is going to be met. I had IHC.
Okay.
Which is a kind of is sad to say, considering that they've already looked like this story could come to a close day 2 of the major. It's bleak for both of them. A quick roster rundown if you're unfamiliar. Renegades on this CT start. Inns, Hats, Sicko, Alistair, and of course Liaz, the newest addition. We've got Score, Blitz, 9, Cabal, and Techno 4K. We get to see them bringing it out into Inferno. This is their home turf. Expect to see IHC. Oh, actually expect to see Liaz with a little bit of aggression, a spot of it. He's got partners in crime for this, 2 of them maneuvering down. Sicko in tow, nice jiggle, nice goosh. Techno already has put a bullet into the head of Liaz, and there's another duel going on elsewhere. Look at the fight, they're taking him, and happy to click heads. Techno, he takes 2. Alistair will put 1 in the feed for the Renegades. A team kill already gone down for Renegades.
That's a nice shot.
More like it from Alistair. Okay, Inns. Lot on his plate here. 3 approaching, encroaching, a well-placed incendiary, tags them up, some body shots, but the flames just bring him down to 1. He lives on. Need to see that plant now. Blitz does put it down. Gap on the smoke. It's an opportunity and a good one, but goes awry. Some damage inflicted. You need to see some lethality. Inns has got 4 HP. What's he supposed to do?
Might have to put his body on the line here for Alistair.
Yeah, just draw some crosshairs. Push together. Blitz does meet the headshot. Time sensitive, he isn't going to do the damage necessary. Got to clear Emo, worried about the back, and that's the end of that. IHC, they started strong and finish as well.
It looked like that wallbang there might have came on in, right, but crouched just to avoid the damage on through that second orange box right there, but started well for Renegades, and then when it got chaotic, it all fell apart. Alistair was the only one to do anything lethal, and Hat starts off in a -1 column here with that TK next to his name. So not the start that Renegades were looking for here, but cleaned up by IHC. Now, I actually had the pleasure or displeasure, I suppose, it depends on how you want to frame it, of watching IHC dumpster Renegades over there at the RMR. Then Renegades had to take on Tyloo in what was an absolute barn burner of a game. I think that one was brought to you by actually Harry and Blair. Blair jumped on the cast for a bit of a game over there. Yeah, so that was a bit of a chaotic matchup. But here, nicely illustrated, a couple of HE grenades left on the ground, ready and raring to go to deploy towards middle if they want to make their way back up. And here's the thing, Renegades, you must have studied the demo. You must now come in with an approach of how you want to deal with IHC.
I started a theory, Chad. I haven't said it out loud yet, but I think some teams are using sprays so they can remember where they left grenades.
Okay. That's an interesting thought.
It contrasts, and you can either just pinpoint quickly where you left it. It's on the spray for your teammates, you know?
All right, that's an interesting theory.
Thank you. Let's see if it actually continues to be looking like it's being demonstrated. For now, though, this is the IHC looking for that 2-0 conversion. They are up against the armoured pistols. Alistair, the exception in pursuit of Orping later. Good flashes. They are jumping into the Deagle. Liaz does line up 2. A third tagged up. Sicko as well contributes a heady. And IHC shaken. Liaz does not stir. Still 100 HP after those 2 swift deags from sight. 9 lingers in the smoke, and it was threatening, but as the flash fades, the headshots came through. 25 now for these 2. And what is Blitz supposed to do with this HP? He knows one's beneath him. He does strike onto Sicko.
Didn't get the bomb, though.
And didn't bring the bomb with him. Oh, that is cruel. He's got to get on the sandbags and back into the site and clear it in 5 seconds, and that's the end of that. Liaz with 3, maybe even a 4th as he does scavenge away the Mac-10. Give him the 600 bucks. He's earned it. It's Inns to take it away. But a Galil to be recovered, another as well. Let's make sure we cross our T's, and we do. Wow, Renegades, a superb second round.
Yeah, great response right there. And here's the deal, right? Liaz coming to this team. Okay, yeah, watching those back on the replay. Look, it wasn't just 1 digs, but it was still tidy as far as the headshots go. Great impact from Liaz. If I'm going to be completely honest, Liaz in this team has bucket loads of experience compared to everybody else. He had to do the supportive roles when he played in the Renegades and 100 Thieves of the past, right? Even when he was on Extreme. But this is the thing. Liaz was meant to be the second coming of Christ, and in Christ in Australia's Counter-Strike is JKS. Now, he was meant to be that individual, but when you're in the team with JKS, JKS is going to get all his roles. I want Liaz to be confident. I want Liaz to know that he can absolutely destroy. Let's see if he can find some form and maybe find some frisky nature, because the team, they do need him. Down in the dumps, both 0-2 right now. And
am I misplaced in thinking that I thought Hats also had a little bit of a hype around him when he was on the come-up, just hasn't quite manifested it here on the European stage.
One of the things with Hats is when I watch him at home, he tends to have good performances, but it's when they're overseas, none of them tend to have great performances, right? So it's hard to say, you know, whether or not it's because it hasn't come into fruition. Yeah, exactly, right? I think there has been a little bit more groundswell around the likes of Alistair because he has a couple of nice, like, flashy AWP rounds, and Inns can be very solid as well. But they've chopped and changed in-game leadership. Inns was doing it for a while. Now Sicko's doing it. So that's a bit of a curious change of having the only New Zealander in the team doing the in-game leading. But there's Score.
Okay.
And that is the B-bomb site open for business. The rotation from Inns back around the world here. There's going to be a Galil available. He was up on the half wall, so that's a banger of a shot from Score. They're just going to waltz on in here. He's out of position for this. They can just plant.
I like it. He's just going to bring the fight straight to their face, and there's no one looking into the flash. Safe as houses into the B site. Liaz does flip the script with a lost strong spray. A frag and a half. Techno down. Blitz half. Bomb planted. Clock extended. An extra 30 seconds added to the clock, and let's see where you're going from here. 3 rifles.
No one's inside. They're just in pool.
This could go wrong with a flash and a push. Blitz blind is not going to perhaps expect a second and Score again. Open this round and intends to close it. 3 from Score. Ducks under the bullets of Liaz, and he will take all 4 of them. Great round from him, and it looks like we're going to be seeing some Force Buy wars. IHC fight back.
And it's worse for Renegades now, because at least with the first Force Buy, they had 1,900. Now they go back down to 1,400. So as far as that goes, their Force Buy is probably going to be looking a little bit more miserable, and they might even consider taking a full eco here instead of the investment. So we'll have to wait and see what the investment does look like. Sicko's starting to buy on in. They've actually juggled across an M4 here. Hats up on the half wall there, just getting pipped at the post, and then Inns rotating in and taking that type of a fight. It's very, very volatile. You're giving up sight in that regard right there, and Score with some absolute bangers, getting it done for the Mongolian side of things. This M4 in the hands of Inns has already been peppered on down, and that's a push. Alistair getting stuck in.
Oh, lovely play. Yeah, well managed. Just little 2-bullet burst through the board to finish, and gets info with a nice movement. Inns can call top banana clear, but very vulnerable. Okay, the utility support does make it less scary. That's the only rifle you got.
Oh, they're getting up and over on the logs here, so needs to be very careful, does Inns. The thing is, do you want to keep the rifle versatile, or do you want to just park it?
Boosting on the corner, actually.
Yeah, it looks like they are here. So trying to catch them if they go for a jiggle, and also might be able to stand and deliver, depending on the type of smoke that gets thrown towards CT.
It's not a pre-aim. I mean, we've discussed IHC definitely have the mechanical ability to hit the flick. Let's see if this one shapes up. You know, they may not even commit. They're just holding that control for now. 5 versus 4. That man advantage has been seized. Courtesy of Alistair's opener. Barrel could. Oh, Techno's well managed, well drilled on his flight path. He's not giving anything away.
30 seconds should be a B finish here. Coming back on down is going to be 9 joining the pack. Inns has got 1.
Oh, and he gets up onto the boost after. This is a nice little fallback strategy. Deagle will not go down. Neither will Inns. He takes down Techno. The M4 retrievable Liaz can put bullets through, and they're pushing through themselves. Caught out completely. He passes them. 9-2. Can't get to the third. It's Sicko that keeps us competitive, and Blitz with a bomb plant. He can't have gone far. Sicko versus Blitz. Good for it. A dink and only 1 bullet in the mag. Forced to reload. Flames will force him off, and he's going to be flustered. Calls the bluff. Just has to call the bluff with the low HP.
This is huge. What a play right now. This is from Blitz. He's not wincing at all.
Oh, this is the hold. This is the hold. Can't call it twice. Blitz, you brave boy.
Oh, he's off it.
Alistair got off. Why? How? Oh my God, a clutch from Blitz and an oopsie from Alistair. That is going to leave a mark. Oh no. They did so much, Chad. The maneuvers, the setup, the 30-second commit into the stack, the juggle of the M4, all for naught.
Wow. That push from 9 through the smoke. What was that about?
And I swear
what a round-winning maneuver.
The second he emerges from that smoke is the second Liaz is jumping away.
Yeah, you're not expecting that, especially in what was it? It was a 2-on-4 at that juncture. You're not expecting that type of a maneuver.
9.
What a play from 9. Whew. All right, well, now definitely humbled. So, scoreline reading 3-1 in favor of IHC, and Renegades are going to call their very early tactical timeout here. Well, they have to stomach an eco. You can't risk buying again, right? The thought process here, if it was the T side and there was 1 player remaining on the side, you think, okay, yeah, let's force again. Let's get it to Mac 10s. Let's get stuck in. But when you're on the CT side, you have to concede. You have to allow this loss bonus to come on through, get out your big guns, get out your utility, allow the game plan to start to flourish. This is a great start from IHC here. Has been quite biffy, hasn't it?
Oh,
you know,
like
the moments, it's easy to identify, right, when this player steps up with the multi. You got the Liaz Deagle around, you got 9 there with that double blitz with the interesting way to clutch. Just sit and wait.
Just don't peek. That's all you have to do.
Scoots has a bat for that, I do believe.
I believe so, yeah. In fact, and company as well. Well, Renegades, yeah, they're just going to have to kind of sit on that for a round. And we get to watch as, I would assume, Score and 9 get to go for a little bit more of a loosey-goosey maneuver. Ouch. Oh, ouch. Hang on. They've taken Banana, cleared it out, and you'd expect a big burst of space to be taken on A when 3 show up in Banana, but not happening. Instead, I see they're just happy to pause, regroup, and obviously have to stomach the loss and the half health of 9.
Interesting, the fact that 9 didn't swing on out to go for trades there. He actually just allowed Techno 4K's death to go unresponded to, and because of that, the information for Renegades is terrible. It's rotten. They've completely rotated on over. Inns is trying to hightail back in time, but he's the only man here.
Yeah, and what's he supposed to do? He just takes a cursory glance and gets
Finish
the
him.
finish the job, gets away as well. Blitz down, gap in the smoke.
Oh,
now
look at
9
this.
is vulnerable. Good God, they might win the eco, Chad. That would put them right back on the horse. 9 playing with fire quite literally as the Molotov doesn't quite hit the mark, and now they will push. Using numbers, 9 gets 2 with the low HP. Sicko denies.
Oh!
It's all under Score and he can't track him. They win it 3 in quick succession on the 5-7.
Okay, this game, apparently it's got some twists and turns to it. That was just a USB from Int. He almost got 3 kills.
Okay. Hats has been on -1 since the first round.
he's witnessing all of this right now. I think he's enjoying himself
gets to
here.
watch.
That's not a round they should be winning. That's the 2 rounds Renegades have won have been, well, one was a force buy and the other was with bloody USBs and a 5-7.
I mean, we'll watch how this one transpires with Sicko. Look at the 2 of them. That's what the 5-7 can do, unlike any other pistol.
Yeah, just keeps snapping
Keep
away,
going.
doesn't it? 20 bullets. It's fierce. Well, this is going to continue here because buying back in is IHC. I think we've had more action in these first 5 rounds than we did in some of the other games completely.
True.
So,
and this is a best of 3. We got this all the way, hopefully. Alistair does get his AWP out for the first time. And that is a brazen way to throw the Molotov.
Audacious.
Look at Thor. He takes, what, 80 damage and then some. 7 HP. The bullet's close as well. And it should be the end of him.
how is he still alive?
6 HP. Another Molotov lands on him. He is the just about immortal. Still stubborn enough to tuck into logs.
They might think it's clear.
Yeah, I would too. And he might get a frag.
Oh
He
my.
might get 2. Hats, not again.
Oh!
On his head on the retreat. Score doubles up with 6 HP. He took damage from so many different sources, and now Alistair does have to be very flamboyant not to be today. And so after the eco loss, we might have a complete reversal again.
So all the hard work done, right? The fact that they win with just those pistols set themselves up into a scenario where they get out all the goodies. They even have AK-47s. They dump all that utility and Score, the absolute menace, survives on 6 HP and then gets both the kills.
I can't believe it.
How?
I have no idea. I mean, we watched it and I still don't know.
He just dodged everything.
But like, he kept moving. Like, I mean, obviously that's part of the survival aspect. But like, he's going.
The fact that he pipped the
off
gap
flashes
every time.
The molly arrives, he gets away. A single point of damage done by that initial molly tick. Oh.
Yeah, keep going B. Why not? How much success have they had there? Nice shot from Liaz, but position now noted. Crossfire with Sicko about to be rumbled here. They're pushing on in. Bomb goes off. More kills to be found.
They might do both. Oh,
none.
Denied. And now again, this fun, like the funds are going to be the opposite of fun.
Yeah, Liaz is the only one in a position, well, with Hats, I suppose, that's going to be lacking a bit of util here. Hats just wants a kill right now, and that's just to get him back on the Naught. So I think really in this situation, drop something for Alistair. Maybe Liaz give him a Deagle, or if they want to have it so Liaz can drop an AWP in the future round, then don't invest anything whatsoever. But it is going to be light again, and they know that they have been threatening with just these pistols. A couple of HEs in the mix, a 5.7 and a Deagle. And
Yeah, Sicko, mate. Could you just do that again?
I think the thing is, with the barrage utility that they just threw, the fact they didn't... Okay, Sicko has a chance here. Kabal in a bit of an off angle as he clears around the corner. The barrel of the M4 might betray, and even the back may have been spotted there. Sicko definitely hasn't seen him just yet. Timing on this, swings and roundabouts. Never mind. Yeah, accounted for by Blitz. So first scalp found. Low HP of Hats and Alistair to operate alongside of Inns and Liaz. And if you had to, I just want to bait a teammate and get a kill. Like, boys, can you hook me up? Can you help me out?
Anything?
Hello. You can see him.
You can.
You can. Yep.
Yep.
Nice. I think it's the official term. Nice.
It's definitely a no in that one.
Well, it's going to be the 5th round for IHC, and it's already a pretty tidy T-half. The fact that they still have so many rounds to get a crew and what we could be talking about 7, maybe 8 here on this T-hall. Looking great early. Obviously, we do have a bit of a different looking second map. Renegades haven't picked him to Mirage. They've gone with Dust 2 this time round. Hats has just dropped off. Has been noted, has been taken out. And he's having a very rough go of things, this poor Hats right now. Now, the issue is, again, and I want to state this, if Renegades cannot get banana control, even with the full barrage of utility that they had thrown, all the utility they had used to clear out those different corridors and corners, and all the bits and bobs, if they cannot get control of banana, they're going to have to operate in a different CT setup. And if that different CT setup might have to be more heavy mid, that means they have to be a little bit more passive on the B side and retain the utility for a little bit longer. We have seen teams in the past operate to start 4 players B to get full control, but if IHC, if they get wind of that, just skyrocket up mid, make their way in towards the A site, and clamp on down over towards the anchors who are dealing with that side of the map. This is it. This is where the conversation has to change. Renegades cannot just keep getting by the skin of their teeth on these force fires, the pistol rounds. It has to be convincing on a rifle round.
Yeah, give me one of those deep mid smokes. Let's see you set that tempo again. We saw you throw bodies down mid on that pistol, but Renegades, if banana isn't working as you've discussed, and it is such a fundamental component of a successful CT side, maybe you can just get that opening elsewhere, and then the numbers are in your favor.
Well, this is the thing with IHC that we noted during the RMR, was that they just did things by the book. It was just default, slow. There was no rush, right? Yeah. They were just being fundamentally sound. And check out this guy from Renegades. It's not even tidy right now. Score with a bit of pep in the step. That's going to go for a bit of a Zywoo peek there. Up banana and up and over the logs. Is going to consider the double dip. And if there's no overextension.
Scary. Tucks in and safe and sound. Smoke will stop any hunting.
They do have the banana control, but think how sketched out you need to be right now. Hats is very worried about a player still taking up tidy towards this cubby position. The logs as well. A deep smoke now deployed. But remember, light util here for the Renegades. 2 smokes remaining, a flash and a HE, and they still have a minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. The onslaught from IHC is yet to come. Hasn't even started.
I'd be interested to see, you know, I mean, we talk about their fundamentals, their default sound, but how do their executes look? You know, a full AXEC, you got 4 people setting up for it. Already postured in that position. You can see the smokes now towards library side. And okay, here they come. Barrage of util, not anticipating Liaz on the boost, 2 to the good. And Alistair will put the cherry on top. Cabal gone. And back up banana, not clearing their corners. Renegades set for a 3rd. That should be a frag. Any day of the week, Hats burning, naded, fragged, nice from Score, using every tool in his arsenal. And if Alistair overextends, he should have a line onto those T-stairs. Score's even considered that. Fakes the shot, fakes
25.
it out. Keeps those players on A guessing.
If he goes towards A, there's a massive gap. It's just Alistair here trying to watch it from Boiler. If Alistair misses the shot or looks away, he could be in. Score saw him.
He's got the bomb on his back, Chad. If he can just pull this frag out of the hat or charge into the site and plant safe, Alistair's going to have to deny. Oh, I think he gets it down. Alistair might have to wait for his teammates. Score is making a round out of this, you know. 1v4. Comes 1v2. Score, plenty of time. Coming in from 2 different avenues. The caught the jiggle. Oh! Score's doing it now at the major. Up against the Renegades, not anticipating short. Will just tuck in time, just aware, but Inns will save the Renegades. A valiant attempt. You can't fault him. He did so much with so little.
Yeah, you can see the smoke on the face there. What a great round. So much damage done. So much damage done in that round. The plant is fantastic. The defuse just coming in as well. I don't think there was a defuse kit in play right there. I think we had a ghost kit on site that was kind of a little bit misleading during all of that here. But Alistair thought he had the jump on Score. He had the jump on nothing. Score knew absolutely everything. Books him here. Was expecting that little bit of a quicker play because Alistair, in his head, thinks, I have a gap right now. I can win the round right here, right now. On the other side of things, you go from a 4-on-1 situation that goes down to a 1-on-1. Fantastic work from Score here. 12 kills to the name. The impact, you can see it. It's rifles out. It's very light on with the nades again here. They're going to have to make it work. They can't establish and they're going aggressive.
Oh, that's so hyper-aggressive. You needed it from Alistair back, and Inz's actually won the immediate fight on the bomb carrier, no less.
Ooh. Smoked it off, so it can be scooped on up here, but now having to operate in a 3-on-4 situation. So Renegades are going to deal with lack of utility. They'll meet that with an aggressive maneuver of their own. This one, they have to close on down. They have to shut this one out. Cannot risk allowing it. Well, at least Score's dead.
A real map as well. Get a real map out of this here. Gap will be just a single round deficit for the Renegades. In's being very cautious with his banana control. He knows he has a man advantage. He does still want to maintain some info. It's a bad molly. I think he can actually still get some info on the walk up here.
He needs to be so careful. He's on his own, Alex.
So blind. So blind. Techno doesn't spray. Doesn't spot him. Does. Oh! Win the duel. Techno quick on the trigger. And now we've got a 3v3.
Here we go again.
Yeah, here it comes. The pandemonium of the last 40 seconds with these two teams. Hats is lined up. And upon the fade, the sound is filling his eardrums. He knows the whole squad is here. The rotate's coming through from CT. A re-smoke deep.
Safe plant.
Trying, but 9 over the top, from the top rope with a pointy elbow. Takes Hats again out of the equation for his 8th death. Still on the goose egg. Happy to have at least gotten out of the negatives. Looking bleak now. Alistair Lee has got $150 between them. And again, oh, the delay. Techno just spraying through one-on-one, and Liaz will go down. Cabal responsible for the close. Finishes what his team did start, and a 6th for IHC, but Renegades, that's a 4v3 they let slip.
Yeah, I'm watching this with a grimace on my face. Like, just all, like, yeah, there's so many little misplays just all across the board here. How does Techno hit that one as well? It felt like he was something to glance and fade on back. In should have had him dead to rights right there, but a great shot from Techno to deny. And if you're not converting these number advantage situations that you're working awfully hard for, you just have absolutely no shot.
You've got to get excited for IHC. I mean, I think it's the style of Counter-Strike that makes it so exciting, because it is, I mean, for lack of a better term, it conforms to the European ideals.
Exactly, right? And this is the thing, I think Harry and Hugo talk about it. These guys, when they play from Mongolia, they play like on face it in Europe to try and get some practice,
150 ping or whatever it is.
But you spoke about executes. Hold up a second. Let's wait and see how this little double jaunt over towards the apps is dealt with here. Blitz is up. Cabal is now proceeding up the stairs.
Teamwork, and there's the dream working well for the first. Siko out of the equation. A Mag 7 is the perfect weapon for that close wall duel.
Well, they've actually gone heavily in here. Scout, Mag 7, pistol upgrades as well. Another body hits the floor. And this is just running away from Renegades now. 7 is all but confirmed right here as the A bomb site has been overrun. Up, over, and Hats is dead. Score continues to add more to the scoreboard.
It's his board now.
This is the thing, right? Never mind, that one's just going to whistle on by. Can this get out of control?
Yeah, it can. If another one of those does connect, they know where they both are now, and Score's even looking to come here behind. He knows one's library. Safe assumption, Arch as well. Techno posted.
Hello.
Nice play from the Mongolian squad here. Just really punishing. This was a heavy investment. You made that clear. Ooh, okay. Just the one on the Liaz Dig. We've seen a lot of those in the feed.
It's about all we've really been seeing too much in the feed. Liaz up to 10 kills.
He's got 96 ADR.
Yeah.
Like, he is doing damage.
He's just on the wrong side of the map. They just keep going B.
Yeah.
I know they finished A right there, but the multiple kills coming in towards B, what feels like every single round. When in doubt, go B. I didn't realize Hampus was calling for IHC here and the map was Ancient, but all in all, this just continues to go swimmingly here. And you discussed straight about the executes before. This is one of the things, when you come from a smaller region, and this is what we used to talk about when we had the Korean teams and the Chinese teams, is, here's a Modown. Could have been a nice little round there, could have been a little bit of an ace. Liaz will continue to get the pistol action going. One of the things you can continue to work on is obviously your executes, your set pieces, how you use utility, how you have spacing, because you have a lot more time to do theory, because you don't have a lot of opponents to be practicing against of a high caliber, right? So that means that you can, or more likely will, spend time actually in the server finding out those details, because it's the best way for you to refine your play. It is just difficult in Counter-Strike in the current landscape where the game is... the styles aren't as refined as it once was, because you need to be good at everything now. Like, you need to have really good set executes. You need to have good close. You need to have moves when the util's low. You need to be able to react quickly. You need to have aggressive CT maneuvers. You need to, like, there's so much stuff, right?
I mean, being good at everything, and it's universal in Counter-Strike. We're not just talking about the individuals, you know, we're talking about the team, we're talking about the AWPers have to be able to rifle, rifles have to be able to warp.
Yeah.
It goes throughout the entire fabric of Counter-Strike. And yeah, you know, we used to have dedicated AWPers. Remember, we'd be like, oh,
like the JDMs
JDM
of the world,
is on a rifle, so we're not going to expect too much.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, not a thing.
Like we had like that with a couple of them. So it's definitely come a long way.
Okay, look like a very early jaunt from Blitz does cancel it, and Inns is willing, stubborn, and through the flames, charging, wants to take Blitz out of this, and will. That is one hell of a hero maneuver out of Inns. And we will see the time continues to tick down, and advantage seized. Over on the half wall resides Alistair. Score. Oh, this is hard.
Who is this?
This is...
Because I'm guessing
Cabal.
right now.
That was
9. You sure this is Cabal? It could be.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you're looking at the radar.
Yeah.
Oh, see,
But the radar's frozen, so you have to kind of guess that they haven't moved too far.
Oh, okay. It's a fun guessing game.
It's a real challenge. It's getting my brain juices flowing.
And now this is the clean feed.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, this one here is real cinematic. This is the type we have when we make the movies.
Yeah, we're making the frag movie, right? Live.
I think there's one alive.
It's just Cabal.
With the X-ray.
Or maybe it's 2, actually.
Wait, this is Alistair, I think.
Okay, Alistair's pushed.
Yeah.
CT,
Yeah. Okay.
So.
Here he goes. Alistair.
Quickie. Frag movie starts now. There we go.
All
okay.
right.
I'm sure we'll get this resolved, folks. I don't think anyone's sitting there thinking this is perfect.
But if we don't...
Well, we get to play the game all
Yeah,
game.
you guys can have fun with us. Now, if you're seeing every...
Hey.
there you go. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay.
And that's the relief we're getting. Never mind the relief you get in Counter-Strike when you have that that win from the Bad News Eagles. You get that win from earlier on today. The outside's definitely looking a little relieved after picking that one up against Colt.
Okay, well, I'm glad we've sorted that out, because that threw me for a bit of a loop there. I won't lie.
No, that was a challenge.
I didn't know where to go and what to do.
Trying to keep track of the names. We're both just kind of staring at each other, like saying names with a question mark at the end.
The T's now.
The T's, yes, we can speak in sweeping statements. I think that was all we had the options for.
That was all our desk segments, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, Alex, the map control and the economy.
Well, you know, those opening kills now. Now, if you remember that 4K.
Oh, and the momentum. I mean, let's not talk, we have to talk about the momentum of that first half. You guys thought that was a legit segment.
Yeah. See, we fooled you for years.
I do like sitting in this chair and talking about the games, though. That's fun, too.
Yeah, it's a little bit more interactive.
Oh, it is, yeah. And also, you know, the game is happening, like, every round is completely different. I mean, not necessarily. Okay, that was a bit of a gross exaggeration. But every round there can be something different.
Yeah, and we have a lot of, and we go in with a bit more hope into the rounds, that there'll be like an epic moment.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that this game is, you know, a decade old, and you still have the ability for an individual to do something that's never been done before.
Yeah.
That is why we keep playing. That's why you boot it up every day.
That's the thing with Counter-Strike, right? Everybody has the same tools. And it's equal opportunity for everybody here, right? It's just how you want to apply yourself in the server and what you can get done. Here we go. Banana aggression again. They're up.
Yeah, Techno's going to boost. They love this half-wall boost, and it works again. It's because Score is just a pointy object, catches the nade, and a nice spray. Hats, a heavy contribution, his first into the round. And it's a double for the advantage. Could go wrong here.
Ooh.
Doesn't. Zico, another double. Multi-kills for both of the Renegades here. And 9 left with a whole lot of time and an entire squad against him. 4-on-1. Now, Score managed to bring it from a 1v4 to a 1-on-1. If they could do something similar to keep those coffers humbled, that would certainly go a long way. But 8 already, they've won out this T-half.
I want all the viewers as well to ignore the ADR. Because with the HUD restarting, it will have reset the ADR. So don't worry about it. There's no way that Score with 17 kills only has 8 ADR, all right, guys? So don't worry too much about that little stat line right here, right now.
Crunching the numbers, it just doesn't add up.
Imagine 8 ADR and 17 kills.
Well, I think the 0 for 11 would be more impressive. Like, he's got kills without doing any damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would, yeah, actually.
How would you do that?
Okay, well, 9, I think he is looking for damage. Exactly so, because if you can get a couple of kills right here, if you can sneak on up and rip some rifles away.
Yeah, you don't need to be walking through any smoke. Oh.
On the fade.
Okay, Renegades needed that. That is a huge boon to their economy and confidence. 3 AKs scooped up as well.
Can still recover the half, right? 8-7, sure, it's not great, but it's as close as you can get it here. And this map, Inferno, is pretty damn down the middle here. I think that the T-side, Prof was pointing out to me once upon a time that you were actually getting more T-sided rounds on Inferno for a while there. I think since the Silent Stem 4 has really come back into power, that's probably not so much the case these days. But all in all, I think that pace change was just shut down. You saw that 2 aggressive maneuvers, one up mid, one up banana, and both were shut down. So Renegades, they're just absolutely locking them out, and that has been the most convincing looking round that they've had throughout this game so far. So starting to build a little bit of confidence here. I like that little note from Liaz there as well. So you saw as the smoke starting to fade, instead of playing on the other side of the smoke where a T could come through in the fade and get the kill, you move away, wait till the smoke has faded, and then you either take a new angle or because you don't want to play against the fade. No. Right? You want to make sure that you're in a position where you're not susceptible to exactly that. So a nice little adjustment there.
Just not giving them what they're waiting for and looking for. We're back in round 14.
They've bought here again, right? So for IHC, this is them trying to put all the eggs into one basket here. Going to be light on again into the next round if they don't get a plant or don't win the round. Deep mid smoke, followed up by deep nade from Liaz. Will not find any damage whatsoever there. Sicko on the jiggle towards end of Absent. It looks like they want to set up for a holes pop here. 3 players already starting to comb through this side of the map. 1 through mid and 1 late up alt mid. Does feel very much like a holes pop. So this Liaz Sicko crossfire could be potent to deal with this. Alistair, though, likely to be smoked out of the piece.
And they will smoke that Abs. It's a little bit favorable for the T's, actually, just with the amount of coverage. They can leap through it. Lucky smoked, leaping through and dealt with. Techno's down with that Tech 9. More to come. This time for Val moonwalking out, and it is a whitewash. Nothing to report for IHC. They fully invested. And there's no prize for guessing where 9 is hiding.
Well, we have to sit and watch him again, don't we? Poor guy last round had an AWP. This time it's only a Tech 9, 4-9. Nothing, a clean one.
Yeah, you have got Tech No and 9 and equipping Tech 9s. So you've got a lot of fun to be had here.
All right. Do you think the 4K was inspired like by Stewie 2K?
No. Actually, he was a big fan of Speedak, except he was pronouncing it Speed 4K.
Okay, throwback to Speedak.
Yeah.
Yep. Dream Eaters.
The Dream Eaters.
The Dream Eaters. Well, Crad and Old Mate Forrester are still kicking.
They are?
Yeah, they're over there.
We had a bit of Sviat at the qualifier.
ASG.
There you go.
Yeah, they didn't do so well. There's a couple of new younger names there, of course, from that region, just popping on off that we got to cover off over the RMRs. But here we go again, another lighter investment. And looking to do something similar here again. Alistair in Boiler with the AWP.
Yeah, his favourite. That is a nasty one to concede. Just did not anticipate that much movement that quick. Huge advantage now with that AWP happily retrieved. They can just completely reset and start a new round with a better weapon.
Yeah, so actually right now I would probably change whatever strategy that I was going to opt for there. The fact that your Orpa has decided to play alone in Boiler against what was likely going to be a very light on buy is very magnanimous of Alistair.
It really isn't. However, a bit of a problem to solve here. Although they're through, and they've got more weapons. It gets better. A 3-on-3, and pretty much an even fair duel here.
Back to B.
Their favourite. Hats has got so much util, though. Surely you just want to drop it.
I would. Sticky nades, sticky nades.
Well, but he just smokes the back of the site instead, hopes that will lull them in to not clear first orange, and it does. Perfect. Now 9 should have him dead to rights with that Orpa up and above. Nearly. Score's got him, though. And a 2-on-2. It's Liaz. Sicko a little wounded on their way through both double bananas, so that might work in their favour. 9 is looking the wrong way. An easy first frag. Leaves it all on to score. Double banana has really kept him guessing. He hasn't had any confirmation of this. Takes the first. Oh, great trade. Liaz is already pre-fired as he comes around the corner. You can see what it means to the Renegades. Shake it off. Shake it off. And, you know, as we discussed, it's not a great half, but it is a half at the end of that one.
Yeah, look, the fact that they recover that, 8-7, still in favor of IHC, this is actually okay. It's okay, considering how the game started, right? There was a couple of rounds that kind of went against the Renegades that they should have been converting there, but then they also picked up two that maybe they shouldn't have been winning as well, right? So when you get it all out in the wash and it's an 8-7, not feeling too bad with that. And this is another round right here that could have gotten out of control. But as this half continued to go forward, Renegades started to build in with some cleaner scenarios. It wasn't all just having to be clutches. Obviously, this last one here where Liaz is starting to show his form. And I think this is great. If Liaz can really just understand that he has to be the star for this team, I think. I truly think, like, if he can get some confidence behind him. I talked to JKS about Liaz. Yeah, he doesn't, not only doesn't back himself, he just doesn't have that same level of bravado. Whereas you don't need to be overstated about it, but you can still know that in the game right now, Liaz should be the best player out of all 10 in the server. But here we go, aggression out of the Mongolian side, down middle, they'll trundle.
Oh, this is actually going to work out well, but Liaz completely books himself. Too much jumping. Techno on the beat. Taps 2. 9 as well with a pair. And poor Alistair has got nothing and no one. Very open and shut case. Damn, 9's hunting and a very quick pistol. One of the quickest. You start with a double and end with a triple on 9.
How often do you see that CT aggressive maneuver? I know it was a bit more of a walk than a rush. Work cleanly with all 5 staying alive. That happens very infrequently. The idea is just to get in their face and trade out a bit more efficiently and swarm the T's before they can establish any strategies that they want to get away with here. But really, really good stuff right now out of IHC to pick up both pistols here. Now let's see if the force buy back from Renegades can follow suit with that first half of play. Warning shots straight into Boiler, and yeah, this is what they did to Renegades last time round. Some of the maneuvers that they were pulling off in Boiler, Dinko and I could not believe it. Like, okay.
No.
Come on now.
Techno. Oh, yes. Okay, the second, sure. The third, you're getting cocky, young man. Ins will put their bullet in his head eventually, but no traces. You can see that the liberties you can take with that M4A1.
Wow, they've given one over here, so a slight opportunity if they could try and grab a little bit of the space that has given them, but it isn't the case, right? It's actually Banana they've left more susceptible, and Asiko tries to get up mid to grab this gun. He's going to be greeted by what could be 3. Look at it, it's just bait on the ground. Perfect. You want it? You really want it? We'll give it to you. No, we won't. No.
Yeah, you started to believe for a second. Just a couple of jiggles, still no info, does overcook it. And IHC are up to the 10. Unless Inns can hit another 4 of what he started. 35. The temptation lies in mid.
Lolquid stickers on that one right there. They'll be playing up next. You'll have Scrawny and Launders bringing that one against 9Z. There's the dink, there's the death. Score mid-air with the MP9.
Jammed.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get the WD-40 on the trigger. It can be a bit of an issue.
Trig.
Yeah. Before every match, make sure you take them all apart. You got to make sure that... I don't know if you should use WD-40.
Do you like your gun lubed?
I do. I don't know if it's meant to be, but that's my preference.
Just wanted to make sure, yeah.
Well, should be an economical now. IHC setting their sights on what will be 11 rounds, as it is just some Glocks, a couple of P250s, and a flash. Might be a bit of a flash in the pan off the round here.
They've already won 1 eco.
Yeah.
Eco,
yeah, no, but it was a 5-set. It was
5-set.
Wasn't bad. It was USPs.
Yeah. The majority.
Silent ascent right now on the little noggin, up and over with the jump, not giving away any cues in towards the boiler room. I think Liaz wants the elevator as well. Thank you very much. Very deep banana presence from Cabal right now, top mid being locked down. So understanding the buy they're against, right? Not allowing like a halls pop or anything here. Making sure that they're in a bit more forward positions.
Yeah, and look at the luxury of having a 2-man banana setup like that. You can just sit here happily in your crossfire. Techno. Crosshair. Bang on the money. And that is the speediest dispatch of the apps. Pop. No pop. Just a bit of a snap.
I think they missed the flash as well.
You had one. You really can't afford to miss the
exactly. Exactly. And that position he was playing in the flash probably would go off just above his head as well. So it's a...
It was
difficult
cool.
angle.
It was cool to see where his crosshair was defaulted and just how bang on the money he was in terms of his reaction speed and where that crosshair was, or where it required. Handled very nicely. And you know, all of the individuals have had their moment in the spotlight. 9 with some cheeky pushes, Blitz with his clutch, Score with his multiple frags, Cabal with a close, and Techno, we've seen some real impactful doubles out of him.
Oh, here we go. Aggression again, almost a double.
Oh, yeah. He nearly took down 2 with the 1.
Whoa.
That's a lovely start for a T-side AWP on Inferno. A rarity to see so much impact in the opening 10 seconds. He's trapped. Cabal, does he want to get out of here, or is he happy just to bide his time? You can see actively contesting, asking for backup, and a full gamble. You can even see Techno kind of abandoning the short side and just floating from Arch.
Deep nade. He's going to whistle past the heads right there, but look at this stack. I love it. Just trying to call them on in, trying to bait them on into this gamble stack.
Yeah, like Cloud9 would be proud of this.
To see the little boost on up as well. So trying to get the most out of this low HP. Off 9 on the boost. Inz's gone down on the swing. Cat's trying to find the trade right here.
Oh no, they're just exposed. Overextending Hats. Exposes himself to the known player in pursuit of a utility throw.
Yeah, right now, IHC think that they're better individually, and they're showing it.
Yeah.
They've got 1 kill, and they're not respecting the fact that, oh, I'm going to have to worry about a player posted up. But Hats didn't even post up. He just tried to expect a reaction, right? This is the thing when you back in your region playing a certain type of Counter-Strike, you will get that respect, but not here.
No, 0. IHC demonstrating their prowess in an elimination game, and okay, turns around. Sicko good for the first. The second, that's the problem. And Alistair has got to come up clutch. A 1 versus 3. Bomb on his back in 20 seconds as the gap is being closed. Techno from CT. Oh, Alistair, you are playing with fire. These smokes, these plant right in the open of the site. Made him down to 4. Up and over. Oh, they heard it. Blitz should happen every day of the week, and that's 12. IHC. Inferno, definitely a comfortable domain for them. You can see, like, there is very few kind of wrinkles on this first and second half.
Well, that's crazy, right? It went for an aggressive mid maneuver where Renegades almost got a double kill out the gate with that AWP. A kill and a leg shot through that 1 bullet. Then, well, reading them like a book. The 3-man stack on towards B. 2 players quite literally just peeking into the open and getting mowed on down. Like, not even a real opportunity to trade. The second one from Hats was just to throw a nade. Like, you can throw a CT smoke extremely safely. You don't need to throw it in that fashion at all. So, yeah, just giving over kills here. Hemorrhaging our Renegades. 5-round lead for IHC now. The guns will come back on out, as he's able to purchase on in here with an AK and a bit of util as well. So let's see if the second go at things without the T-side AWP can profit. Run boost across mid. And not going to allow aggression here, but Alistair and Banana, well, he's going to get traded on out by Hats.
Look at that little underhand. It might finish him off. He does get away with it. And tuck and turn tail. In's caught doing the moonwalk at spawn. With his knife out. Knife to a gunfight, all of that. God, it's bleak, isn't it, for the Renegades? At least it's a best of 3. You know, they'll get to defend their honor on a map pick of their choosing. Score the contact, Cabal the trade. Doesn't need his help. Perfect. It's just perfect. IHC, don't take another point of damage. Handle business, and 3 away from putting 1 in the bank.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any sweat on IHC's brow here at all. I know the Renegades clawed back that half to at least give them 7. They're going to take their 3rd time out here to have a discussion. Lost bonus is there. That's not enough to get themselves a buy. So it might just have to be one of these half purchases where they look to try and get one in a pocket strat. Banana, they at least were able to get the exchange right here, but Cabal coming out on top of Hats right there, and then Inz just walking into that one. The wombo combo, like, it worked perfectly. And one of the keys right there is 9 isn't really worried about an AWP around like that. The money wasn't there to do so, but they also mollied off towards Boiler. So he knows they haven't scouted up that quickly. So if he wanted to take a risk, which it was a risk to pick down mid, he gets that kind of free fight. So great stuff there for IHC, continuing to throw these rounds on the board. It is going to be some purchases coming on through. Alistair not looking to invest a lot right here, telling that he wants to get out that AWP in the following. There are some Tech 9s, some Deagles, very light util. So when you see only a few pieces of utility bought like this, then it is a bit harder to see a full-on pocket strat, right? You want a couple more bits of utility to make that happen, but here it is. Run boost again.
Yeah, not this time. shy between the crook of the arm. This would be a heist if Renegades could pull something out with the low investment.
If they do a long smoke, right, there's a chance to just scale quickly up short here.
So, pushing fast into the flames. Sicko hats. Everyone connects on those pistols, and now problems, big problems on Little Inferno. They are so susceptible. It's just Sicko. He will finish with the flourish on that AWP. And it's twice. Sicko strikes thrice with these low buys.
Yeah, that was a great round from him. A great round. And they had to push through that utility right there because the first play, I think it was Inns, had already gone through. You have to follow him through. If you don't commit in that fashion, he's going to get isolated and go one down. So Sicko, massive play from him. Being a bit of a sicko in the server right now, up to 15 kills. The only individual really lacking behind for Renegades is Hats, who had a rough start to the game with that TK and pistol, and then it took him a long time to get online. If he can come online now, it's still quite an even game. It was just Score putting lots of damage down range. Look at this creep from 9. Wants to peek in towards second mid. Not going to get anything right now. The timer is up. He steps on out. Alistair will take him down. Now a bit of pep in the step.
Yeah, that's a real nice opener, and that could put the IHC boys into dire straits. They gamble. Oh, actually, I asked the question, I get an immediate answer. You can see 3 of them were heading towards spawn. 1 will be doing the housekeeping. It's Cabal to just keep hold of the site and just be the canary in that coal mine.
Well, this is where the gamble of the previous round comes back into play right here, right? Because they gambled stacked B-bomb site previously. Now, Renegades think they're doing it again, and they've actually thrown off this deep utility towards Banana to garner some control.
I actually really liked what he did there as well. Cabal dropped the standard incendiary, and then he did the half-wall clear flash. With the smoke down, Renegades are treating it like this could be a 2-3-man stack top Banana. They have no idea who's going to be the brave soldier to get this answer. It's Hats. Now, surely, as silence falls on the site, you can see that Blitz is considering cheating over, considered, past tense, cheating over. And so, poor old Cabal. Oh, maybe my sympathy is misplaced. Inns has nearly gone down as well. That one spray through. Oh my God, Cabal, smoker vision. He takes 2, nearly 2.5. Inns is nearly dead as well. You dare get another through the wall.
He can push on
20
this.
seconds, he might. Looking to do as much as he can. He's been a real hero for them to get the competitive 3v3 established. Retake now.
They know Alistair's stuck here. I don't think IHC should go for this round. They know it's a 3-on-3. Actually, the util here, maybe give it a crack. Could get a smoke towards Banana, a flash and go. Techno's just going to pick.
Yeah, and it's Smoke obscured. Sicko adjusts. Another big contribution from Sicko.
Oh, no!
It's all on Sicko. 3 HP if they can kill him now. Flash, go, time, plenty, and that's an IHC round. Oh, Renegades have dropped the ball again.
You can see there, they were all opting to swing off of Sicko's contact, but they knew exactly where Alistair was, right? They knew that Alistair got the kill from first Oranges and couldn't leave. He was scoped in on the entire time. So the faith there that the AWP on the other side would punish him when he stepped on out, and he did exactly that. You can see the dominoes just fall on over in that situation, so it was perfectly handled. Oh, dear.
Because you could see Sicko got info, and it was just, I mean, they all wanted to take the contact at the same time. You're right, though, the IHC patience.
What a round from Cabal right there.
Yeah.
In that situation as well, I know that Inns is low, so he's trying to make the most out of his low HP, and you don't want to sit back. We all see what happens when you do exactly that, but that was a chance from Renegades gone. Missing Inns is quickly up.
That wasn't housekeeping from Cabal. That was house sitting. He's treating it like his home on the B site. This time they give full Banana control over, and whoa, an audacious maneuver out of Alistair. At least that's him posted up, and Blitz is going to walk straight in. Traded. Alistair does at least keep it level.
Big scalp to take. Right, I know the score has maybe been a little bit quieter here within this second half, but still a big name to take out of the server right now. 9's AWP still alive and kicking.
Why has 9 got the coolest name in the game?
Good flash. Great flash.
Sicko does nothing with it. You're right. It did look very foreboding, but nothing to build upon it instead. Techno.
Oh. Now Liaz has noted as well that sound cue of the Flames. They need to find a kill and fast.
Yeah, but it actually works out in their favor, Chad. They got a man advantage, and Techno got nothing on the first jiggle. Hats is staring at walls. 9's cleared out the boiler problem. Kind of hinging on Hats here. Bombs in tow. timing everything, just looked away. In's easy frag for Blitz, and it's over. 15.
Yeah, this one's looking done and dusted right now. Renegades only 1 round in the second half. Last time round they managed 10. This time round it looks like they're not going to manage anything better than the 8. Can get the buy back in here again. Sure, but just unable to set the pace, set the tone. Second map, you can see top of your screen, picked by Renegades. We'll be going into Dust 2.
Yeah, Renegades mixing it up from their last head-to-head.
Yeah, well, they got 16 forward on Mirage last time, right?
Well, that's still there. Yeah, we still get to see Mirage if they can pause us.
If they can, and then they'd have to do, obviously, much better than that because maybe you're just joining us. Maybe you don't know what you're here for. This is an elimination game.
Yeah, and I have to remind everyone just a little bit of the facts. You know, I'm casting. My casting partner was one of the first Australians to be coming across the European soil and competing at the major circuit. Australia's been at this for a while. You guys have been hustling, doing your best. Bad time zones, bad ping. It's difficult. We have got our first Mongolian attendees to the major, actually attending the major. Mongolians may have qualified in the past, but unable to attend. IHC writing history here, and also both disconnected regions, and IHC looking so well drilled. The comparison is damning.
Yeah, it is crazy, right, to just see how good that these guys are looking, fundamentally speaking, and they... Oh,
just as we speak, their positivity, it's all good in the Australian hood here. Backs against the wall. One from Cabal. Some initiative taken. Techno can multi-kill. Not today. At least not in round 24. But the 1v3 and score so disconnected from the pack. The bomb plan imminent. 5 seconds away from getting that one down. It's Hats responsible for it.
We're already seeing Score have a couple of cracks in the clutches. Does he want to give this one a go? Now, look, they do just need one more round. And the percentages would mean just take a little bit of a safe scenario right here, and that's what we're going to see coming on through. Might want to look for an exit or two, right? We had that same conversation with Jane before when we were doing the Outsiders game, because could start to punish Renegades here, and actually being highlighted is an AWP top mid. Now, 9 should have enough to buy one in the next round with the loss bonus coming on through. That Score holding onto this could be worth its weight in gold. Bomb now. Not too far from going on off, and yeah, he is looking for damage. He has a HE, so if they try and save in pit here, could drop that nade to scon a couple of heads. They've actually headed over towards Library. Diaz ready and waiting, and well, that's where he plays on the CT side, so no dramas for him. Pops the head, Score goes on down, gets absolutely nothing done with that one. And on the A stream right now, if you guys want to check out that action, twitch.tv/PGL. You can search it on YouTube. You can watch it in 4K. You can rewind and go back and forth. Or I know that they have a little command center set up on Twitch as well that you can have. You can have all the different POVs. You can pick how you want to watch the major.
Love that.
Yeah. Lots of different ways available here at the PGL Antwerp Major for 2022. But that's a winner's game. The winner of that one over there, Vitality, I think, are taking on 4s. And then later will be G2 versus ENCE. The winner of those 2 matches will be the first 2 teams confirmed for the Legend stage, joining the Navis, the FaZes, the big dogs of the world.
Oh, nice find. Alistair, first bullets out of his AK. And he strikes into Cabal's walk down banana. Now this app setup's about to be tested too, walking into their 3-man domain. A miss from 9. Liaz happy to punish the isolated, but at least 1 down, and they know another's unaccounted for. Liaz spotted in Ab's last, and he is starting to recede back to reset with the squad, regroup, retool, and redefine. They need 6 in a row. Score. Off angle. Tuck. Flash. Still goes down. Does inflict a little bit of damage. But that should be the round. Just looking to maintain what they can. It's going to be Blitz and 9. Holding on to that AWP and M4 respectively. So Renegades, I mean, we said 6 in a row. Call it 5. Still a very tall order.
They did have a crazy comeback against Tyloo, right? That Tyloo game over there was the map to actually get them through. It was like Dan King going toe-to-toe against some of the Renegades boys, and massive clutches, massive rounds. It was a huge game. Maybe even one of the better games of all of the RMRs, which is crazy to say coming from this region, but it was highly entertaining. It was action-packed, and it was, yeah, down to the absolute wire here. So Renegades aren't a stranger to coming back in close moments. They are now going to hit the level they did last time, so 10 rounds accrued again against IHC on Inferno.
Yeah, the scary part is it's T-side Inferno. I mean, you know how many different avenues there are into losing an early player. You know, how many times are you going to concede an opening kill in these next 6 or 5 rounds?
And it's just going to take, you know, one of these situations where they have a silly multi-kill at that round where Inns died and then Hats picked out with an 8 in his hand top banana, for example, right? All it's going to take is one of those. But as They do post round after round. It is going to force a second time out of IHC right now. So just putting them under a little bit of threat, a little bit of stress. As you can see the finances brought up here. So not enough for the likes of Score, Cabal, or Techno. Amara now the coach chipping on in, just helping them close down the tail end of this map. Now, it should be very unlikely to see them go for an investment behind this. If they just take the save right now, they try and get the most out of the AWP and the M4, maybe even try and save an extra gun into the next. It can still be quite a competitive round. We've seen 9 get sent across mid several times with the run boost. Maybe that's a trick they want to try again, see if they can find that gap, see if they can find that early fight. The AWPing is chopped and changed for Renegades, right? It's been in Alice's hands and then Sicko's hands, so maybe it's a spawn-based situation as well to try and take this mid-fight. Coming out the gates quite quickly, it looks like Sicko should have that spawn to take the top mid-fight here, and he will. So yeah, they are doing it spawn-based. Sicko used to be the primary AWPer for this team. Oh, this is a fake push. Leas might not be ready. I think he heard the steps. He heard the steps. He's talking a lot.
Scope in apps. They decree. There's only 2 weapons saved, so surely Renegades will get a little bit more of a wiggle on. Oh, what a catch! What a frag! Blitz gets all 3 of them! Completely pantsers the Renegades. It's up to Liaz and Sicko for survival map 1. Score trying to hoover up a weapon. Could cost him his life. Greed. One of the deadly sins, but not for Score. Not today. Not today.
Need to get this bomb back right here. They can't really go anywhere until they pick it on up, so maybe going to have to use some of his utility right now just to try and get the bomb here. I don't think IHC know that they had this. And right now, the B bomb site is being left quite susceptible. A 2-on-4 to keep themselves alive here on Inferno for the Renegades.
I mean, you had 1 rifle, and it gets 3 Blitz. All eyes on him for that. And that smoke, look at that.
Look how worried they are.
It could be 3 people around this corner. He drops his only smoke. There is another, excuse me, on Sicko. Found that from the corpse of the very quick 3.
They might just have to walk on in here, right? What are you meant to do? How are you meant to get yourself into this round? And this aggressive push right now is confirming it won't be A. They know it's going to be the B bomb site.
Blitz as well. The dude that was on Banana has gone round the world with the M4. Now the smoke arrives perfectly timed to enable and facilitate Score to get back over to the safe side. It's a lovely position to adopt, safe from the flashes, and usually backs are turned. He's a bit messy. They have to recover 10 seconds.
Really fast on this.
Blitz is very quick. He should be able to deny just as the smoke clears. Goes for the bomb plant, can't get it, does finish it. Blitz will ace and finish. IHC take map 1.
Okay, well, just as we started to build back into it, that's the type of round that they lose. And we said it was going to be more than likely they'd end up dropping 1, but I didn't think it was going to happen in that fashion. And you should be happy with that one. You see the smiles on their faces. They pick up Inferno again, and now they just have to get it done on Dust 2 to keep themselves alive. They'll be getting their first win, right? That's their first map win. They can pick up their first series win. Rough one here for the Renegades to swallow right now, as that's another loss for them. So 3 consecutive map losses. They'll need to now win 2 consecutive just to keep themselves alive in this best of 3. It's not looking good.
It's not looking good. I mean, my bad day theory, lightning striking twice, it seems. I don't know, Renegades. Just out of mojo, out of juice.
Well, I said at the start, right, the Renegades across 2 maps managed 11 rounds. There they just got 10. So close, right? They're close. Look, it's trending upwards,
so
I
Dust 2, strap in, you know? We'll recap some of the Inferno as well. Like, I mean, we got some of the highlights on screen, and I have to say, for my first opportunity to cast and intimately observe IHC, these boys definitely have some potential. I mean, certainly to pick up a win. The battle for survival is going to be brutal, but Renegades just are being, you know, dictated to by what's supposed to be the underdog.
Yeah, there's like a lot of errors that we tend to be pointing out here with Renegades, right? Like places where they're picking around corners with nades in their hand and expecting players to not be in certain positions. Yeah,
Cabal.
And then the impact being felt from some of these players. Like Score in that first half was an absolute menace. He kept the economy humble even when he wasn't winning rounds. We had the really close back and forth affair within the first 4 or 5, but that's when IHC separated themselves. The cream rose to the top, and they definitely look like the better of the 2 squads. There's no doubt about that. But look at Blitz. He ended up with the most kills, right? That last round, sure, he gets an ace. That was a fantastic round from him. 102 ADR for the likes of Score, 91.9 for Blitz. Fantastic work from them. And on the other side, yes, Sicko had his moments in those lighter buy rounds. The 5-7 round, you had Liaz with a Deagle round, you had a Tech 9 round, but all in all, just not enough here for Renegades. They will have to stomach another loss here.
Yeah, man of the match, it is Blitz. He pulls it off. My goodness, what a performance from the individuals. You can see that he did manage to farm up. I'm not sure what that headshot percentage translates as. but yeah, I don't think he had 3% headshots.
Well, you know, maybe he shoots the toes. But I want as well, after, if IHC win, Alex, I want you to go and learn how to go learn from them how to say their names.
Oh,
because
you mean... No, I'm not gonna.
No, but it will, Matt, you're good with names and
usually good with
pronunciation,
names.
so I reckon if anyone can do it, you can do it.
I'm going to need to recruit the help of you helpful people over on Twitter. Do let me know if you wouldn't mind, but we are going to be taking a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll catch our breath. They will too. We'll see if IHC can keep their head above water and ruin your pick'ems.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Howdy partners, we are back and this could be it. Yeah, Renegades are up against IHC, our first Mongolian team in attendance, and they do find themselves 0-2 up against a very familiar rival.
The name's familiar.
But I was also going to try and say formidable and then kind of caught myself.
Hasn't looked that way,
hasn't really had a formidable vibe or odor in the air at all.
It can change in one map, really, can't it? Now, Dust 2, it's their choice. Last time round, I want to make sure that we mention this. When they played over the Arma, IHC picked Inferno, won 16-10. Well, they just won 16-10 again right there. Second map, Mirage was the choice, which is the third this time round, but that was Renegade's choice, and they lost 16-4. That's the big but, right? Yeah. And that can't lie, because if they struggle as much here on Dust 2 as what they did on Mirage, then this one's going to be very quick, and it's not looking good for Renegades. In the first game, they managed a 16-9 scoreline versus 4s on Nuke, and then a 16-2 loss against Eternal Fire on Vertigo. So it's been very bleak. They haven't had the hardest of opponents here.
No, I think my biggest takeaway from that first Renegades game over on Inferno was actually the stat was correct.
Oh, yeah.
Blitz had 28, I believe, at the end.
26.
26,
yep.
Excuse me. 26 frags with 3% headshots. That is, oh, I shouldn't be saying it because that guy on YouTube is going to be making more M4A1Ss.
Oh, yeah, he loves those comments, doesn't he? It's crazy, though, the fact, how do you only get 3% headshot?
I know, that must be like one heady. I don't know, my maths is terrible.
He
so
wasn't the AWPer, by the way, guys.
No, only rifles.
One headshot out of 26 kills.
I can't fathom that. I thought it was bugged, it had to be, but no, Blitz just is a body shot master. Blitz and body shots go hand in hand, and I'm not talking tequila in the belly button.
Hey, okay, well, Monday, no, Tuesday? Yeah. Tuesday, all right. We're losing track of days. Only the second day of the event right here. I don't know how much tequila there's going to be this evening, but maybe for IHC if they win.
Yeah, my main takeaway from Renegades Inferno was that it just seems like there is some disconnect in their comms at times. This professional Counter-Strike team are not all on the same page or not reacting in the same way, for example, IHC were. You know, they will identify information, convey it, and react.
I want to put it this way. I think that Renegades look like they make a lot of assumptions.
Oh, now that's
right?
better.
Because
like you're talking bad conditioning from domestic rivals.
Yes, whereas the Mongolian side should have, but they should have the same problem, really, when you think about it, right? Even if they are playing Face It in Europe, it's on 120 ping or something.
Yeah, but at least you're getting punished in the same capacity, whereas, you know, Hats has never been punished for just peeking out half of his shoulder as he resmokes CT.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
well, Alistair's trying to get him fired up, but they're going to need something more than get fired up here. The odds now starting to blow on out. Renegades up against it right here, right now. Now, starting on the CT side, IHC on Renegades map choice have decided to start on the defense. Let's see how they can start scooping on a couple of rounds here, there, and everywhere. Getting into the pistol, I'm sure they would love one on the Renegade side of things, as they got blown on out on their T-pistol on Inferno. We're underway. Now, this is Blitz up and over, taking a bit of a biff.
Don't hate it.
It's a quick way to get to short, isn't it?
Yeah, effective. No boost required. Already up and over. He's got so much info and not been punished. I mean, it's USPV Glock. That's more of a favourable engagement and still no blood drawn.
Well, they're starting to clamp down close towards middle here, and it has been enough to send Blitz packing. But this long push from Cabal, the ball's on this guy here, just happy to push on through.
Early as well. Yeah, he is seeking information, has the powerful shadow advantage for now.
Yeah, I'm curious if he pushes the whole way or if he gallivants back to help out his team. With how committed he is, it feels like it will have to be the commit all the way through and try and flank.
I don't like this from Blitz. I mean, if there's a flash, oh, it changes the dialogue. Look how much time he has to tap and does find the head. Here comes Cabal, accelerating now. One more from 9 just to keep him delayed. They are dropping into that CT for 2 different angles of assault. A nice click out of Blitz. Not stopping, a headshot no less, 2 to add to his list as Blitz gets a full 3K.
Okay, well, beautiful stuff right there and handled. It didn't even feel like Renegades were punishing whatsoever. I just had a quick look at the time zones. So if you're in Sydney right now, it's almost midnight. So people in Australia are going to be watching quite late on their Tuesday evening, and the same for the individuals from Mongolia. I think it was about almost 10 p.m. So shout out to everybody tuning in to support their region, to support their teams. It'll be a bit later, I think, over there in New Zealand for the few fans who are watching for Sicko here. And up mid again. So they've really liked this maneuver, don't they? Knowing that they can't be punished, very likely by Glocks, all these light pistols. This time round, it won't be Renegades continuing the force by wars. They're just going to concede immediately to get the AKs out. And one of the things is, IHC has aim. They're more than happy to stand and take these fights.
Oh, just like this. Happy as Larry. What's his secret? Hectic, I love it.
Not a kill in the first 2 rounds of play here, so Renegades will need to shift that dialogue immediately here as we do move into the first gun round of the game. Good long spawns here to note as well, so let's see if that comes into the plate. They can try and skyrocket out and set a bit of a tone here. Want to see how IHC attempts to receive this one. We've already seen that mid-aggression twice in 2 consecutive rounds, so they want to consider doing it here into a third. Plenty of rifles invested in the previous, so not having to reinvest too much here. And actually, they're not going to use the long spawns, dropping one down in towards Suicide. Quick Xbox smoke to be thrown on out. A standard hold from IHC. 3 towards A, 2 towards B. And they've got that long control for free. So a 3-man upper dark default. Nothing pacey, nothing crazy. Just trying to get it done by the book here. They want to set up for a B pop immediately, and I don't love it.
Yeah, and Chad, if they get shut out, I mean, sure, the 0 frags in the first 2 rounds of your map pick and already being down 1 and down 0-2 in the major, it's bleak enough. But if you cannot have impact in your first gun round on your map, I do believe it would be marking the beginning of the end. The Aussies need this for confidence and morale alone, never mind the score. And that's Cabal striking first. Look at the damage, a double dink. Sicko and Liaz already bleeding internally and score, screaming externally into the faces of both. And that's a real shutout. Oh no, they got one frag.
But honestly, it's just a terrible call for a first gun round.
Right.
But why don't you would do something like that where it's a bit more Tech 9 heavy? You don't even allow your AK-47s to take fights.
Just kind of stack up and get sprayed.
It's a really bad call, if I'm being completely honest with everybody watching at home.
I would appreciate it. I'm sure they would too. Everyone watching at home wants to hear.
It's a minute on the clock as well.
And you are just running in, yeah.
Like it's
like fundamentally
a bad call.
A baddie. And this has more legs to it. You can see that using the pace on that Xbox smoke, none of the spray is connected, and you've got a little bit of leeway here. Well placed. Incendiary should completely cage him, and that looks like it's destined for Liaz. Gets around. So safe from the nade at least. Score, however, already farmed up 5 frags in 3 rounds, and it looks like there's a good few more to be farmed up here.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like IHC have been put under any pressure at any point, even this right now. Look, how's he getting away with? He whiffed the first couple of fights, still gets away, eventually traded. Liaz with the punish. I miss Molly.
No, but it's just a funny turn of events. Like the team flash led to him hitting the wall and not knowing that he hit the wall and mislining the incendiary. Doesn't really have any ramifications. We can all take a deep breath. Nice long range to the head, hard to hit. It does get connected eventually. Sicko getting across with Liaz, but that bomb plant shouldn't really be possible, especially now. He's lost his healthy member, and Liaz, good catch. Just about in range for that last 10 damage. So a 4-0 opener with about 3, not even about, specifically 3 deaths on IHC. Now, there has to be some legs to this. You've opted for Dust 2. You must have thought about it. You've played against IHC recently. You probably got some IHC Dust 2 demos to dissect. And yet, Renegades disappointing our analyst in the opening gambit. Let's see what they call here. We've got the Alistair Orb out, using a HE to obscure for the potential head-to-head. And oh my god, has it straight out! Nox blitzes lights out. And it's Techno to try and respond. Just the one man advantage as these trades come through. It is going to be 9, really alone. And it doesn't stop him from going further. The Flames will.
Remember these assumptions we were talking about?
Yeah, like this one right here.
They had no presence in tunnels, and Alistair's expecting it to be clear.
That is a prime example. Cabal will immediately seize and jostle back for a 3v3. As easy as it comes. That was the AWPer. He finds himself close with 70 seconds up in the tons.
Here's the thing. Now they know that he pushed. He could be literally anywhere. But the fact that he has backpedaled the entire way, and these grenades highlighted again here is great. This just shows, even if they do want to commit a lot across the long cross, when they do get the smokes to go, they do have 2 of them available. They can either get naded on the cross or in the site when they want to plant. So that's going to be a big problem. Flak damage is going to be coming their way. A gap in the smoke here, I think there might be.
It looks like it, doesn't it? Score's not posted up in the nade.
It's a massive gap.
He's using all those HEs to great success. An incendiary for good measure. 9 does just have to stay alive. Let Score work his magic as Sicko's nade does finish him off. So Cabal to fill the void. Oh, not ready for car. Yeah, in big frag. Renegades set up now. Cabal in the clutch. They are softened up by all of that nading hijinks. Tip of the head spotted on that car. Wow, what an adjustment. There's a part of my
they
soul.
line up there
There's
as
a
well.
part of my soul, Chad, that saw that spray miraculously magnetizing. Okay, there's the first for Renegades. They do buck the trend before it gets too scary.
Yeah, and it was still scary as it was, right? They get out long. That was really good trading. That opener was nice, right? They used their spawns straight from Hats. This is exactly what you want to see. The teammates came on through to back him on up. Sicko there with a good trade. Alistair expecting the space to be respected, but as soon as you take long, what are they going to do? Of course, they're going to play for upper tunnels control. That's standard on meta right now. Is this chessboard that is the Counter-Strike. Map out long again. Liaz with a great opening. The second coming through the smoke. Hats has found that as well. Two-man opener right now for Renegades.
And look at that. Cabal just accelerating because cannot and will not accept the absence of the information attack this time from Alistair's AWP. Score's lucky to still be functioning. Blitz has actually picked it up as well, so the only way this could possibly go wrong is if they do both somehow end up on B prior to the arrival of this long rotate through spawn. It doesn't look like it's going to be happening. Score with his feet planted in low HP. Blitz still posted up on long, so just going to look to preserve. They don't have much in the bank. And you can see the diligence here. Smoke the doors. Molly the back, and yeah, missing that.
Yeah, there's a real basic smoke to throw as well there for the doors. Like, real basic. So right now, if the devil's in the details, Renegades might be quickly on their way to hell. I know they're going to secure their second here. You can see the smoke plume there above the tunnels. I will reiterate, it is a very simple smoke. So maybe some nerves, maybe under the pump here, but regionally speaking, these are the type of games that Renegades should be coming in and being on par.
Yeah, or as those that have often kind of occupied this spot, you know, it's always been a case of, you know, the Tyloo's, the Vici Gamings, they would always show up and beat anyone that was underneath them. I think with Renegades now, with the experience they've accrued and the amount of time they've been spending in that spotlight, admittedly, as you've already highlighted, there has been a bit of a 2-year gap where the opportunities for sampling European Counter-Strike was completely removed, and Score is removed. The rifle taken away, it will just be Blitz. Everyone else pretty much just has to hold fast.
Yeah, well, it's the AWP, so that's a big weapon to carry on through here. Let's see if Blitz wants to wield this himself. Cabal cheekily is going to buy in towards a Zeus. Same for 9, so might be getting 2 of those into the mix right here. But this is good. Renegades with 2 consecutive rounds, and they've been able to get out long. So this now will start to condition IHC to send maybe more members. The boost up and over. Alistair with the AWP does spot one crossing closed doors, and yeah, you want to flirt with death. You can see the cross back over. I will not risk trying to push in towards Lara, and Hats behind the AWP is going to take some space, aggressively walking into the domain now of Blitz and the big green, and the shot is going to land huge from Hats.
Yeah, that was onto the AWP as well. Big frag to post, and Sicko is right there behind him. This is a recurring theme now on Dust 2. Sicko's second man in and good for the trade.
This is what you want from Hats, though. He does go for these entry duels, and he is starting to hit some form. He didn't have the best of times over there on Inferno, but right now, starting off this second map of play, when he is given the opportunity to go aggressive, I like it. He's finding those headshots. Now, the AWP has been scooped up. That's probably the only negative against Renegades right now. The rest of it is looking great.
This should just be a question of time.
He's the
Cabal,
Zeus's.
yeah, spotted out.
Oh,
He's
hello,
spotted. Betrayed him. Too many squats.
Should have one here. That should be it for 9. Holy now. Okay.
Just seeing that AK getting cocked, you start getting nervous after the first map we witnessed. Score reveals the AWP.
I like that, though. This was a good call, right? Because they identified that the AWP was over towards A. They were able to pick up that kill, and then they just smoked off and went for a mid to B. That was the only real threat that they had to worry about in a round like this. And Renegades now, 3 consecutive rounds, starting to post them together and looking to punish.
I mean, you know what the speech had to be from coach or teammates. You just have to sit everyone down and say, like, lads, if you want to be playing tomorrow, if you want to have anything to say and have anything to celebrate from your time here in Belgium at the Major, you need to put it all out there on the field.
Yeah, and it sounds very like cliche heavy, but it's true, right? Like that is the general sentiment right now, and that doesn't come down to like playing your hearts out and just being crazy in the server. It comes down to doing everything by the book that we've practiced all that time, everything that we've spoken about, understanding to have some trust in your teammates in certain situations and how to apply yourself. every moment, every over peak, every mistake that you make is putting you one step further back from staying in this series. Now they're at least competitive. Here's the Zeus kill.
Leaping as well, so style points for 9. Good to see them. IHC, they know how to have some fun.
Alistair's called 2 here on the cross, and no funny business towards lower darts. This is going to make life a little bit easier. Heavy long lean, lots of utility being dispatched here to make sure they can get the long control again. And instead, Renegades are going to be working their way down mid.
Gruesome twosome, these two, done it long, done it short. It's Sicko this time at the front of the pack. A lot of util on these guys, and they've managed to get so much. Look at the time as they take their look through mid. They've found the gap already. Scoring Cabal just deady, staring at the tons. Where is this Q come from that they've got to stare and just assume mid is open? Like, whose responsibility is this? Blitz is maybe going to flirt back there now. 9 good for 1 on the jiggle here from Sicko.
Could be good timing here for Hans. It depends on if he wants to peek or if he wants to wait and punish a rotation right now. Short control and so aggressively out mid. This is starting to set up nicely for Renegades now for a closer. 55 seconds left on the clock. Still a bucket load of utility. Map control is theirs. It comes down to the call. Oh, playing out of this blitz. Disrespectful. Might get flashed on forward. This could be a massive play. Oh, it's hit him.
Oh, yeah, that's enough to pull the plug. You can see immediately bullets follow, and Blitz is good for the first. Spots more. Bomb's coming. 2-man set up Blitz to try and provide support. You do have a smoke for tunnels, and there's 30 seconds. They can focus their attention primarily on this mid-push. Smoke's up now, 25.
Has to be back
Renegades
away.
have to commit. Sicko is the one to try and make the space. Spots the info. 9 misses his shot. Down to 26. He doesn't want to show again. Sicko closing that gap. This is high pressure now. Techno worried about long. It's 9 that needs the help. 3. He screams as he starts to count. 10 seconds though. 10 seconds and Blitz takes one down. The bomb will be defended nicely. Sicko's gone thanks to Techno long range. Playing for the retake, it's just Alistair and Liaz. Watching that clock tick ever slower, but bomb down and 3 of them regroup. Techno, the restraint on him. He has actually, just as I say that, gone down. But 3 from short side and looking good. Liaz gets another. Will fall eventually. Alistair in the 1v2. Concerned about CT. Doesn't have all the answers. Looking to provide some as he takes down score. The 2 Aussies so close, yet so far. IHC will take a 5th. It's Cabal to close.
Yeah, very worried there about that ramp position. Just, you can see how close it was. If Alistair had known the position that Cabal was playing from, could have just milked enough time off the clock to grab the 4th and tie things up. But IHC, they battle on through. And the fact that that smoke hits Blitz not only, right, means the smoke towards spawn is missed, it forces Blitz down to deal with the mid to B that they were hoping to get away with. So that couldn't have gone worse for Renegades as far as the strategy went, and that wasn't their fault, right? That was Blitz getting away with a little bit of crazy hijinks there. Because if it was a standard bridge play, and they were, oh, nice shot from Alistair. That's what you want to see as they go out long.
Oh, this is a dream. You've just taken one of the B players down. If you can commit to long and successfully find 1, there's 2 here, and they are already looking quite fierce. Blitz, 1 down. Now it's up to Techno, and that's
Great from Sicko
with a double. He's up to 9. Really has been pulling his weight and his teammates into this dust too.
Okay, well, that was huge. Now, this round is on a silver platter for them to convert. Both CTs now completely isolated. You've got score over towards the B-bombs. Trying to pick on out ahead, misses the shot. Alistair with the second, and the double-ups from Sicko and Alistair should secure the round right now as score completely out of the play. And Inns even has the rotation cut off. So this is a great look now for Renegades here into round number 9. Oh, seeing him as well. So that information, you see the lips moving of Inns there, bottom of your screen. Bomb will go down. They know that they've secured this one. Now it's about, do they want to hunt? It's starting to work on a little bit of a bank here. They don't need to. They can allow him to hold on to this. As long as it's not an AWP on the other side, a rifle you can deal with. Now, if you're IHC, let's put ourselves in their shoes for a moment. Long, extremely susceptible, time and time again. One of the things that you do see teams starting to do when they know that long becomes a problem is that 4-man lean. Right? That 4-man lean, you send that extra body over, you have be a bit more susceptible. But if Alistair keeps getting boosted on up and he spots mid and he's calling, okay, only 1's crossed, they can change late. They can cancel that long play. Because if Alistair literally only sees 1 on that cross right there, you don't want to be just running out long into what could be that 4-man stack that I'm prefacing. So this is where both teams get to play a couple of games with each other, but... Oh, Inns is even going to take the final kill. Okay, all right. Well, denied everything here. It's going to have to be a bit of a flat eco and a timeout. That's a great shot there from Alistair.
Yeah, not an easy one. He's been going for it a couple of times, but to pull it off unison with a Sicko double entry on long. In terms of their long issues, yeah, I mean, they do have to address it. I think IHC, you can't have a functional Dust 2 defense if you aren't at least having a contingency for when those two players are unable to convert.
Just while we have this timer on the screen, I don't know if you were keeping up with what was going on during that Forza versus Vitality game, but the veto was Nuke, Vitality's pick, Dust 2, Forza's pick, and then the third map, Mirage, if required. And it might be required because Vitality ended up losing the opening map against Forza 16-12. And now we are on Forza's map choice. Yeah, so right there, the French-Danish mix getting pushed. A great performance from Zorti with 24 kills in that one. And we saw him just the other day on Nuke as well with that Dak out. I'm not sure if he brought it out in this one, but is that a bit of a specialty hit again?
Okay, he's got 2 in a row. Alistair on these doors is struck twice. It is just the USPs, but his reactions are being tested and rewarded as Alistair gets himself a lovely little 3-piece.
Blitz did buy him with an M4 there, so that was very curious indeed. So the M4 is now down in mid. Alistair looking to get as many as he can, and this is the thing, Alistair, if the kills come his way, he is very tidy on the AWP. Sicko now up long. Can't connect the dots.
Toes, and they do sting. SP's good for the first, and I mean 2 casualties is good, but 3 is better. This is another one to be found. It might be through this recovered M4. Cabal's got 1 and is flanking. That's nice. Alistair, that's 4, and the ace ain't far away. Techno with it scooped up and heading to T-spawn. The bomb planted B.
He wants it. You can see it. Look at him hunting this one out now. The eco ace, the ace nonetheless. And I think today we counted 6. I'm not sure how many have happened over both streams. Oh, well, he's not going to get it. Cancel that. We can't add 1 to the tally.
But it is that 3 magic number in terms of at least making something out of this eco.
Yeah, Blitz had an ace, didn't he, on that final round of Inferno?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big one. I can double check right now. I can see where the stat lines are lying at because I think this is just going to be a sit and wait.
Hurry up and wait. Blitzken carrying over that form from map 1, still staying at the top of the table for IHC, but it does seem like all of the individuals are in a position to contribute. What? Alistair sent Scott to the moon with that shot. It was so impressive, he just got catapulted into the sky. 5-5, we've got guns back out. You can see that the cost of Blitz whipping out the M4 is the MP9 with full util, so perhaps a calculated decision.
And they've had to start using a HE on the cross there because they are worried about Alistair's ore. But now it's in the hands of Sicko and towards long. They're finding traction everywhere, Renegades.
Was that just to throw the smoke?
Yeah, I think we're seeing some of the same issues we saw with Renegades, but now reversed on this Dust 2 pick. And what's better than Mirage? That's well and truly the case right now.
Definitely. And the reaction, I mean, whilst they're pushing to confirm if tunnels is clear, poor Techno's got the entire squad against him. Nice find. 2 from Techno. Can he live up to the 4K suffix? Yes, with 3. Ins in the tons. Oh, and Ins. Ins is not anticipating both of these players to have pushed. Blitz has taken down Sicko, and that's the end of that. IHC with a convincing round. And they've got Techno to thank for that. We had a 4-man commit up short, and 1 man on the site deals with it all.
You think it should be easy to get on through, right? Especially after the opening kill towards long, because this site is so susceptible. They have 1 man over towards long, and it's just Techno. Unable to scale. They're trying to get quick about it here, but Renegades get punished for that swiftness. And it's going to force them back down into what will be another buy. There is an AWP available for Alistair. Liaz has picked something off the front as well, and you can see that HE now, that black smoke, making it a little bit more difficult for him to get those picks. But out they go again.
Oh, the flash is so good. Look at them. He's so blind. Knight gets one from the grave with the flame, and now it's Techno again. Oh, I like that. Sicko's dead. Cooked. It's great to suppress the trade. The smoke's there, but the burn is good, and re-smoked on long. So problems getting worse now for the Renegades. Slow for Alistair. Doesn't pull the trigger in time. And this will be IHC just edging themselves into a lead on this CT side. Liaz got very little hope. At least the bomb is on his back, and the fact that Cabal's going T-spawn, this is very pushy, almost unnecessary, because his job is B.
It's a very unexpected angle here. I don't even know if Liaz is going to clear it yet.
Okay.
Just caught the tail.
Imagine the
yeah,
universe.
that would have been beautiful, wouldn't it?
Goodness.
Well, Score's sealed this now. The info's there. They know exactly where he is. It's not long for this world for poor Liaz. There it is. Cabal will be the man to get the finish. 7 now secured, and well, this is still a pretty tidy lead, right? This is very convincing stuff and almost bottoming out the economy here for Renegades, right? You've got Hats on 4.2 at the high end, and the low end is just roughly above that 2K mark. And a great opening from Hats. He has been very good. He has had some pep in his step with Sicko alongside, but Sicko being burnt out of position right there. Now, what is the change-up going to be here? It might have to be conceding and going for a lighter purchase. A couple of Tech 9s, some flashes. This doesn't give you a whole lot of confidence here. And now back towards B. This would be a good time to try that little poppy maneuver.
Here we go. Ride or die. Cabal, so blind, unchecked. What was that from 9? just evaporate. Double nade. He gets all the credit, all the kills. And up on top of that, lovely stuff, handled.
Yeah, props to the setup as well. They played a 2-1-2 against the lighter buy, whereas, you know, like a B commit like this or a mid to B could be a little bit more susceptible, so that's why they had the extra man, the extra bit of utility over there to do all that dastardly damage. But back into the guns here, and Renegades would love to get themselves another 8-7 half. It didn't work out for them on Inferno, but almost feels, wow, like a must here on Dust 2. And it's a 4-man lead. They've been fed up of bleeding towards Long, and IHC will get a bit more room to breathe right now. They secure Long, they get control, they post 9 up with the AWP, and just slinking under the crosshair there is going to be Sicko. Hats to do the same. And they've been able to get away with this mid control before. They might just want to pop and go for a mid to B quite quickly here, but look at this from Score.
Yeah, Score wasn't here before.
Smoke and go, boys.
3 coming through the door. Nade onto the floor. The damage as the spray comes through. It's a big headshot out of Hats. Another opening out of him. Look at the amount of health they're on. Just scraps of hit points. Flash isn't going to stop him. Liaz has contained the entirety of the remaining 3. And so with damage dealt but no lethality, it looks like Renegades have got the 6th booked.
And it's quick. They've punished a gap that they had earlier. But that is a gap that Renegades have used before. And previously, they just kind of parked Hats outside the door. And then it fell apart because Blitz was being a little bit naughty in the smoke. But this time round, it works. They're a little bit more decisive. They just use it to punish straight in towards a mid to B. Because if you are going to get that much room, even if there was 2 defenders over towards that B site, right, you're still going to feel pretty confident in being able to scale quickly for that type of a mid to B approach. And now looking just to hold on to these guns for the final round. Cabal's going to have enough to buy, and Techno's going to have the same. So the save, I guess, is more about denying Renegades the kills. Because you could be looking to find some punishment here. They are going to have enough money for the next round regardless. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. I guess you can have an AWP and an 8M4.
Yeah.
Leave one at spawn.
I guess. It's one of those situations where, like, financially speaking, if they were able to quickly do the calculations, they would have understood that they could have tried to punish rifles as opposed to just going for that full-on save. But all good, all good.
Yeah, there are a couple of mathematicians out there. Some players just have the numbers come naturally and quick maths it out. There's the double AWP out, so they are spending their cash.
And an AUG, so quite a few scopes.
Yeah, interesting. Alistair. Oh, you got a real opportunity.
There we go,
a second Techno. He's got a little addiction to this bunny hop.
Alistair wasn't blind at all there either.
It's up to 9 to try and level the odds. Alistair circle strafes, but does commit to 9. Gives us a nice even 4v4 for the rest of this 92nd round. You can see they're very dynamic. Not going to have that mid gap this time. Chad instead is more towards 9. Solo on towards Long. Double AWPs rattling off shots.
Spotted.
Big frag, Blitz onto Hats, and it's the ins trade. Commits to it. Blitz can't believe his luck. More body shots for him, and we will see IHC edge even further ahead before those sides are swapped. Sicko to flip the script, but a missed shot doesn't get many more opportunities like that.
A couple of nice adjustments out of IHC throughout Dust 2. Renegades had a lot of success towards Long. They had a lot of success looking for those opening kills. And Sicko hoping for a lot of success in a 1-on-4 right here. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. An AWP in his hands. Bomb on the back. Has been spotted out. Noted now. The AWP of Score has to go through to his death. Score will collect that one happily. And quite the lead here to take in towards the second half. Now the defaults, right, we were discussing, that was one of the keys, one of the strengths, I would say, of IHC when I got to witness them throughout the RMR. Let's see if they're able to continue some of that good work here on Dust 2. I think a few more positive signs, at least from this T-half here, from Renegades, the individuals looking like a little bit more on point, right, and having
more luck,
more output, right, more output, especially from the likes of Hats here, who did have that rough go of things. Run for score right there. No crazy score lines what Score was able to get away with in the first half of Inferno here. It has been a little bit more contained. Blitz with 15 nonetheless. And the odds here still in favor of IHC, understandably so. But this feels like a must-win fist round right now for Renegades, and they're going aggro, very aggro.
I'm sure they're ready. Yeah, it looks like Score's already got his eyes on it. Block smoke makes it weird. It's not on Xbox.
Oh, they still have long control regardless, so likely what they were looking for here.
Yeah, Techno's going on a bit of a one-man mission. Does he want to be spotted? Does he want info? I imagine a bit of both. And to Pitt, perhaps? Okay. Still Alistair's responsibility. Sicko will keep his feet planted. You've got 3 leaning at his side. Leah's on short.
Well, mid's called clear right now. They're just looking up mid right now. They have that position, and they also had Ins helping up top mid, but they're so worried about this long play that it is just going to be B. It's one-man Hats to do it all.
Wow, they are faking him out. It does look like they're going to have time to get Ins and cheat him over.
Down through lower. If it was the B commit, that would have been perfect.
Nice shot out of Liaz. First click. Cabal forced to watch as the pistol does continue to unfold. Hinge smoke. They can still open up both avenues and no one lingered in tons. So this information push here from Ins isn't going to go without a benefit. Oh, lovely. All of that waiting, and it's going to be rewarded. Long range, finished by the Flame. Another Blitz with the P250. That's why you put one in his hands as he gets up to 17. Cracks up long range.
Oh, open plant.
Punished immediately, not going for the safety. And now this 2v2 gets really threatening. They have to pick up the bomb, and it's Hats this time that strikes. Okay, Ins and Hats. They've done enough. You can't even pick up the bomb. Maybe, just enough time. And no! It nearly was a complete screw up. My God, the smirk at you, Ins. It's ballsy. It is so ballsy to be coming around. It was such a tight run. You were coming from short. You had 4 seconds to try and knock him off it.
Oh, dear. Could you imagine?
I could. I did.
My heart stopped for a second.
No, I don't know what you're doing charging with the knife out and a miss. I mean, you know that the knifing down is always awkward. You have to crouch.
Jeez.
Doesn't crouch. Yikes. Oh, and he did get it down in time. My God, that could have been a very, very awkward 1v2.
Gulp. Okay, well, into a 4 spy, and watch this. This will be the B piece that we should have seen out of Renegades in a bit more of a bonus scenario here. So up and towards the tunnels, a lot of utility behind this. Then a creep on contact here. Techno taking point. This smoke from Hats is going to be late. They're going to be in.
Already flooding in, and Techno's got the opener. Such a compulsory frag to post. Can they really rock the boat here on the light buy? Mac 10, Deagles, multi required. Hats has only been kept quiet to the 1. And now 3v3 down. They are scathed, battered, bruised, nade evade from Score. Re-smoke doors and the bomb uncontested. Is it going down? The whole squad is here though. Retake util to be tested here. Liaz has a smoke, choosing to be the first one in. Techno trying to just survive on bricks. And Blitz has got full tons info. He's going around.
This could be a mega late flank here.
Really spicy. Bomb's about half gone. You just need to survive, and that's what Techno's doing, staring at the succulent. He gets a frag, and Blitz doesn't initiate one. Just survive as well. Time on their side. Alistair stuck between a rock and a hard place, and 10 is on the board. Blitz actively contributing for IHC immediately on the side swap.
I think that's probably all of the oxygen kind of sucked out of the room right now, and it feels like it's being called extremely early. But that's the type of round where Renegades invested heavily. I think it was 5 M4s. I think they quite truly almost had 5 M4s across the board right there, and lose that to a round like that. just how quick the IHC were able to get away with the move that Renegades tried earlier, and it looked completely different. That's a response from Alistair, the scout up mid. That's an opening across long. Techno caught out as well. Oh, Hats has just pipped them all.
It's only Cabal. Maybe one more for Hats, and he's got 3 with the 5-7. Will happily scoop up an M4, and look at that. All's well that ends well. Called it a bit prematurely there, Chad. I think they heard you.
Yeah, but I just, look, apparently the Aussies believe that when I predict them to win, that they will lose.
So that lose predict immediately ignited the fire in their
apparently,
belly.
yeah.
Do you want to test the what? Do you want to really test fate and say that they're
going to lose right now to full Glocks?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there should be a 5K stomp. We're just going to get a one-man spray down, of course, but.
No, I know that there would be a lot of the Aussies staying awake right now to watch this, right? It's what we used to do back in the day when there was any team going overseas.
You get the Discord, you get a packet of crisps.
And there's a gentleman from the state that I'm from, Ferg. He used to actually play in France. He's half French, half Australian, and competed within French teams throughout 1.6. And he was like the guy that I looked up to when he came back to Oz.
Because he was bringing that European import.
And he was a smart cookie, right? And I know that he's at home watching right now. We're trying to cheer on the boys and see if they're able to push the issue here.
Well, I mean, there's intermittent evidence that they can, but then they will immediately throw a big seed of doubt in as well.
It's not full Glock, so I can't. Should I try the curse?
Yeah, come on.
They will lose to the AK, the Scout, the 2 Deagles, and the P250.
Thank you. Not the immediate IHC opening pace. Happy to go through the motions here. A lot of space. No contest on Cat. It's the 3-2 split. Cursory glances from the secondary B player from Inns.
Yeah, right now, obviously an opportunity for a mid to B would just mean a 2v5 fight, but they are trying to take this short control. Now, keep in mind there's just one smoke grenade to work with right here, so it's going to mainly be bullets, and that smoke's just been thrown out for a mid to B to draw that rotator across, but they're not moving. Liaz is staying stuck inside. Run boost?
Oh, it was perfectly synced with the flash, but it doesn't stop the frag coming through. Techno puts one into a teammate. Looks like it should be over. One back from Blitz. AK still in play. It's Techno 4K.
They can plant.
Not anymore. Flames on the floor, pushing in. 9 not ready, and that MP9 works well for the 2. It's just Blitz. And Alistair Scout is a real threat. Like, he seems to be very active, very mobile, and very precise coming into Dust 2.
Well, that's impact in 2 consecutive rounds, right? Alistair got the opening of the last one here and the 2 closes right now. So this is an opportunity to claw it back into a tied game. 10-10, just 1 round away here. A little bit unfortunate there from Techno on that TK. You never love to see it, but sometimes collateral damage will happen. And denying that plant is actually huge, because now it should just be these Glocks. 1 Deagle to Rock as they try and get that fast short boost up. They did make a meal of it here, but the second show. Nice utility there from Sicko, taking long in a wave. Door smoke, flash, peek, and go. And you'd love to see that same level of confidence that IHC had when they knew they were up against that lighter buy, just willing to take these fights and duels, and Inns with a flash forward is doing exactly that. Trying to pepper him on through the door. A bit of light damage done to Cabal here, and it's Liaz's turn as they do want to turn that corner up towards short. Now, we do talk about these type of rounds when it is the ecos from the boost side, just trying to milk out utility and force the rebuys from the CTs, and they haven't been able to successfully pose too much of a threat across the map. Hats towards back of Plat.
Ooh, nice little warning from the boost. And 1, 2, 3. You're
Fish
out.
in a barrel. That's how the saying goes, right?
Yeah.
I still imagine it would be difficult to shoot fish. It depends on the size of the fish.
I always imagine that there's like a sawed-off shotgun involved.
Okay, well then, yeah, okay,
you know, like in
fair
terms
enough.
of barrel and spread.
The poor fish.
The fish are screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And worst case, the
redneck
water
fishing.
will run out.
Have you seen the...
That's with the arm in the water, right?
Oh, that's more respectable. I was thinking more about the dynamite off the side of the boat.
Okay.
Not the one.
Well, this here, nice little maneuver.
I love it.
Alistair, hello, hello.
Love it, and not quite the successful block.
Missed the header.
Yep.
Setting up for what could be this B play again. It's just the one player of Techno 4K dealing with long and mid push. 4 through the upper tunnel, slinking down in towards lower here. Liaz is up on catwalk.
We're not seeing Renegades adopt the similar and more vogue, heavy under threats. Good stuff. Chips away at 2 members of IHC. Hinge smoke. Will he go for the bang? Just show restraint. Bait and switch on the reload, hoping that he can catch.
Oh, saw something.
Oh, yeah, just a tiny shoe.
Brown, size 11.
That's 46 for any Europeans.
Oh, slow pace on this one for IHC. 50 seconds left on the clock and posturing for what could be this B finish again.
46 seconds now on the clock.
Hats and Ins, they are both in B. They are set up for this. If it's a mid to B split, they're going to have to hold them on back. Well-timed smoke there from Hats.
Yeah, and they got the crisscross smokes as well. This is looking like well-shaped, well-formatted. The smoke out of Ins channels them up. But
Hats went down.
Yeah, he's taking them straight through the smoke and in. Oh, flash! It's really cut him down to a complete retake setup, and they're in. The whole squad is in. Now, this is a tough one. Do you want to go for this?
I don't know if that's going to be the call right here. If Sicko can find something on his fast flank around T-Spawn, he would need to find a kill, and soon. The bomb is planted, 40 seconds thrust onto the clock, and has to be the save. It looks so good. They got the door smoke down and the tunnel smoke down as the execute came on in. But it's just Hats getting found through the smoke was the complete difference maker right there.
Yeah, I mean, imagine the different world where it is Hats that posted the first. You have that window in support completely subdued otherwise. But IHC, I mean, I liked the approach. You can see the power of the flashes. It's just, yeah, it doesn't manifest without Cabal catching Hats. Sicko, oh, he could be set for a bit of a ruiner here. Only the one.
Yeah, that right there, like it looked perfect. The util placement was really good. I guess it's the positioning that wasn't, because what you do is if you smoke off tunnels and doors, you funnel them, right? They have 2 choices. They have to run through a grey screen dark, or they have to push through doors, or then just run through the only open corridor that was window. They still had mollies and smokes right there, so that's just a really unfortunate death for Hats in that entire environment. They can get the buy back in. There was still cash due to that save, and the way they go again, they do need to find a response here to get legs 11. Out long, faster approach here.
Corner smoke. Got it all covered. And oh, the flash exchange. Vision restored for Hats first. And that could be a double. Not quite. Just a scrap of health remaining for Techno, but already the bodies are dropped and Blitz was caught as well as Sicko. Look at the cavalry. They're both here. Sicko, Liaz, everyone here to just completely destroy the commitment. Techno, a dead man walking.
Oh. Sicko and Hats, this combo, right? They were the entry pack on the T side, now shutting down long. Clearly doing that one a bit more spawn-based, and there it is. Clean sheet, 11-11, a close game on our hands.
Very nice. And Hats and Sicko, you know, you brought them up. They are right there on par with Alistair, who, as we saw, contributing heavily over some of those T sides, and of course, opening 2 of those CT rounds, or rather opening 1 and closing the other. But yeah, this is a bit of the washing machine for IHC. No bomb plants.
Coming out. Okay, Cabal.
Okay, I mean, maybe that will help supplement the scout as opposed to the AWP.
Especially if they keep up this slower pace of
Oh,
aggression.
I like that too. Slip into tunnels and there was no boost. 9 has no info. Score, however, 1. Back and forth we go. Sicko does retreat. Happy to have taken a little bit of an even and level pegging as he does tug tail. It's Alistair posting up aggressive on long. That's a nice change up. Techno not prepared for that deep smoke, and it is going to channel them into B. Just a 3v1 as it currently stands. Has no smoke, no hope. If he doesn't have support soon, Sicko on his way.
Might have heard that scope there.
That's true. Off angle on car.
Yeah, rotation's coming. I think he heard something.
Oh, you could flash Sicko, you really could. Now would be dreamy. He's just going to choose to fight. Stand and bang. Smoke's off now. Trying to draw attention away, and it will work. That's the opportunity, and immediately loses his head. Loses his call. And that is it. The site is open. IHC, I think they've done enough. It's Liaz with the hero move, and it's cut short. Blitz having none of that. What's Alistair to do? You got to get out, preserve the AWP. You just got to think about the next round, as IHC will just tip the scales in their favor again.
Can you
Beast sight, though.
Yeah, it is a leaky boat right now, isn't it? Taken on water, that's for sure. But I don't know if I can split that any other way than missing shots. Both of them, right? Both had opportunities. You can see how wobbly the aim is. They're going the Kirby shake. They're not going the tap. It's getting real dicey out here. There's obviously nerves in play, but they're just not trusting their crosshair placement because the setup, it was in place in time. They had the number advantage. They had the bodies where they needed it. The fact that the 2B defenders this time round being Sicko and Hats cannot get a kill out of that, it's not going to work.
No, it's tough. I mean, you saw it from Hat's perspective. You couldn't have had a more telegraphed, you know, gunshots, steps, smokes, commitment, and Blitz caught off, has to process all the information, brand new, no information from him, flying blind as he rounds the corner, still gets the time to adjust and bang. You can see the head-to-head there between Sicko and Blitz.
Double orbs coming out here in response from Renegades.
9 multi-kill rounds out of Blitz. That makes sense with 23 in the bag. Head and shoulders above everyone else in the server. That's 2 maps back-to-back and for survival, so he's definitely got that killer instinct today.
It's a new machine gun.
Yeah, he is. Hinge smoke will absorb Blitz's crawl-ins. Is right to assume. Got the double orbs out. This can be susceptible through the corner. Blitz, he's living. Will he be fragging? That remains to be seen. Orbs juggled over to him as Bogdan's Law apparently still stands in Mongolia.
I don't know what they called it over there.
It's global law.
Yeah, well, it should be.
Global offensive, at least.
Kamal's gone down. Hats has found one in, stepping out across mid. Will get punished for this. The mid to B would be perfect. It's just Hats here.
Yeah, they're so low, though. This spray through the smoke from Liaz is a bit premature because there's still 4 kicking. Heading back through tons for a safe avenue.
Nades.
This could be a bit of a redemption song for him, though. They've got util, but they're so low. Just take one. Yeah, just like that. Score goes down, and Hats defends the site until Blitz arrives at this angle from 9. This angle from 9 is a problem. Gets one. Alistair, though, should be good for the trade. The pre-fire from 9. He reads them like a book. Takes down Alistair as well. That's AKV AWP. And now with the bomb ticking, it's Sicko trying to do it all.
Another number advantage situation. Slipped through the fingers here, and Sicko up close personal. Has a kit for this.
Sicko for Australia. What's gonna happen? That's 13, 3 away from IHC. Sending Renegades as the first team home from the PGL Antwerp Major of 2022. The Mongolians writing history as they are the first to represent their country at a Counter-Strike Major. How many have we had, Chad? 17?
17.
17 major events and the first for Mongolia.
Yeah.
IHC looking to send Renegades home first.
I think what happened with Mongols back in the day when they were able to, because we had to qualify back then for the major qualifier, which now is the challenger stage. It was just labeled differently. So now this is officially part of the major, but back in my day, it was only 16 teams in the major. Now we've expanded to 24. Get with the times, you know, things do change and evolve right here. Yeah. And we giving a couple more opportunities for teams like this to put themselves on the big stage, right? This is a chance to put your mark. And I know it's a win against what can be considered domestic or regional rival. Yeah. It's still a victory here nonetheless, and Renegades are going to have to swallow a little bit of humble pie right here. IHC very likely to pick up their 14th round, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. These B plays, these B splits, this has to be the key to success because it has been the problem for Renegades. Just like on Inferno, their B bomb site on their CT side was rough. It was rough as guts, like a dropped pie. Smashed crab, all that fun stuff.
You're getting a bit pie-themed here. Or is it because Renegades have a pie on their face?
Yeah, well, we do love that down under.
Yeah, you like beer and shoes and pie on your face.
We're into B. Bomb being ushered across right now in IHC. It's a freebie right here, isn't it? They're around every day of the week. Yeah, the silence. It's deafening, isn't it? The bomb goes off, and it's this entire stack. The wrong place, wrong time.
The embodiment of what's going on in the Renegades comms as well. Like, they have lost their mojo. It's so hard when it feels like you just haven't got what it takes. You got to convince yourselves quickly that it's not the case. Staring down the barrel of 14. A guarantee. Nice from Inns. He is still kicking and screaming as much as he possibly can. Just careful now. Don't want to lose your life or your weapon to your own flames. Techno's up long. Doesn't seem too concerned about finding the frag.
It is crazy, right? It was only 2 majors ago there was an Aussie team in the top 4 of a major.
I was going to ask about that.
Yeah, but that now is 3 years ago. So it really depends on the framing. You want to put it at 2019 and 2022 now, right? So
sure.
it is quite some time ago. But that's the thing, the parts of that team, that was the remnants of the Vox Laminor into the Renegades, into the 100 Thieves, and now the bounce back on the A-Stream. Vitality, no slouch apparently on Dust 2, really taking it to 4s.
I think they took that loss personally.
Yeah, I think so too. So taking that one a quick little victory right there.
There's a reason they banned Nuke against Astralis. That's that. Ooh, that is important. He gets away. And look at Sicko go. That's the bomb that could be round defining. 2 headshots into IHC on the early doors. And they're out. Wow, this is quick. I don't think Ince was ready for that. And he's just screaming as he processes the information. There's 2 here. Liaz as well is going to be there. Techno with 1 already crossing in. They are not slowing down despite the loss of Long. Liaz, through the flame. Obscured, but still sprayed down. Techno contributes. We got a 3v3 and the bomb's still under Sicko's nose. 9 has been waiting this whole time and Sicko is trying to win it on his own.
Has to do it all.
He has to. He really does in the absence of anyone else. It's just him. And look at the rotates. They are defending this bomb like a bomb site, and it's Hats this time with 1. Sicko will take his 4th and take a bow because he may have given Renegades a new lease of life.
This is the thing. B is still a problem. That right there, they tried to go long, and we know that they've had issues not only long on this T side trying to take space IHC, but on the CT side too. So this is the thing. What do? Default back to these B hits, to these mid to Bs, put the pressure on that side of the map because they're not able to defend. It's quite clear.
Coach Mara on the mic. Talk this one through. Your boys are so close to a W on major soil.
I think it's easy here to give them the advice that they need, right? Like, boys, we know which bomb site is the clear issue right now. Yeah, but even when they've had the correct setup and the correct utility usage, they have still lost the rounds, right? And if that's why in your head, you're going to think when Hats lost that round where he got spammed through the smoke, he's going to think, yeah, boys, I just got spammed through the smoke, right? Because that is what happened. Exactly,
yeah,
right? So the adjustments, they don't have to be heavy here for Renegades. They just need to hit the shots, right? It's quite simple as that. And the buyback in for IHC, I would be out the gate if they don't try and go for a mid to B or a B finish. Maybe this is a later pop on long.
Oh my lord, both orbs miss. Oh, and the flashy sticks around. Cabal is so lucky to have gotten away with that.
Yeah, checking a teammate's screen to see if he got the kill or was still alive. Unfortunately, still alive. Gets to likely retain this AWP. And looks like our Raider, he's doing a little bit of catching on up.
Okay, but yeah, Chad, it's happening. And the setup.
This time around, it's a 2-1-2. So there is the 3rd man to chip on in and help on out. It's Alistair posted right now towards CT spawn. But if he gets pushed off and is going to play in spawn, he's going to be disconnected from the mid to B. They're boosted on up. They're clearing short. They're crossing the T's, dotting their I's as they're looking for this space here. But it won't take a lot of utility to push Alistair off this line.
Yeah, Alistair's got his eyes on the prize. A slither gap. Can react to a hinge smoke. Heard them jump across. This indicates a commitment elsewhere, but at the same time, they're dropping dribble smoke B.
Yeah, bombs upper tunnels. It's very telling of what could be possible here.
They're going to fake him out. They might fake him out.
Alistair's just been drawn back. This is where the problems start to come in. If you do that B defense.
If you do the Lurky Boy smoke on A and commit B, oh, this is spicy. IHC are playing proper counter. This is so spicy. Inz has got to do a lot here. He is right next to 3 of them, and the crosshairs on him, right to the belly. In's gone, the site open. He's got to worry about mid as well. Hats, can you save Renegades? A miss on the first engagement. Techno will punish, and they've got enough time. Just 7-6. Bomb to be planted, and they have to surely save.
There's no way in here for Renegades. And again, it's this B bomb site. It's been this B bomb site the entire time.
But that timeout, how well utilized was that timeout? That round was everything you wanted. They kept them guessing at A, kept them still thinking, okay, maybe it's not long, but it could be short, and still ended up with the numbers B.
That's the type of round, though, where Renegades have to take a gamble because they know where the problem is, right? Yeah. That's the type of round that you would see a top-tier team go for a 3-man B lean, and they'd stick to their guns. They'd play retake A, because it's not like Renegades didn't have long control. They could have given up short, allowed the execute to come in, played retake on that A site, and hedge their bets that it was going to be another B hit, but just not trusting in the process, or maybe not having that in their arsenal of thought.
It can be very difficult when you aren't, you know, looking at that bird's eye view, that full top-down 10-man view, to kind of understand what's happening when from just your own perspective. That's where a coach really can help, you know, just has that extra gift.
Yeah,
being able to see the big picture.
The thing is as well, they have Kingfisher as the coach, and he's obviously still newer to this as well, especially at this level of coaching. So not going to be the easiest here, but IHC 1 round away from doing it. Renegades need 3 consecutive to take us to overtime, or they will be the first team eliminated here at the PGL Antwerp Major of 2022.
All right, let's see which one of these human beings thrives under the pressure, and that's Sicko. He's one of the heroes that have kept Renegades swinging. In's okay, a little bit of a active offensive defense. This could be the end of Techno, or it could be his second to close this out. Oh, Hats has got the whole squad coming. He's missed his flash. Smoke at the back aside to keep himself safe from the flame. He needs a multi-kill here. Hidden guys by the smoke, but gets nothing done. IHC 3 frags away. Renegades for Australia standing at the brink of defeat. There's only 2 to voice concerns now. It's Ins and Liaz. And aggressive through the smoke. Cabal's having fun with this. Look at the gap he's created, and he will finish with fire in his belly and a smirk on the face as the first Mongolian map is won out. A full series. They will take down Renegades in a domestic rival, falls and is eliminated at the hands of IHC. In-game pride, national pride, quite the contrary. That's a brutal one for the Renegades. They just couldn't seem to get it flowing throughout the entirety of their time here in Antwerp.
Yeah, had a hard time addressing what the clear weaknesses were. It was time and time again that the same bomb sites were being exploited and they were unable to address those issues. But you just have to sing the praises of IHC. They're a tidy-looking team. Individually speaking, there's a couple of standout players there. Blitz had 2 consecutive good maps back-to-back. Their approach, it's by the book, right? It's by the book. They're playing default Counter-Strike. They understand where they can punish, how they can punish. They have a couple of nice moves and a great game from them. You can only say positive things about IHC here as they get the fist bumps in. But it'll be goodbye Renegades. They're going to have a long journey home. That's them, the first team eliminated here from the Challenger stage. And that is going to be a bitter one to swallow because you look at they lost to Eternal Fire, they lost to Fours, and they lost to IHC again.
IHC have some Eternal Fire though.
Yeah.
My question is, you know, can they do this to anyone else? You got best of 3s. They've already shown a relatively diverse map pool. We've already seen them play multiples of that. It seems like there is very few kind of unforced errors out of IHC. They can shoot heads.
I think these guys are up against a team like Eternal Fire, like a name like that. Maybe
they pushed Cold to like the 29-round game.
Precisely. So I think in best of 3s here, especially the fact that they'll get to probably play into an Inferno or something along those lines. They've shown that they're good on Mirage. They've just shown on Dust too that they can be competent. So I think for IHC, the story might not be done just yet, but it's going to be difficult, right? They're going to need these level of performances from Blitz. But you saw like Techno with some really great aim, some sharp shooting, this stylish final finish there from Cabal off the top rope. But Sicko, he did his best. He's the only member of the team representing New Zealand. The rest are all those Aussies going up against the Mongolian squad where, yeah, Blitz again. 2 banger games. 26 on the first map, 27 on the second. I'm sure his headshot percentage looks a little bit better this time round, Alex.
I'm crossing my fingers, Chad. Let's find out. 50.
There you go.
Okay. Garage.
Yeah, don't even. We'll have to ask him. We'll have to see if they can do it for us because we might be saying their name a whole lot more here.
Yeah,
this is
right.
pretty good stuff. And it's tidy Counter-Strike to watch. We always talk about Tai Lu being sharp, they can shoot, right? But the brand of Counter-Strike they would play would always be very in flux. The way that these guys play is, as you mentioned, more of like a European elk to it, and it's nice to watch.
Yeah, it's like a whole team with the kind of the Spinks land buff of like, oh, wow, we can do this as a unit, and it feels a whole lot better on 0 ping. I believe it would. And that obviously doesn't feel too great for the Renegades. Our commiserations as the Australian representation is eliminated on day 2 of the Antwerp Major here at PGL. It's brutal. And it's the end of the day for us, not the end of the day for eliminations, Chad. We are waving goodbye to another team next.
Liquid versus 9Z going to be brought to you by Scrawny and Launders coming up next. We could be saying goodbye to Liquid, or we could be saying goodbye to 9Z.
Let's find out. You stay tuned.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Sorry about that, bro. Left you hanging.
Yeah, used to it. We can try again.
Maybe not. Maybe. Limp.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like the start of both of these two teams, who find themselves 0-2 here at the Antwerp Major. Somebody is getting eliminated. We have dreams that will be broken, but obviously dreams and hopes that are still high for a couple of different regions here tonight. 9Z and Liquid. I think two teams, or at least one team, nobody expected to be here.
Yeah, I don't think this won't be free. I think that's the other kind of story coming into this elimination matchup. That as much as I feel like people just expected Liquid to make it through, like not making it through challengers is just a tragedy for Liquid as an organization. It just doesn't make sense, but it's clearly possible. Like even from this point, they'd have to win 3 best-of-3s in total to progress, and 9Z are a staunch first competitor to go up against.
I think 9Z are a team that, yesterday I went on record as saying, like, I don't think 9Z or IHC will be eliminated 0-3. And I would have still backed that statement more heavily had they not gotten this matchup versus Liquid. Liquid being here is the giant question mark. I still truly believe that we could see a 9Z pick up at the very least a map versus Liquid. If Liquid do not show us a stark improvement to their 1 day of play yesterday, right? That's always the asterisk here. It is a 0-2 based on 1 day of play, and we know that the ceiling is so much higher. But you slip up again tonight, if you're not sharp coming into this versus 9Z, I think there is very well a chance that we could get a crazy upset this evening.
Yeah, and then, if Liquid play at their best, there wouldn't really be a chance, I would say, based on what we've seen from 9Z so far at this stage. But right now, Liquid they're killing themselves. They're killing themselves constantly. You can almost point to a round in every series where there's just some big issue. But 9Z, they've got a real roster. Honestly, it's kind of weird, but they played some of the best Dust 2 that we saw in the RMR. It was so impressive. I feel like the calling, some of the individual players that we talked about, the fact that Lucan wasn't even an opper coming into this, came out of retirement, and now has picked up that op, got the team to the stickers, into challengers, and still manages to figure out how to do it, but it still has some struggles. All these things are kind of very interesting things to watch for with 9Z, and that they play with their heart. We've casted all of their games. They always bring it.
I've been blown away by Argentina time and time again, dude. TWC 2016, Argentina versus Turkey. We had then that movement of that same roster, head by Johnny Boy, who'd been playing CS since like 2012 at least. Move into Miami Flamingos, move to America, try their damnedest in Premier, get picked up by Gale Force, move through these organizations across different years of CSGO, and yet that one kind of fizzled out, and now here we are, what feels like another chance for Latin American Counter-Strike. But we do have to say it, right? Lucan, one of the reasons he got them here today, because of the fact that he picked up what was this huge hole that we expected to be left in 9Z. With no try, we thought no chance. But Lucan managed to grab a role, as you alluded to, that he had not been known for, and held on with that. Then you also lose your, at the time, IGL. Still managed to fight through that one. This is a team that has faced an uphill battle almost every step of the way. We can't, ignore the fact they're not playing with their coach here either. Another piece of their puzzle that gets taken away in a critical moment for this roster and their longevity. If we get Dust 2 as a decider map, then I think, okay, good call from Liquid in my opinion, because Overpass is where I think 9Z can do some damage.
Mirage,
and Dust 2 would have been there as well.
Yeah, so they get Mirage. I mean, it's actually a super strong veto, of course, being able to play Ancient. I mean, this could be just a gimme. Now, 9Z could see Ancient coming, but they will, seeing it coming and dealing with it, two different things entirely. I think that'll be should be a very kind of easy first map for Liquid, but it's also a situation where Liquid have, again, they just beat themselves, and it's I think, when you look for it, of course, teams can't prepare for these kinds of rounds. When they make some weird move, they lose in such a way. It's basically like a 3v5. We saw one mistake where they forgot a bomb on Inferno in a round that was just done already. And then the next few rounds, it's like they just lose. They might come back after that, but they just don't have much resolve. I mean, it's always felt like it's been a story of the mental game for Team Liquid. It's just a story that's gone on for a couple of years now. And I guess the worst part of it all is, besides the showdown, they were actually looking really good there for a moment. But here we are in the match already.
It begins, man. It's do or die for both these rosters, and we know that 9Z are trying to fight outside of their own weight class. But look at this. 4 versus 2 for 9Z CT side. Bomb being planted on the opposite end of all these 9Z players. They've got the swarm going. They've got cave control. They've got 3 back on the spawn. And now Shox walks up. Max just ahead of him. Ooh, a headshot that I think could turn this one back into the hands of Liquid, but then he loses his next duel, taking a fight versus 2 CTs. Nitro deep on ramp. He waits. Bomb is being stuck, but it's a 10-second defuse, so Nitro pulled forward. Ooh. Oh, he doesn't get anything more than that one, so it is enough for 9Z to make the retake happen.
Yeah, damn. You know, it's a good retake here. Liquid will take any T rounds that they can get, so at least for 9Z, even though we don't know how much they prepared for Ancient, and they just don't have any wins on it in their officials. They are no, excuse me, I misread this. They have played it. They have a 50% win rate. Still a bit better for Liquid overall, so actually it's maybe not quite as clear cut as I thought for a second in my memory. We just didn't watch any 9Z Ancient games. Yeah,
you and I have not cast a 9Z Ancient.
So not in my memory, so okay. The buy comes right back in. And as per, it's incredibly strong for the T side.
David decides to take that fight. I thought he was going to play responsive, but he decides to extend into it, takes 2 with him, so definitely worth the aggression. Good flash, still pops the T's of Liquid into the open. Elige has an answer, and he could be sharp.
God damn.
But Lucan, right there, 3 kills with the A1S. This is a guy we've got to talk about. Not only picking up the AWP role from Tri upon his departure, but Lucan in the overtime of Dust 2, the map they used to get to this major. I watched Lucan go hard in like 4 consecutive rounds, pulling up crazy clutches, crazy multi-frags. He was the dude who just put himself on the pedestal to get 9Z here, and he has struggled since. He has not given us the performances yesterday that we were sort of expecting. For him to be 6-0 off of the bat, that could be a great sign of things to come for 9Z. But Shox has a response, and Liquid have potential.
Oh, man.
We got a D onto David. Flub smoke in mid, luckily gets replaced by DGT, who stands out in the open. Perfect timing on the spray there. Not to mention a chance to fall back into cover and be covered by Max.
I'm surprised they didn't actually follow up with that 1 deke from Shox. Now, it could have looked like a bait, like there were more A players behind it, but ultimately they still had a plan to go through with mid. Flash came through, but there were, 9Z were fully well prepared up in mid for that as well. So Liquid don't get a bomb plant in this round. Nothing to go off, and the buy will come right back in, and we'll see what Liquid have to offer with this one. Of course, they can still take it anywhere. Did we have odds for this game?
We moved past them pretty quick.
Yeah, I can double check that. I'm actually quite curious what the bookmakers say about this matchup.
Wild world of Liquid. I mean, actually, it's 3-0. I can't get too crazy, but just the fact that, we're casting a 0-2 match and I see Team Liquid at the top of the screen is still something to process.
Yeah.
But,
uh-oh.
They're the reason they're here. Smoke right ahead of Shox.
They heard the boost. I think, man, when people boost, this is kind of silly, but like once you jump up on someone's head, the person on the bottom needs to just let go of crouch, and then the person can jump whenever they want instead of just holding crouch like that. But with that hurt, it's not going to net them anything here. And the smoke is nice and prim, covers everything. I think slower rounds are the move on this map for the most part for T side. Try to work your map control. Of course, there's a lot of penduluming between A and B through spawn as you wait around, because mid isn't just given to you. and it's kind of hard to take anything else without committing a lot, but they'll finally get out to B after the smokes dissipate.
Just so much time burned off. Oh, missed jump from Lucan.
Oh, you think it was a space bar?
Yeah, I don't think so, Mo. Might have been the scroll wheel. David, he's going to instead have to hold everything here on the A site. Gets 1.5 frags worth of damage, and suddenly we've got Liquid with a very comfortable round, dude. The fact that 9Z were able to take so much map control and bleed off so much time, Liquid only coming out of those long doors with like 35 seconds left on the clock. But it's that squeeze, right? That final squeeze that Liquid puncture through with, and I'm sure Lucan replays that one in his head 100 times. But the jump most certainly screwed over any chance he had at cutting off that A play. And if he gets that kill, they've got to deal with him in those corners. He slows it all down. His teammate then has a better chance at actually locking it in. Who knows what happens?
No, 100%.
Missed chance.
Yeah, that was definitely a missed chance. Now it is kind of crazy to me that they are pushing with the rifle through A like a number of times. And they did this on the anti-eco, and I'll say a number, but 2 times the anti-eco in this round right here, and that is one of the most promising places you could find a CT to try to frag him if you're on T side. And I guess the whole thing about CT side is you got tons of angles that are CT favored, and you could sit out basically anywhere within the site and have a nice position like we saw from David on that last rifle round versus the attack on A, and easily mow down to fall back through Temple, have a number of ways to route back into assisting your teammates. But pushing, is one of the most risky ones. Of course, it would free up rotations, and not all teams are going to test A on the T side, so it can be an opportunity, but we can see when it's risky as well.
They get out of there.
Oh, they try to sneak in back into pocket.
Nice little, utility war going on in middle so far, but it does feel like Liquid have been kind of stunned by these smokes multiple rounds. They've got the tools to try and break through on their own accord, but boosts on boosts, different parts of the map trying to get over these smokes, and so far hasn't really been an opening for Liquid.
Yeah, but what they do know is that they retested the pocket, so, if 9Z go back there 3 times, and that might be a play that works, but for now, Liquid, they kind of feel like they've won mid and they can go ahead and take it over. They're making pretty good pace here as well. I would say I like the setup. The position so far from the T side, but then Max gets the 2K unanswered.
Leash is coming.
Oh.
He joins them by jumping up through mid, and that's substantial damage.
Oh, he could just die.
Looks like Max will get away from the frag. Throws a flash in on his own, and that one just fully blinds a Liege. So Liquid stunned for a second on the cusp of this B site. They keep holding off on their angles with just the right amount of utility to get past these lines of sight. And DGT trying to squeeze up close on smoke, but the bomb is still planted. And now Liquid can just lean back on these AK-47s.
They need a little bit more, though.
So close.
Wow.
These shots just whizzing by OC. Naf gets taken down to half health. OC regains vision, and sure enough, impact. A Legion side of the cave. 1, and that's it. We've got another retake on this B site from 9Z. Another chance for Liquid where they come into it and get that down, but not a hold and not a round 1.
Yeah, bomb plan's big. They were in a better position, but Max did a good job of holding, getting some damage, and falling back. And even though he got hurt by a Liege, he also got out of there, revealed OC's position, even though he went down to that trade. And 9Z kept numbers that entire time. So planting the bomb 3v3 on B site, it feels good for the money, but it definitely doesn't feel like you've already won the round, and I think that's what's key. But pushing into CT is what's really hard to do, and that's why we see the Astralis execs on the B site where they smoke deep and take really ambitious control all the way to the back lanes.
Fast one this time. Liquid just looking to nos their way through this site. And yeah, sure enough, Rocks will be found out in the corner. Max getting the better of Shocks inside this, but that's 2 weapons now given and no bomb.
They dropped it.
Oh, good catch. David able to get eyes on it. You mentioned it when this pregame happened, dude. There was a round of on Inferno, same situation. Obviously this time.
Oh,
see if it gets recovered.
They just got chased because they
Deep
both
nade.
ran, and yeah.
More chip damage. Naf's still alive, though. He's trying to chase the kills. They still haven't even solved the bomb problem. They just look for kills, and no, sir. DGT locks in a double. 9Z, 5-1 start.
Yeah, as soon as they ran out of the site, it was clear. 2 players alive. They definitely heard more than 1 player running out, so just got followed. Smart move from 9Z. And Liquid will have to basically just try again, work hard on this default and see if they can get back some space slowly. They're probably not going to rush a lot on the full rifles. Not that you shouldn't ever, but you definitely should do it sparsely. Initial smoke here on mid. It looks like maybe fast mid control at least.
We're trying another quick one. Oh, excellent. David finds that lineup. Shock's poor guy gets splattered before he even sees a thing. DGT away from Donut. Looks to shave shots through smoke, and Nitro with Elige have managed to get up close. Naf is going to be this threat inside A, and I love this DGT. He's not gonna hide. He's gonna come right back at it. Meanwhile, Lucan has still seen nothing over on A main, but OC, maybe he can pick up this problem within mid. 4 versus 2.
Yeah, Lucas found a very comfortable angle. I would love to see how this works out in case of a wide swing. He's just preparing for the close position here, and now that'll draw some Lucan attention. That's enough actually to open the site up. This is a bomb plan. That could be the difference between a win and a lost round. However, Naf tries to shoot the op off. No shot connects. Will transpose into Temple. OC walking up in a donut, and his back is exposed for a moment.
But Max is so far away, and Naf feels that Rox is getting ever closer. They just won this 2 versus 4. Unless Max can miraculously make this happen, but I mean, he's got 2 enemies to find deep inside of Donut. Yeah, he can swap to the weapon, but he still has a little element of surprise, and now that AK-47 just seems like too much to save. Team Liquid, 2 versus 4.
Yeah.
Because Lucan, once he lost that support player in Temple,
he got scared.
And he had nowhere to run, dude. With an op between Donut exit and A main.
Yes, and that's a position where it was like, it looks brave. It looks, you know, he's playing a very close angle, and he probably has a nice shot, especially if the guy is far away, or he's almost certainly not going to miss that. But the problem was he was very vulnerable without any donut control whatsoever. And if he had played in the Temple and held that same angle like David did in that previous round, then he could have taken also a pretty favorable fight and also fought Donut or been less scared about anyone coming out Donut behind him. So it comes down to timing, but it's really well played in terms of the lurk and the leverage that OC got to allow Nafly out to kill Lucan in that mid-round situation.
A notable 2v4, man. When we know how difficult these T-Habs can be on Ancient, you get that one nice and early, only 7 rounds deep. CT Economy now entirely on the line.
Oh yeah, it's looking rough. Okay, the deep push. This is a good idea, of course. I think very strong. Another strong spot for Lucan.
Oh, Rox.
Whoa, he's falling back off.
He's got this. He knows that a player would have boosted. He's got the cover behind him, but the Opera actually falls away. Lucan gives Nitro a chance to get the better of Rox. No trade.
That was awesome. They had 2 flashes in place once the first peek came out, so even though Lucan came back to his post and they were worried about trading it out, they blinded the up-coast player, they isolated him, and Lucan, even if he stayed on the angle, would have been blind off that flash as well.
Meanwhile, deep A control from David. Gets the spot he wants and falls away from it. Elige curiously working his way into top middle. He's got 2 counter-terrorists making sound on this rotate. A ton of noise.
Wait, but they know then the B guy pushed, yeah. So Max goes down, site gets cracked, and Elige is here taking fights. He knows how many crossed.
Dude, 9Z just, they gave away any element of surprise when it came to that movement. Like, they just fully assumed there was nobody inside of middle.
Yeah, it's a great mistake. You know, you have to wait for timings inside of snipers all the way down to 10 seconds. Even after the bomb has been planted, people can come out into the and be the last player to end up winning the round. So, yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, it comes down to basically the fact that 2 people run, first of all, when there was actually no immediate threat. They even had just DGT re-smoked deep A and then pushed in to clear it out, and they still did that. So there must have been a bad comm there, because I don't think Liquid really worked hard enough to pull some kind of crazy rotation like that.
Poor Lucan as well. Not long for this one. Yeah, Shox finds the back. Didn't think there was a second. So Team Liquid not only getting 2 consecutive, not only using Elige as a perfect kind of punch to the gut in mid, but they completely sweep away any of the saved weapons from 9Z. And that's a tough one to swallow. You know as well that comes off of the back of that 2 versus 4. You win that 4v2 if you're 9Z, you've got another couple rounds on the board, but now it's
yeah, that was all their money. So I mean, like when you're on T side, you spend half the round rotating through spawn. it's time for revenge later in the round when you get up to the snipers, and it's the CTs who now have that rotate. That's really unfun to pull off, trying to figure out whether it's going to end A or B site, and this is an enormous opportunity for Team Liquid, where 9Z are dead broke. They've got a Deagle, single flash here on Max to work with, and one upgraded USP and two of P250. And Liquid very clearly know that it's an anti-eco. We've seen deep B smokes and control every single round here from 9Z. Now Liquid actually can kind of take a breath. I mean, they've met a quota almost. You know, 4th round on T side this early on is insane. Plus, they dealt with the fact that we had a 5-0 start from 9Z.
The most passive round of CS we've seen. It's a really big breath for Liquid.
When we watched Astralis play recently, you saw a team that not only has gotten a lot better and had to deal with losing so much in the past few months and figuring things out, that you can now pick them over some of their competition, right?
Yes.
But when we saw them play, I think it was versus IHC on Nuke, you saw they were willing to take it to the next level and like start pushing in situations where they already have an advantage and say, okay, we know we're better than you. Yes, we wouldn't always do this if a team was better than us, but now not only are we playing good CS where we know we'll win, we'll also play with some confidence and really lay it on thick. And I think Liquid are capable of that same thing, but they don't have that same confidence. They don't have the wins right now. They've had too many bad losses, so I can see why they are going to play it a little slower in rounds that are just 100% guaranteed. They need to earn back that confidence because it doesn't come from nowhere, and they've seen themselves lose in much worse situations. So penny pinch, you know, they've got every single dollar they can save could matter, especially considering, again, what type of rounds we know they're prone to lose.
This is a good one for them, though. Make some money off of the Mac 10, keep the numbers nice and strong, and close that gap to the 5-4. So Liquid, we see the op on OC, and he is posted towards middle immediately. BGT, top fragger for the side of 9Z, looks to come hunting close. Tons of boosts going on from Liquid, always trying to pry over top of these smokes, and this one works out wonderfully. Elige, headshot for the man advantage early. Naf, missed flash. 2 counter-terrorists on the other end of this, and he has the less of the weapons for Liquid. Be careful, my friend. .9Z foregoing some of that forward A main control that we'd seen from them a couple of rounds. No early warning system in place on that side of the map, right? They go from scrambling over too quickly with deep vision to now staying stagnant on the B site with no info. And that no information setup is going to give Liquid an easy exit by the looks of things. I mean, David's the only guy close, and he's being drawn back towards top mid.
Well, yeah, they've actually made it out towards A. And yeah, that's why I was really curious about those early A main pushes, because you're not going to do that every round. And you've already used them twice and got punished now in the early portion of the first half. So no surprise to me that Liquid find this. They start to exploit it. So I think really smart call here from Liquid to do what they just did. And it's after their first kill in mid. Now, the other thing is we could see from the where our CT died inside of middle that Liquid have been boosting inside of the smoke and elbow. And normally you walk into the corner of the smoke and you boost on that side and look at the boost. And that was a little bit safer. But 9Z have been floating in middle 20, 30 seconds into the round. So I think Liquid have been specifically trying to punish them for doing that. And this time, of course, it pays off.
Nap with a chance to kill Rox here. Yeah, dude, Rox, poor guy's just getting mincemeated. They're all hanging on and they're all hiding in corners. Nap will kill Rox.
Oof.
And then Max gets the better of Nitro. So 2 deaths at the very end of that one. And Liquid tie this game 5 rounds apiece. I do feel like I'm starting to see, like, you know, I think back to that, like, quick rotate past Elige where 2 players go sprinting over. Sometimes you watch a team who doesn't play too much vertigo, and you see them give away audio cues when they're not supposed to, or, like, you know, it's those little detailed moments where It's just, its audio advantage is offered, and Ancient can be a map like that. Right now, DGT, screw the sound. He's going to put on the pain. Finds Naf trying to charge through mid-smokes.
Yeah, that's that config play off the spawn that he had. Try to get fast into Donut,
You know,
or maybe just get past it.
Of Config and Astralis, we think of like, those are one of those teams I feel like that just walk everywhere across Ancient all the time, and they have a sick T side. And right now, Liquid are kind of hitting me with that. Creeping and crawling. Well, 9Z maybe a little bit more frantic and frazzled, but 5 versus 3 is a good look for them.
Yeah.
And again, no close A main, but at least you've got David within this bomb site. Close Donut support.
He's been awesome on the back of default in this angle on a previous round.
His shot's going to miss. The second one hits, but he does still dodge that Molotov. OC looking to block off Donut support, and sure enough, DGT taken out. OC,
so good.
What? The drive-by USP? Okay. Oh! And then right back into the op. Rox maybe jumping the gun as he tries to chase down the NA Opper. Max is the next in line, and OC up close with this one. Here's the A1S shoot, and he just needs to time this.
Reload.
He just needs to time that peak. Max playing with the corner. Oh, OC, dude, back and forth, but not able to hang on. Nitro and Elige 2v3. The attack from the back of Donut. Nitro, his teammates currently smoked off, but Max is able to find that fight within it. Bomb beyond the halfway point. And Nitro's just trying to lock in the side of Temple. Goes for the peak, takes it to Lucan, gets the better of him. And now as he sits on 50 health, he's being chased down by Max, who will kill him, but does he have the time?
Oh, he does, I think. Yeah. With the kid, he'll lock it in.
Oh.
And they win the round. That one comes so close. So close. Probably shouldn't have been that close after they killed OC. Actually had a good position to win that retake, but Nitro nearly pulled off the 1v3, or 1v2.
Nitro doing such a good job of just separating those fights around the front of Temple. Props to Elige as well, kind of removed from OC. You know how frantic OC was for a second, being so surrounded. If Elige is there, he's got a set of eyes to help. But
that was a 3-on-5.
Yeah,
they got into that between Nitro, Elige, and OC.
Very good effort from Liquid. And coming that close, knowing you've already won the 2v4s and you have 5 T rounds Ancient. This half not done yet for Liquid. Full buy, better buy.
Liquid know they have free mid attack again within 20 seconds, and this is actually a huge trap for 9Z that they have not put too much pressure down here. And right now the rotations already look a little bit worrisome. I like that we're still keeping kind of contact at the bottom of B, but once this is spotted, there isn't actually that much more in place, and now so much map control is handed over to the Ts.
That was close.
David pushed again. But yeah, this is a situation where actually David wants that fight because there's not a huge amount of incentive for that A attack to come down.
Good damage. Oh, Rox taken to 18, but bullets go both ways. DGT takes the headshot. That's what they were both looking for.
Look at this cave control, and there's an MP9 flanking, which is, you know, that's pretty cool, but there's not really a way for the CTs to defend.
They do throw a smoke down on a ramp. Oh, but David, oh my God, OC wins it with the Tech 9. 25 seconds, Liquid can't go elsewhere, so they do still push in the 4 versus 3. Smokes on both sides of this site. And now suddenly 9Z, they just want to tick it out of there. And we've got Shocks coming to hunt them through top mid. That flank could have been massive, but OC misses the op shot, swaps to the Tech 9, and deals with it.
Oh, and even with that kill, it would have been kind of hard, but look at Shocks. He could actually knock out all the remaining money from the CT side.
All of it. Lucan dead to the hands of Naf. Liquid tie again, 6 rounds each.
Okay, so what's really important here is, again, 9Z, they've tried to float inside of middle, but they don't really have a lot going on in terms of putting tons of pressure on Liquid, who wants to go for this delayed mid control, and Liquid are recognizing that. They're consistently attacking it over and over again. Not only that, but after that goes down and a lot of the early grenades come out from 9Z towards the bottom of B steps around Banana and outside Cave, they spot, they fall back, but they don't hold on to it, and they aren't getting the kills there in any of these positions. So I think Liquid kind of have figured this out at this point. They continue to do what they're doing, and also 9Z pretty broke now.
Definitely a layer of desperation here in round 13. I feel like Elige just heard Max. It's not one, not two, but 3 pistols stacked up inside a cave. Ooh. Down goes Rocks. That's top mid.
Leave it to Shocks to sniff out an empty site. He's got an opportunity to tell Liquid about. And now they're going to be incredibly nervous about where the rest of the CTs are, but we'll realize soon that it is in fact cave.
Nitro, knowing this is probably the beehive, rips off one end, and Elige is good for the other 2. Lucan, the only player from 9Z, able to get much impact here versus Liquid, as they will take a lead. 7-6 on this T side. Clearly looking like the better team tonight.
Yeah, again, deep B control is one thing. They have the opportunity, though, once you get your deep smoke down, carpet mollies outside banana, to have your opera and a close rifler push down more aggressively for those kills. Deny that side of the map, and it seems like 9Z are actually more comfortable pushing on A, which is atypical when you look at the way that most CT teams are approaching the map right now. So for whatever reason, they've been going for action on that side, but I think that's where Liquid are going to be quite happy to fight if they keep seeing that go down. So another attack pause will be called, and I think an op would make a big difference in this situation for 9Z, but I don't think they'll be able to afford it. They could have gone a glass cannon on Lucan, but instead he'll pick up a rifle. That is where he's more comfortable anyways. So,
and it has been a little while for 9Z now.
I think 9Z are hoping, I mean, they're not even doing a great job of catching lurkers coming through mid as well.
No,
So
this slow play is just working out wonderfully for Liquid. Even last round, right? Shocks going to the top of B site. It's just
yeah, basically what we've seen is if we had an op passive inside a temple watching the A push, one player in Donut spotting the cross into snipers, Liquid would almost always end B with the amount of space that they take, and if they had an overstacked B site, then 9Z would probably have a lot more success.
Elige's got a gap here to play with. More utility on him. They're trying to pressure it, trying to deny it.
It's good.
It's enough to turn him back.
Yeah, I think they figured it out now. It's obviously a little late in the half, but this is the right idea.
Right off at the tack pause. TGT duel versus NAF could have been his, but instead it's Rocks v Shocks. And the B ramp held here from 9Z. Max going to shy away from this, doesn't want to give away that 5v4, and Max will kill Nitro in the end. Nice little creepy crawl here from Rocks, runs it down. That's his 2nd and 3rd. While NAF tries to burn him out of the corner, he is already gone. Big play from Rocks. Round winning. Now this crawl from behind. David doesn't want to get Sec 9 in the head, so he'll hold and he'll win.
Yeah, that was a super solid round off attack pause and a situation where you could see 9Z are learning. They dealt with a lot of the problems that they had coming into this round. They were very adamant about stopping the mid pressure and actually countered every single piece of utility that came out in response to theirs. So in those first 30, 40 seconds, they made a compelling case for why they need mid and why Liquid should not go there. So that forced Shocks to feel like, all right, it's time to squeeze for space in another part of the map, but they were watching the lurk into B as well. And so they caught off Liquid. And this will be a really great way to end the half after we've seen 9Z learn from some of their problems. What'll happen now? Lucan, oh no, he'll miss his 2nd shot. He was the only player here on the site, and he played that close angle again.
Yeah, this time at least 1 kill, but sure enough, this flood from Team Liquid just gets beyond anybody else. And David, well, killing Nitro, stopping bomb plant, that's something to work with.
Oh, that's actually huge. I mean, they don't have smokes to put this bomb down again, right?
Oh, nope. And OC also taken down from that one. Didn't quite see it. Here comes NAF, looking for more, but just a single kill. Already this deep temple push is being watched. Elige's position assumed by what's remaining of 9Z. How does Elige get them out of here? Oh, that could have been something, but again, it's Rocks looking for the impact, looking for the kills. It's an 8-7 half from 9Z on the CT side. They could have had more had the momentum kept rolling, but that 2 versus 4 opened the door for Liquid, and they make the most of it. All in all, just nice, slow rounds from Liquid. Methodical, meticulous.
Yeah, I think they recognize some key patterns. Lucan's probably going to rethink offing in that position. It's been punished a number of times, and we can see a couple situations where it definitely doesn't look too great, but he's got some great teammates behind him as well, fast rotations that helped him at least numerically take the lead. Overall, solid half from Liquid. They got to feel comfortable in the spot. Probably not happy to go down 0-5, but 7 rounds on T side is enormous by anyone's metrics, in my opinion. So now the pressure really is on 9Z to show us if there are going to be a two-way team on this map and win 8 on T side themselves.
Ooh, Shocks keeps it clean versus Lucan. Then they just go jumping past the Liege. He's going to die empty-handed. And what's their choice? Head towards B. OC under pressure here, can't take anybody down, and he himself has 8 HP, so they could chase it, but it's just creating this awkward kind of floodgate of fights within top mid. David will finish OC. DGT looks away from the door push. That's that A play that goes all the way around. Rox is planting. This is weird. And everybody from Liquid has more health from anybody on 9Z. Chance to breathe here in the post plant. Shocks is going to execute Max from the back.
Some of that damage might pay off now. Rox and David are both low as there's half the battle.
Rox slips into the closer of corners. Oh, nice first half, but there's Nitro, quick trade, and there's Liquid. Quick tie.
Man,
8-7, 8-8.
About 40 seconds there, no one can buy a kill.
Damn, bro. And all that while, right, I feel like that's what really enables those CTs to go for that long flank all the way around those double doors.
Yeah, bought time for sure. An interesting idea for Liquid to go for the 3-player push out towards A. And I wonder if they were just following the frags or if the plan was from the beginning to split mid through towards the B site. But that would have been an interesting pistol to watch unfold if a 9Z were the victors of it, but instead Liquid tie up. And 9Z surprisingly will actually not buy. They're going to wait for a better situation. I think I would buy in this spot like 10 times out of 10. A bomb plant into the second round after losing on T-side pistol, because the CT's guns are, you know, rarely going to be this bad, and the utility is rarely going to be this low. There is support here from Elysian for us. He's not ready to peek until someone is spotted from Cave.
Oh, clean Famas kill from OC. And that's now man down. Still a couple flashbangs to play with. There's a little life in this one, but Shocks just walking around, man. He's been doing a good job, I think, of that. Either at the front of the pack or even in his mid rounds, and that pistol as well. You know, he saw him execute somebody down in the base of mid. Shocks is doing his own thing, and it works out. Snap's going to get the 2 kills to close this. Will the A1S be retrieved? No. It's left in the dirt as Liquid hope to do the same to 9Z. 1 round lead, though. Nothing massive.
Yeah. One of their blow-up games was that Shocks showdown match on Ancients, where he just struggled so much on CT side to be comfortable playing inside of Cave. Those were, of course, it was an online match, and he had to fly to NA within like 1 day. So, you know, the headspace wasn't there, and they all weren't in person. I wouldn't expect that to be the same case today, but it'll be huge for Shocks, I guess, to play well against an elimination match in the same spot.
Yeah, prove that worth. Here it comes, quick one. Donut already smoked off. OC is just going to run right in with that flash support, but DGT with the headshot, and Nitro denies the bomb plant. That's going to cost them more utility, and Nitro now busy. David gets the best of Naf. Elige, quick trade. Locks in the temple control at the very least, and Nitro started to throw that molly down. Oh, DGT wins a fight with only 5 points of health.
It wasn't even a headshot. Oh, but
Max.
that was.
Late peek into the drop of Shocks. Last man's Nitro. They know where he's at,
God.
and they deal with that. 9Z's first gun round on this T side ties us again.
Damn, that's a couple of weird flubs there. OC used so many bullets and then just got hit in the head after a flash expired when he was trying to clear the A site. A totally valid peek by him, but he just didn't have the aim to finish the frag, and then yeah, Shox went down. He almost timed his push perfectly, just a second earlier than the guy coming out mid, even though he waited for so long. But his teammates were just dying over in the A site, and he needed to make a move. That is a huge round for 9Z to be able to pick up, and the money's already bad for Liquid. So maybe it was a good idea for them to save up for that.
DGT dunks on Elige in the cutout. .57 P250, that's it. Ooh, utility, impactful so far dealing with this anti-eco. Nitro pressed close, and his support smoked off. As Rock serves up a distraction, the Tunnels players come outwards, and it is an open B bomb site and a clearing of the counter-terrorists. 5 alive for 9Z. You said it, dude. They had to be a two-sided team. T-side, so far, so good.
Yeah, that's a really good recovery really early on in the half. I think a little bit more to see from 9Z before Liquid get tilted off into oblivion, but
they'll jump if you give them a chance.
We're never far.
Yeah.
We're never far. Another good opportunity here for Liquid as they put it together. We're just a few nades short of an entirely healthy buy, but still decent enough. Liquid looking for 10. And I think this is where we'll see a more standard round. I mean, it'll be 9Z to determine the pace if they want to go fast here, but bomb splits off from the pack, so you know this one might take a second. I like the idea from 9Z to play it slow, feel out their opponents. I think their T-sides have been honestly spectacular, even if they haven't been winning a lot of their games. You could argue the calling hasn't been the problem, necessarily. OC is on and op. And this is that more standard kind of brokey way of playing the A site. He has to split his attention between the boost and A, but as long as he has Donut, he has this angle open. And there is no pressure on mid from 9Z to take him off this spot.
Should be able to lock it in. Oh, but he misses the first one. Elige will kill Max in the meanwhile, and OC is pushed all the way from this. Nitro waiting.
Oh my god.
Oh, DGT's gonna get the... No, not even. Oh, nice double. Nitro stops the bomb in what felt like that final second. They really did not seem to, expect that threat from Donut whatsoever.
Yeah, they should have, because they didn't go to mid, they didn't clear out Donut, and they saw one A player.
And so, Nitro's played close up to that exit already.
Right. So that the thing was, they could have pulled off that exact same explode with smokes that came out afterwards and got the bomb down from there, but that did look a little bit desperate to try to win the round. Now, we saw them win in a fashion like that recently, so maybe they wanted to give it a shot, and of course, OC not getting a kill could scare Liquid, and they pushed him back out of Temple, so there was at least that. And if the bomb had gone down, then there would be no need for anybody else to sacrifice themselves. They could all go for cover, and there are plenty of good post-plant positions to play.
Back and forth affair. Push out from the caves. Naf making a bit of sound here, and Lucan patient as ever. 2 players close left. Shox could just lock into this position till the end of time if he wants to.
Yeah. So see, I mean, they go for that kind of lap around B, but they leave one person here. Shox can be a lurker at the end of the round, and he can also fight early, but at the very minimum, he'll get information. There is a timing on side of middle, but of course, Liquid are aware of it entirely, and Shox gets his kill outside of B.
No, it's all about this crossfire from the counter-terrorists. Cool smoke that goes over and blocks off the back of the B site, but not clearing corners will cost you. Lethal 2K from Naf shuts down the second prong of this assault onto the A site. Now it's a 2 versus 5, and it screams of desperation. David losing his bomb carrier, losing his chance at this round, but at least taking someone with him. Can he body bag another? No. We got a Liege with that off angle deep in Temple, and that is just Shox finding his nice, easy kill outside of the B site. And Naf, dude. He had a teammate to draw them into that spawn, served up a distraction so he could serve the 2K.
Yeah, they gave him no resistance in mid, so they said, hey, come on and go for this push, and then they had something ready to stop it. But the best part of all is you wouldn't want to dedicate 2 players to watching that timing for the whole round. But what took the edge off was the fact that Shox got his kill outside B. Not only getting that kill, but also maintaining that there's still nobody else there and no one refrags him. So very standard and very easy round from Liquid, and I think that's something that brings the mood up. I feel like they're back in the power position. Yeah, they're only 1 round ahead, but I think mentally, I think they'll, they have every right to feel good about that, especially with how the past 2 have gone.
Shox could be susceptible if all these players start pushing out. He doesn't really have support here. Gonna throw Max at the front. Shox. Oh, locked in 1, and that quick second into Max just destroys any chance. Dude, what false sense of security they have as they come around that corner. Oh, Shox isn't on ledge?
He just barely got him.
Dude, he's just squeezing, sucking in the stomach, man.
Yeah.
Nicely played by Shox. Felt as though he had an opening, felt as though they were coming. That 6th sense from Shox was tingling, and Naf cleans up shop to close that one. Liquid now a 2-round lead as 9Z come back with guns.
But I definitely like Shox seeing playing more middle of the map position on CT side and playing by himself whenever possible. He, of course, can trust himself.
This is fast, bro.
Oh, look at the pressure on mid from the CT side. The Ts are out here, and DGC has got some vision, but there isn't a clamp down outside B just yet. I mean, these nades are still fresh.
OC made it over the boxes.
Wow, I like this setup a lot, actually.
With Shox watching his back?
Yeah, it looks scary. That gun might be sticking out, but I don't think they saw it. Nosi's still alive, and they didn't approach mid as well. Yeah, Liquid are getting them to do exactly what they want.
Now on top of that, we get this push down from Naf. So the moment OC makes next contact, Shox is going to serve up another quick distraction, and Naf looking to be the killer of whatever is left. OC drop shot, Naf primes his peak, 2 for him, and that is wonderful from Team Liquid.
Wow.
Like you said, man, that's exactly what they want.
Yeah, that was a really cool setup. I like that. I think that's Ancient at its best for a map that's really rough around the edges, but there are so many cool dynamic CT setups where people can all appear to be out in the open, but can work in perfect combination, actually have tons of cover, whether you realize it or not. Like, even if that rifle was spotted in the corner, all that would do is lure you into a false sense of confidence that you could walk up and kill that player. In fact, it's being watched. There's a way out in mid for the Opper, or through cave as well, and 9Z are mad. They're going to come out through mid to try to answer back fast, but they're getting shut down. It's a wall put up from Liquid. Max and Lucan are left alive, and yeah, we're already in the final moments of the game now.
9Z showing us a little life at the start of this T side. Weapons worked well for them with that A hit, but ever since then, just Liquid leaning into it. Naf, great performance, 22 kills so far. And he's been a part of almost all the plays. Coming off of that shelf to clean up the anti-ecos. That last ramp push was a beauty of a 3K. And here he is yet again, just racking up the easy ones. And even this is being covered, right? That's such nice tethering from Team Liquid's players, even in the rounds that are supposed to go their way.
I think there's a lot to be learned about 9Z.
2 to the win.
Watching Liquid play right on the CT side. Based on what I talked about in that first half, the early portion of the round look almost identical from what Liquid and 9Z are doing. The difference is that Liquid used that map control to escort someone into a position to be used later on. Usually that's been Shox, but they even had that 3-man setup outside B. And then the setups you use is what defines you as a team. Your early grenades, everybody copies from each other. But Liquid are kind of doing both things right now, and it's working out very well.
Liege with the decoy. into the smoke play. Oh, and he just owns him.
That crosshair placement. No, I can't
so
believe he
good.
survives that. The crosshair placement was really good, though.
So good. He knew what he wanted, and he got it. Nicely done by Alish here. CT's press close. Drop bomb. OC landing a critical op shot in a crucial round. DGT waits for that push, but instead catches the player just outside of Temple, and that shocks back with a quarter HP as Nitro continues this onslaught. This consistency in re-aggressions from different angles to keep 9Z just pulled apart. They can't get next to each other, and yet they'll still fight their damnedest. Into the 2v2 they go,
actually.
and DGT's got this deep corner. Now OC, he's making a ton of sound, and that's locked in, you'd think, but Naf with the great trade, 1v1, and David has redirected again to grab that bomb on B.
Yeah, but Nafly knows that the bomb was still out here and hadn't been picked up. So of course the FERT site could be B. At this point in the round, it could have gone anywhere. Naf is going to hear the nades coming down, and we'll have to work on the retake.
Very important clutch here for 9Z and for David. He's got the smoke and the double flash, and he goes for the deeper lanes.
But Nafly also has a smoke.
Plus a kit.
Yeah, this could be tricky for him based on the plan. David's going to wrap back around to a more standard location.
Naf already out. Oh, he saw it. He saw it on the cross, and his Naf goes to clear the back box. David shoots him in the back and gives 9Z
maybe
another little chance. And that is a 2v4 that kind of equals things out. Remember, Liquid had one in the first half as well. Goes around, comes around for 9Z. Still trailing by 3.
Yeah, and even though Liquid lose, they actually have so much money left over. Almost all the rounds have been dominant. So 9Z they still have a fair few dollars to chew through to earn themselves an eco round. So it'll still be an uphill climb. Ostensible pressure here from the CT side, inside a middle, towards elbow.
Great nades.
Leaving shocks inside donuts. Now not pushing down, and 9Z are beating the clock a bit better here. Getting out towards B control. It's just that Liquid have shown their teeth doing this so many times now. They can pull back a bit. They are really scouring out the elbow, aren't they? DGT up close.
I mean, making a ton of sound. OC on high alert. Nice push from Shocks as well.
Two more spotted on top of it.
Simultaneous frags out from Liquid. And a chance to just puncture into this B site. They feel like they've got to before the full squeeze comes in from Liquid. And there it is. 2 more kills. Oof. Dropped. Bomb on site. No further chance. And Team Liquid, 4 map points here on Ancient.
Wow, they lock it down. No, that's beautiful. Another round that's super good. And yeah, as soon as 9Z aren't even in middle at all, which they need to be working way harder to get Liquid back in the first portion of the round. But, you know, it's easier said than done. Definitely Liquid are playing very well right now. And they're just letting 9Z know, don't come middle. Even though there are, as we see, chances to get some 50-50 fights. Liquid are swinging the bat.
Ooh, and 9Z going to try to swing it right back. Oh, the MAC-10 comes up short, and Shoxy 2 kills from the corner. Close rotations as well. Max under a world of pressure as Naf comes in with the close. Nitro, cherry on top, and Team Liquid will pick up their map pick. Done and dusted here on Ancient.
That was good. I mean, it looks super solid from Liquid. They started out 0-5. They had a really strong T side to bring it back. I mean, in terms of the quality of rounds we saw, Liquid, I think, are going to feel good about it. Marginally close by the scoreline, but overall, like, full control from Liquid once they took a lead. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure if your mic is on or not, but I can't, anyways. But if it's not, just in case, we'll just say, he said he loves Argentina, Uruguay, Chile.
And everybody else.
Okay, and Mike's being plugged in.
Yeah, turns out if you step on things, they don't work as well. Let's get shit sorted, and we'll see you guys in the second map. It is going to Overpass.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Welcome back to the PGL Antwerp Major B stream, where it's a 2-0, 0-2 versus 0-2 team.
Calling this a 2-0 right now for Liquid?
Oh, he said nothing, man. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, unfortunately, somebody's going home.
Unfortunately?
Well, no, not them either, Longers. 9Z, Liquid, neither want to be here, but here we are anyways. And Renegades, they were the first team eliminated, 0-3. See you later.
Yeah.
Feels like 9Z could be in that same boat if Liquid are able to show us again here on Overpass the improvements that they showed us on Ancient. Yesterday was not their day. Didn't look too impressive. And now we move it here into the second map where obviously 9Z want to take this battle.
I'm down. I think this will be great. Looking forward to 9Z playing on the on this map. And you know, I mean, both, yeah, this Vito is actually kind of nice. I mean, apart from the fact that I guess, no, you know what? I thought Ancient was way more one-sided at first and misread the stats. And, you know, 9Z were actually kind of comfortable there. But, like, they have winning percentages on all these maps, of course, not versus the same level of competition. So it's slightly apples to oranges in that regard. As we can see from what we just watched on Ancient, Liquid were clearly better than them at the map. But still, there's actually still hope here. There's still hope.
Yeah, I think Overpass, if there's one map in this series that I'm going to lean 9Z, it's this one. It's going to be Overpass.
Yeah.
Makes sense. It is their pick. But also, I think we've seen some recent issues with Liquid on Overpass specifically. When they went back and played the IM Dallas qualifier, they lost to Evil Geniuses in an explosive fashion. And I don't mean like good explosions. I mean like they blew up.
Yeah, like they were the car.
Then they were just left in pieces, in tatters, shattered. But they still rebounded within that series. So that's why I still think 9Z have definitely got their hands full tonight. But if 9Z are going home and at least winning a map of Counter-Strike, it should happen here and now on Overpass. And if Dust 2 was our decider, then I would, be a little bit more hopeful. Mirage is still a huge question mark, but at least for Overpass, this should be and needs to be 9Z's best showing. Without their coach, having swapped out primary star operas and in-game leaders coming into this run at the Major and still being here, it is do or die tonight for 9Z. Overpass underway.
Yeah, Dust 2 would have been a banger over in 30, 40 rounds for sure.
That's what I wanted, but I think Liquid did a good job of dodging it.
Yes, they did. They dodged it smartly. We haven't seen Liquid implode, so I don't have any doubts about Liquid at the moment. We saw really strong Ancients. We saw them come back into the game. We saw them take control. We saw plenty of good rounds, lots of inspired setups. You know, as opposed to uninspired CS, which we talk about sometimes. And I think Overpass would be a good redemption for them as well, their image overall. So,
especially to just put that, that further gap between them.
Oh! Clap.
Lucan, nice P250. David's coming in big with the double Glock. And we've got OC now on doors. One headshot to his name, but quick trade and a quick pistol after what was an initial blanket of silence. Everybody was comfortable, wrapped in bed. Shocks, what you doing?
Who was it that did the flip-up headshot? Okay, Max gonna clear it. Oh, he doesn't clear it? Okay. Will the bomb come to B? Does Max in an... Okay, it's crazy that Shocks does not know how far this man... The whole time, man.
Well, something could have been magical, but instead, it's kept simple and cut down short. 9Z, take T-side pistol.
Yeah, that was a good one. Look at that clap from Lucan.
Yeah, that was clean, man. And then
short control.
This sudden battle that unfolds outside connector. Shocks. If only he had looked up at, like, a few seconds sooner.
Yeah.
But that's not the point of the play.
Or, like, any time at all.
And that's not how he got that far. Buy-in from Liquid. Scout on a Liege, MP9 for Shocks. The old Degon OC. Nice grenade to kick it off with a bit of damage here versus Max. Shock's going to push up close versus David. Oh, he's done it again. He's just going to shoot him in the back of the head and double down into Lucan. Not to mention, Max is still heavily tagged in this instance, so DGT with the response is pretty big.
That was a bit extra. Oh, that's a little bit extra, guys. They're 3-on-3. They didn't have all the guns, but they were still worried about Monster, and Max will recover that AK and bomb. Oof. maybe it was an opportunity just to snowball that round. But the 2 MP9 kills from Shox were huge, money-wise.
He must have been slimming down lately, dude. He's so thin.
He's
Nobody's
getting sneaky.
Especially bottom of Ancient as well when he tucked into the corner.
Same thing.
What's you doing, Shox?
Slim fast Shox.
Bro, watch Elige get 3.
I mean, he could get 1.
That's the first bit of damage. 2 players, a single shot, and they're dead. Oh, and he will get rocks at least, but nice little pack mentality there from 9Z. Everybody comes out. Everybody shoots down Elige, and 2 survive for 9Z as they take their second round.
Yes, yes. Very good recovery. Lots of money made, though, from Shoxy. But there won't be an investment. Maybe you can carry that out for OC. Couple HEs here, bought up on the CT side. And another MP9 because that almost won the round last time. Let's go.
Yeah, you know, it buys itself if you get 2 kills.
First nade goes into short tunnel. Bit too soon. And Max on the scout. Scouting mission. Not a scout, but it can be. The Mac 10, absolutely.
Yeah, the Mac 10ing mission. It doesn't roll off the tongue as much.
Yeah.
He's going to just stay pressed close. No rush. No stress. I mean, bomb is literally in spawn, so 9Z going to be taking their time.
Oh, they found Shox. He's got that Mac 10 again.
Back's
MP9.
Back's turned here. Max is able to slip out. Slithers his way into a fight versus CTs, but if the short ones come back...
Hold on.
OC just got a USP kill. The connector player's dead.
They spotted all 3 now, I think.
Oh, bro, everybody's here for Liquid. This is a round they have no business winning. And the MP9's coming downwards. Look at this swarm from Liquid. Max is going to get 1 kill, and that is it. OC with a couple on the USP, and Liquid just bust down the door. 9Z, how are you going to let that slip?
I feel like Liquid don't win rounds like that anymore. These days. For months.
OC too, man, keeping it. He's got. Listen, I think OC's pretty sick with pistols.
Yep.
Pretty damn sick.
What about rifles?
Not awful.
What? So they're gonna say pretty sick too. Okay.
Not
anyways.
awful. I mean.
And then I was gonna go. What about op?
Now is yeah. I just want to see him on an op more than anything. I want to see them flex.
Flex.
Give me them sick flex.
Flex.
Solo AK here for DGT, the raid boss. Couple Desert Eagles, decent util, you know, smoke that heaven, double flash the pop, everybody run in.
Strat's called. I love that.
Teach him who's boss.
But you know what? Oh, actually, yeah, Shox is on A.
Just do it.
Yeah. Shox isn't here. You can win now.
Nitro peppered down to half health.
Now they resmoked in the monster.
T's still holding their nades.
They got time. They have time.
Liquid, while they carve out information on long A, haven't gone for that 4-player stack, but the consistency in utilities. Another smoke in monster, another Molotov on short.
Now they're slightly running out of time, but there are no resmokes remaining for Team Liquid.
So it does boil down to Max's set of utility here. Double flash for the monster side.
But look how ready they are. They're so ready.
There's one. Excellent. Elige fully blinded. Nitro yet to regain vision. Glock is coming wide. I'm talking 3 kills for 9Z. A rotate down from Shox in through connector. Bomb is going to arrive in time, but OC's already posted. And he should be able to stop that. Shox, he's going to go for the peak. DGT, he doesn't cover. Still the plant is there. And Shox is now into the cover. DGT 1v2. Shox, little bit of pepper damage. And Shox may not be there to begin with. But once he arrives, all good.
They literally need Shox.
Tout va bien.
Tout va bien.
Trop facile.
Trop facile.
Magnifique.
Incredible.
Damn, baby, those 2 flashbangs.
That was messy as hell, dude. If Liquid lost that round, they would get eliminated from the major. That's the kind of Liquid we saw yesterday.
Recovery.
That was bad. But they had everything. They even made it look like it was obvious that the hit was coming. They had the 2 guys monster. They had 1 rifle support on the pillar in the site, and and then they all just died. I mean, 9Z, they did what they were supposed to do. They're supposed to wait, draw some utility out, no smokes remaining for the CT side, and then just hit Monster. He had no nades to do anything else, but it wasn't supposed to work.
And it nearly did.
If not for Shocks. That OC shot? Oh my god. OC, what the hell, man?
Missed that sitter. But he's right back into the AWP and already pulling back from what was Initial's bathroom presence.
Simple wouldn't have missed that shot.
Zywoo wouldn't have missed that shot.
Brokey wouldn't have missed that shot.
Searson wouldn't have missed that shot.
Shiro wouldn't have missed that shot.
But OC?
OC would have missed. OC did.
Objective truth. Elige decides to take a fight, gets his head rocked, and suddenly we've got DGT with a double again. And he's trying his damnedest to kick off this B site. Rotate, scrambling downwards here. Everybody from 9Z a couple of steps behind, and Shocks is going to challenge right into the crosshair of DGT. 3 kills for him already. Naf's position unknown, falls down into the water, and that is all the kills to DGT. OC hits the flick upwards. Bomb inbound. And OC sticks around to deny DGT his ace.
Go for
5,
it.
I think not.
Damn.
But still an excellent round from DGT. And he was that solo AK in the previous round as well. So he's off to a great start. 9-3, 168 ADR.
Yeah.
9Z back to the lead, 3-2.
DGT.
You're thinking really hard what that stands for, huh?
This guy trucks.
Dem grande testes.
Okay. All right. You used my thinking time slot. That's not fair.
I did. Yeah, thank you for holding that up. Meep, meep, move. 9Z back to the lead, huh?
The Roadrunner can also speak English, by the way.
Couple of goose eggs here on Liquid's side. Nitro 0 kills, Naf 0 kills. They'll get that sorted soon enough. But you wouldn't think they'd do it with such measly guns. This time they don't have Shocks' MP9. They don't have that scout on Elige.
They messed up on a good setup again. They had the double monster ready for the hit. But DGT. Full stop.
Couple bodies here in connector. David looks for the melons. And they both get popped. Max as well. Easy does it here. Comfortable 5 versus 2 for 9Z to just convert this into the 4th round win. T side. Nice and easy.
Awkward money. They're going to buy, but it's not going to be lovely. And I think we're going to go no head armor on this one so they can get nades. Op, of course, comes through. And Nitro will pick up the rest of the nades and the kits, actually, absolutely needed to do that. So we'll instantly go on to the MP9 opportunity here for 9Z to snowball heavily. Rock down a slope if they win this round.
Heavy stack to the B side early, but just DGT going over there on his own. Boost afforded to Liquid.
Man,
DGT's looking for this, but oh my god, he wins that?
He's on one right now. He can't really be stopped.
He reads into that boost. And it looks like it kind of caught him off guard because it was like a really nice angle from Naf, a more passive one, used the brick wall to block off connector peak.
That's the leverage right there for 9Z. They're grouping up again. We've seen dead moments in the mid-round versus Liquid. Liquid have seen this NB in this exact same scenario previously. Holding on a short water's a nice response. Their double up on monsters haven't been working. And they think they might be ahead of this execute. Now they could still catch the late player as the smokes come in. The site's going to be taken over. It's actually not the worst case situation, but they kind of want someone at least around in heaven to keep tabs on who's where.
DGT just throws an entire tool belt of utility and then just locks in deep monster. So OC, he's waiting and he's waiting, but all the while he waits, it's just a B site taken from 9Z. So OC finally decides to peel those eyes off of that short tunnel, and good thing he does, because he gets the better of Rocks. And with Shox finding Lucan, it is man advantage here for Liquid, not to mention DGT still so close to death at the depths of Monster.
I think they know he's there too, because OC didn't leave the post.
Yeah, all those grenades were thrown and they never saw the cross. Elige looking for players within this site, but it is a really good job of 9Z to just press up closely. DGT will be found out. Now these players know that their flank is compromised. Max is deep on Graffiti. Nice second headshot into Nitro, and he finds himself into the 1v1. Elige comes off a bomb, and Max, oh, he's done it. A 1 versus 3 inside the B site to keep this ball rolling.
Oh, that second shot was so hot, Max.
Beautiful.
Clipped him, running up to the side of the site. Well done. Floor bang. And he's dead. In this, getting things into place for the retake looked great for Team Liquid. They got the 2 kills. Opposite side of the maps, they kept tabs on one guy outside Monster, but no one in the site, no one to put any pressure on as they were coming in. Allowed 9Z to get way too comfortable, especially pushing in towards CT spawn. They had enough players to lose. And of course, a lot of that just comes down to Max and his individual skill to win the 1v3, but that's also the space that was created when they saw the site was empty to begin with. And somehow an op can still be afforded, actually. Oh, no, Elige saved it from the last round.
Yes, sir.
And he's the one with armor, and it looks like he also has a mid spawn. So I don't know if he's taking the stairs or taking the actual mid peak, but he's going to do something aggressive with this. So it looks like he's going stairs.
He's got Shox glued to him. Elige, oh, he lands the shot. Rock's alive. Wallbang damage makes the exit a little awkward.
Damn, he actually would have gone for a reswing if not for that damage.
Nicely done there from DGT. Just pressure him, scare him.
That op shot looked pretty convincing. Excited to see the Elige hybrid this round. That's a dink. But you can dink DGT, it doesn't mean that much to him.
That Monster route so wide open. Smoke into heaven, flashbangs just in case, but there is nobody here to stop it.
Rinse and repeat.
And now we're talking 6 terrorist round wins for 9Z.
Yeah.
Rounds deep.
Yep.
At the very least, Op will be moved forward from Elige, so yeah, sure. I mean, he landed his shot. That could have been the 5v4. But it wasn't enough to kill Rocks. DGT scared him away before the repick could come through.
The what?
The re-peek or re-pick. Or the like I said. Okay, did I not speak clearly?
Yeah, I didn't understand what you meant. How do you say re-peek in French?
I don't know. And see, here's my shortcoming. People always ask, could you cast in French? No, because I feel like I would just start using all the English Counter-Strike words with a French accent. It's a repique. Hey man, il fait un repique. Faites attention, il va faire un repique.
So that means I can speak French too.
Yeah, it's not about what you say, it's about how you say it.
Repique.
You got to roll your R's, and we know you can't. No, that's stop. Stop that. Smoke.
That's, that was the Brazilian storm.
Okay, yeah.
That we've been hearing about.
Yeah, we're waiting. Latin America still on the map. 4-round lead over Liquid. What you got to offer, Shox? He's currently the most successful player on Liquid here on Overpass. And he just gets through that smoke, uses it as an exit strategy, and tucks into the bathrooms. 9Z haven't showed us much love for this A site, in fact.
Yeah, it's been good though, right? Because they got that, even through the thickest B setups, they won. So Liquid kind of have no choice but to either like double down on it, find a new way to win. But when they went for short, 9Z still won So this is just a gaping wound in the mind of Liquid, where they have to overcompensate for B, but they also have to think about A all the time. And we'll see if Liquid, or if 9Z finally pick the right opportunity to attack the A side as well. Because you know they're only doing it because they're supposed to. Very important for Liquid's confidence to win this. Otherwise, both sides of the map just fully compromised. And the op is here.
Nicely done from Shocks. Finds his
Oh,
impact.
the op goes down.
2 quick kills. Naf swings wide, able to get beyond the dumpster, into the truck, with David in his crosshairs and a little bit more damage too. That's Max walking wounded. Lucan holding flank. And Nitro, if he's not fast about this swing, should be a dead man walking. Now it just falls onto the shoulders of Elige, 1v3. And I don't think he likes his chances the way he's looking at this smoke. He wants to get out of here. And with that, a 5-round advantage for 9Z. They've hit this B site. They've rocked the A site. They've got this T side under wraps so far.
Yeah, now it's just whatever's easier. That was a solid A hit. They've done B over and over again. Bro, where's OC at, man? He's gone missing. Those were, I was missing a couple of key shots. The other day we had some trouble on Inferno as well. Finding some op impact. Doing more with a rifle, I feel like, so far in the Challenger stage. That's not what I expected to see.
I think the majority of his kills so far on this map are from a USP. Got a 2K
on
USP,
the
man.
pistol, or?
No, that force buy they won.
He has 5 kills, so you need 3.
Well, I'm not very good at math.
That was a big round, though. You're right.
Nitro 100% does have the same mousepad as Cello. I've now confirmed.
There's the Brazilian Storm.
Fact. Lucan getting vocal.
Yeah. But yeah, man. 9Z's T sides are awesome. Overpass is awesome. This is the map that they beat Vitality on. That was a big win. They're coming up with Try. It's definitely, yeah, map. They've got some massive performances on. I think it's the one that really made their team who they are. So, very comfortable and looking like it. We'll say not the best form from Liquid, especially considering like when they're in position, they have stacked the right side. They know what's coming. It's just that they still lose. That's where it's a little worrying. Like right there, the rifle op setup. Shock's getting a single kill. The op going down 1 bulleted to an AK. That's not acceptable. It's not going to work out in the long run. And that's not a problem with the setup. So much as the individuals.
OC and Shocks looking to tether nicely, but honestly, Shocks, he's about to get hit from the back. Frags go past him. Nice push here.
This
Shocks
guy
will finish off Lucan. And honestly, it's no guarantee that Shocks goes down without another, because he just took Max down to 15 health. Suddenly, Max wants to run for the hills. Oh, and the nade from Elige through the window. Woo! It comes off of short B. Like a homing missile, a bunker buster. Connector still being held onto here from Shocks. DGT wants to get into the fight, and Shocks has done a world of damage.
He did. He killed everybody. I mean, he dinked 2 people and got 2 kills. With the MP9 again, man, he's got so many kills with the MP9. Another half buy, low buy that Liquid win. Are you kidding me?
But if OC can't land this shot, if they get past OC, then the A site's compromised.
Okay,
but
here
OC,
it is, OC.
Gonna play it nice and quiet. That USP, baby.
Oh.
Taps into the head of David.
Now you're right.
Holds and waits. And the flashbang's not a problem as OC locks this in. I'm simply a fortune teller.
4 kills out of 7, at least with the USP. And Shocks, all 10 have been MP9, I think.
Yeah, sure. I don't care if I'm lying through my teeth. All 10.
All 10, probably. No,
Liquid,
Shocks,
man.
at least 6, I think.
Majority of these rounds by way of, I don't even want to call that a force buy, dude.
He had the MP9 round, got 2 kills. Then the next round, from the money, bought the MP9 again and got 2 kills.
2, 4.
That's 9.
Yeah.
Then he did this.
He got 6.
Yeah, like almost 36 kills with that one gun.
Shocks has 15 kills with the MP9 this map. That's more foreshadowing.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Can they keep it rolling? Listen, you know, Liquid, they're hanging on. You win a couple rounds like that, maybe you bounce back into this half, but any warning to 9Z, I'd say don't let that happen again. Two maximum quota.
The OC Shox tether will be tested once again as the pincer on the A site starts to come in. Bomb is still left back, so they have the option to pivot with stairs control. They have a fast rotation, and no CTs have taken over short water as well. So in terms of time, 9Z are winning this position just slightly, but comes down to the op. And the pressure is mounting on OC to deliver on an op shot. I'm going to put it that simple.
Shock's patience, man, gets covered perfectly, finds the one in the back, and almost just guns down everybody.
Oh, it's actually the flash from Max that catches Lucan somehow. I think it dropped out of his hand.
Oh, awkward, dude. 15 seconds to try and recover, or just call this one quits. Shock's like a statue, cemented inside of that bathroom's. Off of the OC coverage, goes for his play, guns down 2, and wins this one for Liquid. That's 2 consecutive victories and a 3-round lead now, all that separates Liquid and 9Z.
Yeah, that's much more solid for sure. It literally comes down to one op shot. For most, you know, sometimes all you have to do, so they do a good job there. And I really wonder if 9Z, because they don't have to, if they want to go back to Monster Hit. Because they absolutely have the capability, they have the comfort. They got DGT.
He gets through the smoke again. DGT, it's been a little lapse here in that big impact. This could be another one, but nope. Elige will find the better of him. Elige slowly climbing the scoreboard as well, looking to be Shox's right-hand man. And if you're killing DGT, then you're taking a big piece out of 9Z's puzzle.
Yeah, that's weight off the shoulders. DGT dead.
Shox just omnipresent in connector. Every round it feels like. And even when he's not, they're still cautious about it. You know, he's got an impression left. And OC.
Okay.
Now there we go, right? You said it last round, it hinges on that op shot.
Yeah. Simple also hits that.
Yes.
Zaiwu
hits that.
Broki hits that.
Shox. Ooh, puts his head on a silver platter. David's still wounded, but it's at least something from 9Z, a kill. And yet still more work to be done. OC, nice. Just tracks David as he tries to get around that further corner. Lucan could be the next target for OC if he decides to run this risk of a long peek.
I can't even get back to this bomb. It's too far away, man. It's too far away, yeah.
No need for OC to go anything further than what he's done. He's won the round with that kill, dropping bomb, cutting it off from any attempted entry. And sure enough, 5 rounds now to the way of Liquid means that lead is disappearing.
Yeah, they're starting to find their balance a little bit. It's a little bit sketchy there.
Been a little while since 9Z have gone back to the B site, right? DGT on his own this time, gets found out by Elige.
Yeah.
They started this half with B site success.
Yes, they did. Now, that for that reason, they might feel like it's predictable, so they don't want to fall into that trap. And they did win a really good round on A2, so I think it's fine. There's still actually 3 rounds left. There's another buy coming in right away. There's always the opportunity to put that on. And I think if they had potentially won with that A attack, then, man, them potentially going B next round would have been even more scary for Liquid. So, but now, one thing is I do feel like there's, Shox is, it feels way more, comfortable by himself, but I haven't seen the tether setup work out that well. We saw one situation where, an accidental team flash allowed Shox to get the multi-frag, but if not for that, it would have gone, 1-for-1. That's not like an amazing hold on the A side or anything, so not too many successful moments where he's played inside of the bathrooms with OC as the op. That's one thing. Inside of stairs, he's been indomitable.
Really being left to his own devices this round.
We've seen him do this before. Once where he held his position too long. Now versus this one fight. Oh, he comes back into the spot. It's actually a nice fight, but David gets a bullet through the sign into his head.
Through the post. He'll walk away with 10 health, David, so little bit of luck. Wallbang attempt from DGT solo B play.
So you can see this is a round that Liquid were expecting it to be B. The left shock's up there. He was ready to full flank. You got to appreciate that 9Z, like you mentioned. Most of their rounds, they won over on B side, but they're still willing to continuously test A.
Woo! Tucked behind truck, man. Good piece of cover from Naf, but Rox finds the headshot. That's 2 players still low from 9Z, but at least that front side of the site there is for the taking. And utility to keep anybody at bay. Elige wants to get testy. OC will round the flames. Oh, just missed what could have been that shoulder peek, dude. Feels like OC feels surrounded, feels swarmed, and with 5 players still up from 9Z, understandable. 3 of them leaning over on long, and Lucan immediate headshot into Elige as he rounds that dumpster. Second counter terrorist gonna get past. OC landing the op shot, but then is caught by Max, and that's just the numbers game. You peel a guy off default, you get your first kill long, you don't anticipate a second player so close, and DGT is still at B.
Here he is lurking. Okay, he'll go down. Yeah, they had a lot of things in place. Comes down to that first kill. They took the risk with shocks up in that spot. Doesn't always work. If it was a B-side hit, he would have been a nice fast flank. That situation doesn't pay off. And it's also a situation where, yeah, I mean, so far, it's a great half from 9Z, even though Liquid have mounted a small comeback overall. This many T rounds, impressive stuff.
I respect the insistence to get onto that A site. You know, I called it myself, dude. I was thinking, oh, go back B. Nope. 9Z. Keep them split. Curious to see if Shocks is going to go back to a more tethered setup, but he's not even here, man. Instead, it's just OC using that op with early vision.
They're waiting for it. They really want it to be B. They're finally going to, I think, get the round they're looking for, but doesn't mean they'll win.
We've seen 9Z get through this part of the setup with less.
Looks like 9Z will wait out everything. And they've got one guy throwing nades over on the A site to draw out utility. Make it look like this default is occurring once again. They would love to get a kill before the exact, but I don't think they care too much. Another smoke comes down. It's a full kit. It's a risky game, actually, that 9Z are playing because this is a fully stocked Liquid, and I think they should have been able to see that within the money. And now Liquid are going to find out for sure that it's not the A site. As soon as Shocks doesn't see anybody lining up, CT grenades outside bathrooms.
But there is one there, dude. There's about to be a fight. David peeks in.
Yeah, that's one.
It's a bit of a warning sign, but still enough
smoke,
utility
yeah,
to just keep them off.
For Liquid, for 9Z to do that.
They're gone.
Yeah.
Oh, you just can't justify it.
Yeah, that was very risky. 9Z they tried to do that in the earlier rounds, but the nades were a lot lower for Liquid, so they could just wait them out. But that's not something that should work versus a good team. And Liquid got the signs. They got the map control back. They slowly worked on it.
That's got to feel so disappointing if you're 9Z. You never get to pull the trigger.
Look at all the nades they're holding on to that they didn't use. Oh, I just want to throw these somewhere.
What are you going to spend all that money on next round?
Yeah,
Actually,
well,
there's not much money.
Yeah, and definitely a gun and some nades.
One man re-equipped, and 1 round still to go here. Close halves been the name of the game this series. Looking for a second 8-7. Both teams putting up solid T-sides on their map picks.
They shouldn't be so scared of losing people defaulting towards A before they end B. I mean,
ooh, damn.
Wow.
Deadly nade damage. Another frag goes deep. That's Max down to 29. Then the wallbangs start coming through, so caution for 9Z on the short setup. Max goes back around towards Monster. Ooh. Not far off the mark, but Nitro stays safe, tucked in.
That's a thick-ass wall.
And comfortable. Got them bamboo sheets. OC about to be tested on long. Shock's walking up. Maybe being out of cover here. Oh, there's no coverage. Shock's still able to get the better of David. And then OC will come back from the bathroom's peak with the second kill for Liquid on long. He doesn't waste any time either, just immediately falling away, drops the smoke and goes silent.
Yeah, worried about getting hunted, but he's done what he needs to do to safely escape.
And he gets all the way back by the looks of things. Rock's trying to follow. Currently CT split 2-2. DGT still inside a short water, man. He's been here since the start of the round, it seems. And yet he's seen nothing. Rock's blocked off by utility. We can't just let this round fizzle out like it did in the previous because it's the final of the half. And by losing Lucan up at the top of mid, Rox comes out. Bomb has been dropped. There's still enough time to recover, but Elige has other ideas as it is 7 CT victories for Liquid. 9Z's lead at the end of T-side still stands, but by a measly single round.
Yeah, pretty decent overall. You know, they won some rounds that were really hard to win. They weren't supposed to, difficult execs. They had some solid defaults. A couple of rounds were, it's a little bit too predictable.
Yeah.
Not much there.
Started to get really slow towards the end.
Yes, excruciatingly so. And yeah, looking pretty comfortable. Great moments from Shocks, especially early on, to secure them any rounds at all. This could have been a much worse half.
Agreed.
So I think the 7-8 is really accurate for once. You know, it represents exactly how much of a battle this was between these two rosters. And I think it's fair to say 9Z played slightly better.
Well, we'll see if they can just lock in this victory on their map pick. Does not feel like a shoe-in. Be a hard-fought battle with everything on the line here. Elimination starts to creep into the back of your head. One half that could make a difference for your career, for your life, for your dreams. And David, dead, down on the long fight. That's a man advantage for Liquid in the second pistol, and Naf just waits for nobody. Crawls and tumbles his way through Monster.
He's moving in. He's going to clear out headshot in a second.
Very open B site. 9Z, they want that retake, but they're already a man down. Luckily for them, DGT gets the better of a Legion connector, and that opens a route.
Oh, reverse boost into heaven.
Very cool.
This is money, actually. There's nobody up here. Shocks can turn into a flank, and they planted for him up here. It looks like open. No, did they?
Yeah, it looks like left side of pillar.
That's an insurance policy.
Nav's gonna have to serve up a distraction. Shock's just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Now they know about him.
God.
They know. As Lucan tucks into the cover, he needs the reload. Shox goes in, and now that post plant just seems... but he comes back and gets popped by Rock, who's now on top of Bomb, but OC chases it down, and Liquid, that lead has evaporated 8-all.
But hey, nice shot, Rox.
Very cool.
That was cool.
You know, better than Rox's shot was Shox's play. Jumps right up there. Also, Naf serving a distraction too, just really kind of locks it in. And poor Lucan, right, goes for the reload. You're not in heaven. If you're in heaven, you feel like reloading's the safest thing you can do.
Right, that's yours.
If anybody gets to reload, it's the guy in heaven.
Yeah, once I open those heaven gates, I'm reloading all the time.
9Z gonna have to take this one on the chin. USPs only. They're gonna have to channel their inner OC.
You know how much I like this angle. Let's just put 4 guys in it.
Yeah, fuck. Oh, excuse me. I get all excited, man. Counter-Strike.
Why'd you say fuck, man?
I didn't. Mac 10, making money. Shock's gonna pull them into a Elige. He's gonna pad those stats. And Liquid just looking to win this one without a single casualty. So far, so good. 9-8. T-side starts off well, but the real test begins here with 9Z getting onto the weaponry.
Yes. And the CT side will offer you, in exchange for waiting all half, silenced M4s. Nothing feels better
Than an A1S.
I want to silence them for Christmas.
I don't think we can buy those.
I have no
live.
training.
Yeah. But I have a lot of money.
And heart.
And I promise to do what's right. Naf promises to apply a bit of pressure to the B site. Shocks inside a connector will die. Looks like Max will be his counterpart this half. Max, ooh, just sliding wide into OC, takes half of his health down, dude. OC now at the helm of this scoreboard, 16-7.
Don't praise him, dude. He missed twice in the first half.
Well, we'll forget about it. If he keeps the dream alive. You know, Astralis was 0-2 in Stockholm and still came back 3-2. Moved into the Legends stage of the event.
Who else is 0-2?
Who?
Cloud9.
Oh, no.
E-League Boston 2018. Feels like yesterday.
Lucan. They're getting closer. His time to shine. First one's easy. And then he just dives back. He's going to give them space here. Sight entirely taken. DGT doesn't see that Naf just jumps into the corner with that Mac 10. And because Naf plays it so fast, I don't think Lucan would have been able to really raise the red flag on the play. Oh, but Rox gets the headshot. Through the smoke, down goes Naf. They've at least dealt with that close one.
Yeah, two good guns here, but OC is very low on default. He'll have to hit this instantaneous headshot. Sliver angle between the Dice and Optimus. 2 CTs on his left, can't even see him.
Nitro comes back from bathrooms. There's OC's first in this 2v3. Now the counter-terrorists continue to crawl towards him, and Nitro just looks to lock in what's left of this very minimal bomb timer. Rox is going to jump on it, but he has 3 health, and so a single shot will do the trick. Nitro closes on the A site.
On the gas pedal. Let's go. They pulled it off. Nicely done on the 2v3. And, yeah, OC picked this fight really well. Top of the scoreboard, did you know?
I did.
So it shows.
Don't sing his praise.
It shows. I agree. I wish I could talk like that.
Yeah, man, you can't even speak French.
Arrête. Okay, get off my back.
Can't even roll your R's. Three-man boost. Oh. Dog, so ready.
Man, they did it so smoothly,
yeah,
too.
I was like waiting for them to fumble it, and then it would be predicted, and then we'd sit here and, you know, we'd cancel them. But man, oh man, Shocks instantaneous. And then the utility that follows suit. And real deep is Nitro. He's going to give you no wiggle room, no chance, no nothing. Zilch.
Cadian promised that Liquid would qualify.
Cadian?
Yeah, he said they will.
Taking one for NA, huh?
Yeah, what a madman. It's a grind. You go, you know, 0-2. Oof, it's a grind.
It is.
3
BO3s.
3 best of 3s.
Yeah, but you know, wouldn't be the first team in Major history to pull it off.
Yeah.
And also BO3s.
That's true. You do. You don't even make history. What's the point?
Don't even make history. It's actually not that big of a deal.
It's just barely cool. Oh, that's ruthless. 9Z on death's doorstep, man. 3-round difference. Liquid are playing well. They survived a couple of awkward rounds.
Crunch.
Let Liquid slowly crawl back into this game, and Liquid's just, they look more resilient today. They look like they have more resolve. So it'll be a tough beast. I mean, their CT side wasn't perfect, but now we're switched over. That doesn't matter anymore. Max moving in for the kill. Very aggressive in the middle, calling out all this space. How far will he go and how fast? Oh, very fast. Wow.
Now, how did Liquid react to that? Did they just try to...
Yeah, it happens early, but...
Hyper-aggression? Yeah, they're just going to try to pummel their way through this line, and David's here to trade it. Lucan back through connector, Naf over top of the fire. Felt like Liquid just, they needed to go. That's what they thought. And OC still with a chance in the 1v3. Kills DGT inside of the bomb site, has separated these 1v1s for the time being, but an eventuality...
Oh, a shot's missed.
In Max's arrival. Good thing for Lucan, he's able to stay alive for now, and OC sees a chance to reroute his way through that A site, peek in from Max to end his hopes, and Liquid stall at 11.
That was huge for Max because he got the kill on Shocks. It was calmed, and he ran all the way back to site instead of going through stairs, potentially, which was another solid option for him. So no surprise to see OC running knife out, just in case that was, in fact, what happened. And if it was, then he'd still have a chance to lose, right? Still 2v1, but at least he gives himself a chance. So tac pause called from Team Liquid. Right there, they got cut off. A solid info gathering play from Max that pays off super quickly, and if he didn't push through on that timing, he wouldn't have even caught Shocks right away. But it might have been even worse for Liquid, right? If you just walk that flank. I mean, if you get that kill very early, still a extremely winning position. But if you had just stalked his opponents running away, they would have never seen it coming on that timing, and Liquid might not have been able to get into the site at all. I think there was incentive there for Liquid to go back and span the map once again, and Liquid are not lazy. They do that, and very often. But in that situation, they had already started expelling grenades and didn't feel like there was any good reason to go back when they could still win 4v5 on a B exec that was already taking place.
A couple of players down in connector here. Max in front of it. Shocks looking to work around the smoke. Oh, Max, he dives behind the stairs, gets a second in a liege. And connector belongs to 9Z. Oh, he drew Shocks into that one. Flashbang looked good, but Max looks better. 3 kills, as now Lucan looks to just turn the attention with the op into Liquid's slow walk through party. It is over for them in this one.
That's crushing. Max putting his team on his back right now. So we saw in the most clutch moments, Max was the guy who stood above the rest. On Dust 2 in their qualifying game to get to the major, to qualify the qualifying stage. He was the guy. I mean, he was the guy in overtime. He was the guy in the final rounds of regulation who didn't seem to be affected by any pressure. You know, the former right hand of Tri. A real leader on this team.
We'll see what you got left in you. No bomb. Just wants to hang on, and DGT's got other ideas. See you later, sucker. Smoke. Or shadow, rather. Big advantage. Easy lock-in. 10 rounds for 9Z. We're in the back third of this one.
They actually approached stairs correctly. They had that long kind of... They threw the hard flash off the wall to make it so it was really hard to figure out when to turn from. Max dealt with that, tucked into the stairs. Shocks just had a really bad spray. Had a chance, though, to get that frag. But then Max turns it into 2 frags right after, so... He doesn't need any help right now.
Making plays, right? You know, I feel like I would have understood if 9Z kind of just turtled up a little bit and kind of just lost out to Liquid, but these proactive moments in the last 2 rounds of the CT side, it's comfort that I see. And with comfort comes confidence, and with confidence comes kills. Rounds right behind them. Looking to tie this up at 11. And I felt like that's exactly what happened on Ancient. It was 9Z to just kind of suddenly look stunned. Eyes glazed over. Liquid take the map. But Liquid have seen nothing. 9Z.
Just making sure Max isn't right up their tail.
Yeah.
Getting ready that flank. And hey, man, look at the B side. It's quite vulnerable. They'll walk it towards short. The rotations are slow. I think it's a timing where, you know, 9Z do want to reinforce now. Short is pretty open. The setup isn't much without support back in CT, so lots of pressure here on David.
They're not coming down just yet. David with the gun out. Good. Ooh, bad flash, in fact, from that. Hold looking solid. Rocks able to use that USP to deny Naf any further footing, and Nitro 5 health means he shouldn't be able to do too much, but apparently doesn't get the memo. Rocks DGT.
Oh, he should go die. Wait, whoa. Is there a gun for him to get?
I don't think so, but he's going to die right here.
Okay.
And that one's that. 11 all, folks.
Yeah, just a little Tech 9. It's not going to do you much.
pistol. Little pistol. Need a
Get rid of it. It's good to die when you are on T side with just a Tech 9 in your hand.
Get it out of the way. Like a Band-Aid, you know? Pull it off quick.
Yes, rip it off.
11 all, 9Z. Dream is alive. Team looks confident and competent on this half. Still lots of work to do, and as the flashbang pops, the CT setup shrinks. Max has been left on his own.
Yeah. Let him work. Max is the man to watch. All the information. He's the only player pushed in every single round. I like that they're not putting too much emphasis on Lucan, letting him play back. Could have died in that position, actually, with the way he took that duel. But OC let him live. They're just constantly trying to set up Max in all these different engagements. As Liquid wait outside of the B sites, you know. So I think while they search out the rest of bathrooms, they're just remembering that they haven't touched stairs yet. This might be worrying for Max.
They're just avoiding him, man, like the plague.
Well, I think it's that they're coming for him late, you know, and that's the worrying part for him, because now they see that they've cleared out all his support positions. Well, what happens here with Max? But the bomb is going back, actually, around through spawn.
OC's still nervous about it. Maybe these B players come down connector, or do they just completely dodge him?
It's actually not that bad, but look, Max can actually hear now that they're running over top of him. You can see their CT rotations out of B, and he walks back into this. They're playing blind. Max gets punished, and we've already got Nitro taking a lead to hit the A site. Smoke comes down in CT. They're going to jump in and try to defend.
Lucan, tough spot.
Oh,
but,
what a shot!
Wow, he snaps that into Nitro. And OC's looking for the counter pick, but it's actually David that goes into the scope. There's still a player close, but blinded by Naf as he burns Lucan, and the flank is also stopped. That is Liquid with perfection.
Damn, what an attack. That was beautiful. I mean, even though Lucan's shot was something to behold.
Perfect.
That refrag from OC was just as nice. On the outside of truck, that was so fast. It was like basically a shoulder that he took out, and all the nades landed in the perfect spots with the flashbangs to follow. The spacing was tremendous. Everything looked good. And that's where an exec shows you, even an overstacked site, you know, that you're going to get punished for trying to not retake in a position where you weren't in position early enough.
Max goes back. Elige comes to the left of the smoke, and that is the end of Max. Figured out early. Man advantage here for Liquid. Chance to pull ahead on this T side. Chance to bottom out the CT economy and just roll through what's left of 9Z's major life.
Yeah, Liquid are playing smart, man. We saw this at the end of Ancient. They started to recognize where 9Z aren't doing things after they find a bit of space. Max was finding that space. Now they're punishing Max in his plays. Is there anything more than Max for 9Z in terms of getting information? And here's one look from 9Z. To try to bring back this 4v5.
Could be something.
We almost never see a kill come from this boost. You do get information, but it's risky because the stairs door could open. There's no one in stairs to protect them.
Yeah, they give it up. DGT instead looks to move forward here. He is very much alone, and there are two players here. OC starts to leave. Naf's shoulder's been spotted, but Naf, he swings out just wide enough to dodge that damage. And that is such an invitation to this B site. Rox decides to peek, gets himself one kill and a ton of damage versus Elige, but now that is the activation from Liquid. They come sprinting in, and Lucan, with David by his side, have to somehow hold them back. And as the bomb jumps into the site, OC's going to give great coverage. That was an invitation to David, but he has now left Lucan on his own. Lands the shot, the flick up into Nitro, but the sidearm's not enough, and that's Liquid puncturing into the B site. Everybody surviving with just a little bit of HP.
Yeah, but it was just desperate move after desperate move. You know,
absolutely.
DGT comes into, you know, not a winning fight for him, but he knows that it's still 4v5. It's a worthwhile risk. If he gets that duel, wins it versus Nafla, he knows where he is in the fence, then at least it's going to be hard for Liquid. They have to win back outside Monster to set up. They might have to go to the other side of the map. So that was a worthwhile position. But then Rock swings on Monster. Then David runs into the site. Then they have everybody coming in for individual engagements. And that's where I think Liquid they're going to feel good when they see 9Z participating in engagements like that.
Ooh, but Nitro gonna offer them something here. Shox looks to take the place. And that is 2 kills right back from Liquid.
Yikes. Hey, there's Nafly and Shox have 13 HP combined.
Oh, but Elige gives great cover. That's his 19th and 20th frag, trying to be right up there with Shox and OC. And that 3-man cohort for Liquid right now is enough to pull ahead 14-11. 9Z. A painful reality starts to sink in.
Very much. And I hate to bring up something positive about Liquid right now because 9Z are on, potentially their exit from the tournament in this 2-0 if it's going to happen. But Liquid are playing very well right now. They've identified how well Max was doing. They saw that beyond the support that he's gotten in the way of utility, in getting him into spots, outside of that, there hasn't been anybody alongside of him. They've decided not to fight him right away in some of these spots or punish his overtly aggressive moves like we saw Elige do with that deep smoke in mid. And then when they see that nobody is around, they eventually get to him. And now without Max being able to be comfortable doing those plays and with nobody else and no dynamic setup around him with other players involved, it feels like 9Z are running out of ideas to bring this game back. They still need 5 whole CT rounds. There's so much money here for Team Liquid. And it is admirable and impressive that Max can get so much efficacy out of these motions that he's going through. But at the same time, again, Liquid, they're playing very cerebral right now. They're respecting Max, but they're also countering him and calculating and figuring out exactly what he's doing and how to get around it.
Gonna have to try and shake things up. 9Z off of the tack pause. Their major hopes on their map pick, still alive. Confidence has been dented. Elige at the front of the pack here for a quick long control out of Liquid. It seems like they are confident in what they want. Their mission, move forward.
Oh man, 9Z have no idea.
Nope.
And these nades are gonna dampen the sound as well as they start to run up even deeper towards long. And they are set up turtled inside of the bathroom, so they won't be spotted as this cross comes to the site, but they are not going to be fully aware that long has been overtaken just yet.
Now it's just 2 players, 2 CTs boxed into this position, and the rotator comes up unsuspectingly, dies to DGT. Elige, he keeps it so clean. From long A, that sprint, he knew what he wanted out of the gate, and he took it by storm.
Damn.
DGT never sees it coming, gets deleted off of Dumpster, and then you saw that frantic situation for 9Z inside of the bathrooms, even with them being able to put up a kill with Max. They were just boxed in.
They had no idea how bad it got. They know he must have run, but they were not in a position to hear him. It was all a ruse. Liquid punished the fact that 9Z haven't had these long setups either. Luke is being basically out of the picture. In the early rounds outside bathrooms, he hasn't slowed them down from divider picks. He hasn't slowed them down from the long picks.
Right out of the gate.
Wow.
Right off of the timeout. Team Liquid, dude, out called.
Yeah, another solid idea, execution, great calling from Liquid. What can you say? They are playing great CS right now. Hey, it seems like 9Z are still focused on what matters. That's just bringing an idea to the next round. Yes, they don't have that much to work with.
4 rounds.
But they still have to play.
4 rounds to send 9Z home from the Antwerp Major, and it is Lucan right back at bat. OC's gonna miss his shot. No chance at the immediate refrag, but he finds the player in the background instead, and that is Elige lending a helping hand, taking over the top of the board for Liquid. There is still somebody here, and that is DGT. FAMAS in hand. A first peek from Elige, and it is clean, dude. Elige does not want this 0-3 run to be with Liquid's name stamped on it. 9Z, a tough pill to swallow as they try to keep those major hopes in mind. 2 versus 4, but Shox, he gives them a chance and then takes it right back.
Damn, and this will come down to Rocks. Elimination match, an absolutely heartbreaking way to go out.
You know, and these guys have had to try and survive so many different trials and tribulations. They lose Tri, their star Opper, they change IGLs. Lucan's addition still gets them to the major, which is a victory in and of itself. But then they lose Zach, and ultimately here, not able to replicate the performances from the NA RMR. They are a 0-3 team in Antwerp. Liquid's hopes, that long road of running it from 0-2 to 3-2 are still alive and kicking.
Yes, and Liquid, even though they've lost and they've looked bad and they've had some struggles coming right into the major, they did look good today. They have shown some resolve. They survived their own mistakes. They survived some great rounds from their opponents, and they pulled off a clean 0-2 where they just pretty much had control. Even though it was competitive in spots overall, I think this will give them hope going into their next series. And it's 3 best of 3s, but it's entirely possible. 9Z did the exact same thing in the RMR. And you know they're capable of it. It's whether or not they can execute on it. That's always been the issue. But overall, you know, congrats to Liquid. But this is definitely more about 9Z because they're the ones who just don't have anything to play for now.
Unfortunately, that elimination, man, it's going to hurt. We know that it's a passionate crowd supporting 9Z. They've got family in Counter-Strike, but it's not their event. You know, being here, I think, is the miracle. Let's all run back to the day they eliminate EG and Pain from the RMR. Like you said, right? I completely forgot. They ran it back. They were facing elimination just like they were here at the RMR, and still they're in attendance.
Yeah.
So that is stickers and respect earned, but ultimately, Team Liquid meant to be a team that gets through into Legends. You know, it feels like that would be the bare minimum for this roster. A tough day yesterday for them, but a clear resurgence in form. And as we see here, it's the Shox, Elige, and OC show on Overpass.
Yeah. Pretty nicely done. Hey, Nafla got his ass carried. You see that? 8 kills.
8 kills,
What the hell was that?
Man of the match, Richard Papillon. Say it.
Richard Papillon.
Not bad.
Thank you.
We see improvements both in Launder's pronunciation and this guy on screen himself. 22 and 18, definitely earned, you know, and at times Shox is in question. So to see this kind of a performance is a nice one for them. The Liquid hopes roll forward. The 9Z dreams come crumbling down around Latin America. And you guys, this is it for the B stream. We'll pass you guys over to the A stream. Still plenty of Counter-Strike here for the Challengers stage, even today on day 2.